House Paxley.
We share the same blood, yet walk on opposite paths.
I don't mind leading the Paxleys from a rise to a fall.
It is better to be feared than loved, if you cannot both.
I'm bound, I know, be it family or destiny.
Didn't your mother ever tell you, never get too close to needles?
An artist's work is never finished.
Minna! 渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟よ。子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Solace. The kid says demons have invaded the border. Solace! It's been far too long. We got a new Leonin in the squad. He reminds me of you. Hey, Solace. That kid's grown a lot stronger. No one looks down on him now.
Hey, kid! Kid! This is the end of my journey. The road ahead. I'll leave it to you, kid. I'm sure you'll be a great warrior. Call it in old Leonin's intuition.
We've searched all this time for this. A place devoid of life. Devoid of any future.
With this, we'll definitely go beyond the stars.
Give up this hopeless voyage.
Freya?
We can be together. Here. Forever. Don't leave. Stay here with me.
Where is Freya? Against the endless void, my light will cut through the darkness!
So, what shall my lens capture today?
Anguish. Turmoil. Regret.
No! Perspective comes down to composition.
Only a photograph can capture unexpected beauty.
I believe we found the answer.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Marcel, a photographer.
And Clamar! Yes, we are one. We capture art's every moment. Balanced composition. Perfect lighting. Art at its finest.
Despite the overflowing emotions, I still feel something is missing.
Then look outward through my lens.
Perhaps I need to look inward.
A letter, sir.
It's time to seek new inspiration.
Magnificent! But it's not what you're after, right?
My admiration has never been confined to what's on the surface.
Focus! Capture!
Perhaps art isn't about perfection. Sometimes, art is the unexpected.
Who knew imperfection could create such beauty?
It seems our hero has found a new interpretation of art.
Amen. Art can be expressed in many forms, after all.
House Taxley.
We share the same blood, yet walk on opposite paths.
I don't mind leading the Paxleys from a rise to a fall.
It is better to be feared than loved, if you cannot both.
I'm bound by be it family or destiny.
Didn't your mother ever tell you, never get too close to needles?
An artist's work is never finished.
愚かなる弟よ。
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟よ。子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Solace. The kid says demons have invaded the border. Solace! It's been far too long. We got a new Leonin in the squad. He reminds me of you. Hey, Solace. That kid's grown a lot stronger. No one looks down on him now.
Hey, kid! Kid! This is the end of my journey. The road ahead. I'll leave it to you, kid. I'm sure you'll be a great warrior. Call it in old Leonin's intuition.
We've searched all this time for this. A place devoid of life. Devoid of any future.
With this, we'll definitely go beyond the stars.
Give up this hopeless voyage.
Freya?
We can be together. Here. Forever. Don't leave. Stay here with me.
Where is Freya?
So, what shall my lens capture today?
Anguish. Turmoil. Regret.
No. Perspective comes down to composition.
Only a photograph can capture unexpected beauty.
I believe we found the answer.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Marcel, a photographer.
And Clamar! Yes, we are one. We capture art's every moment. Balanced composition. Perfect lighting. Art at its finest.
Despite the overflowing emotions, I still feel something is missing.
Then look outward through my lens.
Perhaps I need to look inward.
The letter, sir.
It's time to seek new inspiration.
Magnificent! But it's not what you're after, right?
My admiration has never been confined to what's on the surface.
Focus! Captured!
Perhaps art isn't about perfection. Sometimes art is the unexpected.
Who knew imperfection could create such beauty?
It seems our hero has found a new interpretation of art.
Amen. Art can be expressed in many forms, after all.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. After a long gap, we are back into the scene, and this is obviously one of your favorite tournament, that is Accession League 2026, powered by Solace Community and presented to you by Revoxa. We are here for the playoffs, day number 1, and today we're having 4 BO3s. First one will be the normal semifinals kind of thing. Second one is the semifinal 2, and then we'll have the upper bracket finals. And then we'll have lower bracket semi-final. And tomorrow, there will be one BO5, that will be the lower bracket final, as well as the grand finale. The winner of the upper bracket final and the winner of the lower bracket final will be facing off each other in the grand finale. But before we forward ourselves into the grand finale, let me talk about the two teams who are going to present themselves in this first semi-final of the playoffs, day number 1. That is Team Godlike versus Team ABZ, that is Autobots Esports. Both of the teams have already been there in the MLMS MOBA Legends Master Series 2026 Season 1. And you have to know this thing as well, that even my friend Sasuke is there. So I'm sorry, Sasuke. I was telling something and then I suddenly remember that I need to introduce myself and you into the cam as well. So it's your boy STZ, and Sasuke will be there for the casting on the first game, guys, in the semi-final number 1. But before we come forward for the casting, I need to tell Sasuke as well as viewers. I mean, Sasuke knew about it, but I need to tell the viewers about this little bit of infos which I gathered from the MLMS 2026. That is Godlike Esports in the league stage. They lost from ABZ on the first day. They had a match on the first day in the league stage. They lost from ABZ by 2-0. But then we know what happened in the playoffs, in the LAN. On the day of the LAN, we saw Godlike rising non-atlas. Like, that was something which was out of the mind. Like, when they started the day number 1 in the LAN, they won from CRQ and they followed themselves into the SA2L semi-final, and then 2-1. That victory was so crunchy. Then they forward themselves into the finals. I mean, hopes was not there for Godlike to be in the finals after the league stage. But then, on the day of the no error, they literally played so well. But what can we say? When they reached the final, True Rippers literally took away the whole something from their hand. Which is fine. They are the runners-up of MLMS. And talking about ABZ, they have also proved themselves into the LAN. They were the number 6 team in the MLMS and the number 2 team in this Accession League 2026. Number 3 team in the Accession League 2026. And they're going to fight against the Godlike. So I need to ask Sasuke, what do you think? Like the same pattern, league stage, ABZ winning from Godlike, but ABZ couldn't find themselves against Godlike in the semi-finals. So what do you think? Like, if ABZ can pull out another win, and this win will take them directly into the upper bracket?
If to be honest, like very frank and be very honest, ABZ do have an opportunity just because of the recent patch which released Joe and Paquito. We know like Raren likes to play those tanky junglers into the jungle area. So, into the XP lane of Autobots, things might shift around to the damage perspective. Lapu Lapu is going to be there along with Paquito, is going to be there to provide some essential threat to the backline. But yeah, Godlike, they have been firm all over the time. when people doubt them, they showcase their true power, like what the name itself mean and what kind of plays they make. So just before reaching to the the bracket finale or the upper bracket finals, they need to showcase into this best of 3 series. I believe like this is going to be a long day, a long afternoon, I believe, all 3 matches perhaps, but Godlike knows where to mark or where to hurt the autobots, because 90% of the cards have been revealed itself in the MLMS scenes, which was ended like a week before. But now it all comes down to this particular tournament, Ascension League 2026. Stakes are also high, not that much, but they are high. Now coming forward to the top 4 teams is also coming to the end.
Indeed. And you know what, Sasuke, these 2 teams will also not gonna play here in the playoffs, but they will have another chance if they're getting defeated. I mean, the lower bracket and the upper bracket scene. So they need to prepare themselves for the upper bracket, because whenever you are in the upper bracket, you are in a better position, you are in a safer side. You should try about it. But talking about Godlike Esports, like what insiders I got from, like, some insiders we casters also get. It's a purpose of entertainment though, but we don't usually leak out those things like James Bro. And fun fact is this tournament is also being Team Spawn newsroom has also been sponsored this tournament, so you need to know some leak outs when Team Spawn is there. And the leak out is Godlike Esports is about to broke, like 2 players from the team has been already taken away their path. They have already made their own team to get into the action in MS3, which is kind of a MDL event of India. So what do you think? Like, will it hamper that thing? Gonna hamper the lineup today? Like the same lineup gonna play in this match, but after knowing that 2 players has already parted their ways, and so what do you think? Like, will there be some fuss about it or like synergy break throughout? Because I heard this thing in the finals in the LAN also. We have heard those things from the players only, that they were having some synergy breakout, they were having some trust issues. So all these things, will it hamper them in the semi-final one against ABZ?
Now that you mentioned this kind of a point, it is also a 50-50 situation. If they want to try it out or they're just going to play for the sake of the game, it's up to them. But I think they might have a fair and share chance. Like, it's not 100% off. Like, where it matters the most, where the pressure is just right on point, it's a late game, you need 100% focus. That time Godlike might disperse, but overall, even with this kind of a situation in their hand, they're pretty strong.
Indeed. Yeah, they're pretty strong, and they know, like, I heard them saying, like, we are playing in our solo lane, we are focusing on our own lane, not like a team fight, but still, like, the players are so good, they have so much potential in them that they can also play like that and win the tournament. They previously known as Clan Demons, they have dominated a lot of series, lot of tournaments together, and they have already settled a path for them in like a consecutive wins kind of path for them, a streak which kind of inevitable to break for the new teams. But still, let's see how ABZ going to perform here, because they have the import. Now comes the import thing. I was about to talk about it, so now comes the import thing. ABZ does have the import, the Nepali import, which we talk about. Luck is there, and we know about Rarin being into the jungle, as well as Toby being into the goal. I mean, they are Indian players, but they have 2 imports into their side. So do you think, like, Godlike doesn't have any imports? They are totally Indian team format, no imports allowed there kind of thing. But still, like, do you think this import thing gonna hamper the Godlike? Because it hampered them in the MLMS finals. Jans and Riansha, both of them have given up the best thing so far. I have seen it. But you know what? The fun fact is Godlike was the only team who defeated TR in the MLMS as well as here. Because when if you remember, before TR, quitting from Accession League 2026, forfeiting themselves from Accession League 2026. They had played some matches. We both casted that game, if I remember. And we know that Godlike defeated them here. Godlike defeated them in the league stage as well in the MLMS, but into the finals, it was TR's last final blow, which make them the winner, make them the champion of MLMS. So do you think like that import thing gonna impact a little bit onto the Godlike side? Different mindset, different region mindset?
Not really. Like, it's basically the team game. If they're hiring an import, or like if it's introduced into the team, then it might break down certain synergies or the kind of plays they are expecting from the players. But these teams, they have played a lot of games, like a lot of scrims against each other. I believe they might have scrims against a similar team which have a lot of imports, and I think with practice the mindset comes along to like, hey, this is planned, they will do this kind of a things. If not, this is kind of a predicted, or certain situations, even though the surprise element is always concerned in draft phase, but that's up to them.
Of course. So right now, audience, you're watching out the Accession League 2026, and if you're new in the subscriber list, then viewer list, then subscribe the channel and share the stream to your friends. The playoffs are kicking in. 2 days and 2 glory days, I'll say, because this 2 days going to be very much important for these 4 teams, because this 2 days will just deliberately give us our first Accession League champion. As you know, this tournament has been collaborated with James Bond Newsroom as well as MTL Esports Management and presented to you by Revoxa and powered by Vista Games and being organized by Solace community. So with this, I'll say like how much the days are being given to the players because of the MLMS. We halted the tournament because we don't want to, because all of those MLMS playoff teams, Sasuke, were there in this tournament. So they were kind of like did not want to reveal their secrets, their play styles, their draft, and that's the reason they ask for the rest. They asked for the halt into the tournament, and they said like, we will start it as soon as MLMS will get finished. So as soon as MLMS got finished, we prepared the schedule for the playoffs, and we are here into the playoffs, guys. And 4 teams has been there. Definitely K9 has been taken out. They have already released their roster from their team, and that's the reason Daku Sena is the new reform name, once again back into their OG name. But still, like, you don't have to agree. You have to agree this fact that Daku Sena is the only team we know who have already defeated SATUL a lot of times, who have already defeated Godlike a lot of times, and SATUL not being there in this tournament. I believe if Daku Sena is also winning the semi-final too, and if they are going against their team ABZ or Godlike, they're also going to give a lot of fight here. Because, apart from the not a good MLMS scene for them, I believe they gonna prove themselves here. Not only them, but also ABZ as well as MNZ, Meta Ninja, Autobots, Daku Sena. All these teams have not performed as their expectation was for the MLMS, but they did play well. I'll say they did play. ABZ performed so well that they prepared themselves for the LAN. They went into the playoffs. MNZ as well as K9, they also played so well. It's a matter of fact that sometimes you come bottom in the table, sometimes you come top in the table. That doesn't matter. But you played so well. MNZ defeated IQSATUL in the league stage. Daku Sena defeated Godlike in the league stage. So that's not a big thing to see that they have not gone properly in the MLMS. But I believe this is the tournament after the MLMS where you can prove yourself to the different orgs. And talking about Daku Sena, after being orgless right now, they have to prove themselves, and also they have to prove themselves in the MS3. So what better than preparing yourself in the Accession League for the MS3? I think my friend is having some little bit of issue. So right now we'll be talking about the team, 2 of the teams, Godlike versus ABZ, Autobots Esports. Before we start the game, We need to take a short break and come back soon as we're having a little bit of technical issues. We'll just fix it out and we'll come back soon, guys. Taking a short break for 2 minutes.
We've searched all this time for this. A place devoid of life. Devoid of any future.
With this, we'll definitely go beyond the stars.
Give up this hopeless voyage.
Freya?
We can be together. Here. Forever. Don't leave. Stay here with me.
Where is Freya?
So, what shall my lens capture today?
Anguish. Turmoil. Regret.
No! Perspective comes down to composition.
Only a photograph can capture unexpected beauty.
I believe we found the answer.
Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Marcel, a photographer.
And Clamar! Yes, we are one. We capture art's every moment. Balanced composition. Perfect lighting. Art at its finest.
Despite the overflowing emotions, I still feel something is missing.
Then look outward through my lens.
Perhaps I need to look inward.
The letter, sir.
It's time to seek new inspiration.
Magnificent! But it's not what you're after, right?
My admiration has never been confined to what's on the surface.
Focus! Captured!
Perhaps art isn't about perfection. Sometimes, art is the unexpected.
Who knew imperfection could create such beauty?
It seems our hero has found a new interpretation of art.
Amen. Art can be expressed in many forms, after all.
House Taxley.
We share the same blood, yet walk on opposite paths.
I don't mind leading the Paxleys from a rise to a fall.
It is better to be feared than loved, if you cannot both.
I'm bound by be it family or destiny.
Didn't your mother ever tell you, never get too close to needles?
An artist's work is never finished.
Minna! 渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟よ。子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Solace. The kid says demons have invaded the border. Solace! It's been far too long. We got a new Leonin in the squad. He reminds me of you. Hey, Solace. That kid's grown a lot stronger. No one looks down on him now.
Hey, kid! Kid! This is the end of my journey. The road ahead. I'll leave it to you, kid. I'm sure you'll be a great warrior. Call it in old Leonin's intuition.
We've searched all this time for this. A place devoid of life. Devoid of any future.
With this, we'll definitely go beyond the stars.
Give up this hopeless voyage.
Freya?
We can be together. Here. Forever. Don't leave. Stay here with me.
Where is Freya? My light will cut through the darkness!
So, what shall my lens capture today?
Anguish. Turmoil. Regret.
No! Perspective comes down to composition.
Only a photograph can capture unexpected beauty.
I believe we found the answer.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Marcel, a photographer.
And Clamar! Yes, we are one. We capture art's every moment. Balanced composition. Perfect lighting. Art at its finest.
Despite the overflowing emotions, I still feel something is missing.
Then look outward through my lens.
Perhaps I need to look inward.
A letter, sir.
It's time to seek new inspiration.
Hello everyone, back into the scene again. Took a short break for the technical issues which we're having, and we just fixed it out as soon as possible, and now we are back into the scene. The first game is between Team Godlike versus ABZ Autobots, and the draft is about to go down. So are you excited, Sasuke? And before we start the draft, tell me your guess.
2-1. Any of the teams? That's my prediction. Hey, because like you just told me to predict 2-1 any of the teams. I don't mind, because I rather make the predictions watching the drafts, because it provides a lot of clarity. Okay, that's one point. And another point, like we know into the past records, ABZ have cooked up Godlike, but again Godlike have cooked up Autobots. It's a vice versa thing, and we don't know like who's gonna win, but it's gonna be 3 matches, that's confirmed. But who's gonna take the first match, we'll find out in 3 seconds.
3 seconds for sure, and there you go. We are entering into the draft phase, and some new faces you're going to see here. That is Kimmy onto the ABZ Rome side, and we're going to see Louis as well as Madara into the Godel side. That means Fate and Art is not playing this game. As I told you, like there will be some shifting in the roster. But Kimmy being there, will it be a efficient thing for ABZ? Because you know, Kimmy already know how to tackle Godlike.
Interesting question, but we'll find out into the land of dawn. Right now, we are into the drafting phase. Looking at the heroes, a pretty same situation. There's a respect ban for Aaron. Of course, you don't want to give him the Baksha. Like when you see the Aaron or when you see the Autobots esports, the 3 heroes, there's perma ban against him. First one is this Baksha, Fredrin, and Edith, which is also a respectable pick. But this time, I think in the league stage, we saw coming in from Raren. So Godlike also need to not prioritize, but need to look out for that hero as well, cause like, hey, it's not the meta, but it is a situational pick, a surprise pick to caught you off guard. Works well into the last pick as well. But Fovi's been banned out. First priority target for Freya. Autobots esports are looking forward for it. Zushin been banned out of the picture. Harley is still open alongside Suyo. It's a lot of great picks. Are they going to gamble it out with a 1-2 trade?
Let's see, wanted to trade, or will they go for something into the comfort zone? Because we have been seeing all these comfort picks coming so far into the scene right now. But talking about the Baxter being taken out, as well as in the last phase, they're going to ban that Harith because, Toby is so good with that Harith, and the Harith is buffed right now. And Baxia being Rarin there, you need to respect the Baxia as well as Fedwin. MOBA Rarin is famous for these picks, but MOBA Rarin is also playing the assassin heroes. So we're not even sure about it. Like, if he will go for the Fanny, who knows? Or maybe gonna go for a Nolan. And
he's gonna go for Marcel, man. He's gonna go for Marcel. Marcel is left open, untouched. Autobots Esports. They got Kimi. Kimi knows how to play the Marcel. Alongside, if Godlike Esports, they'll counter it out with Harley and something alongside that works well against a Marcel, or maybe they'll probably go with the Claude. Harley and Claude for the Godlike, and Autobots Esports. Oh, they go for a Freya. So that leaves Marcel and Harley for Godlike Esports.
Freya on the first pick into the gold, I think so. If it's not into the gold, then EXP Freya is kind of useless, I feel. Because now the thing is, the Sora is banned, the Phobius is banned, so there is a huge chance that the Yuzong might be forced out by Romcom. So, being Kalea prioritized by the side of Team Godlike here, that is Madara. He loves to play that Kalea. And Van going for this Harley is really a better draft being cooked up by Godlike. They're really into the meta. But to counter this Valkyrie, this Freya, you need something strong into the goal lane. That maybe you're gonna try the Moskov. It's gonna work properly. And if not the Moskov, then I believe Nathan could be the option. A new thing into the meta.
No, instead of Nathan, I believe Godlike could go with Beatrix, because Beatrix Kalia composition also works well. If it was a Marcel, I would love to see the Beatrix with the Marcel coming in handy, but this time it's going to be the Kalia for the game number 1. But on contrary, they go with the Leo mod alongside Katot Kacha. So it's a clear picture coming in from side of Autobots Esports. They get an answer for the Kalia in terms of this Rome. Like Tsunami Slam any person, there is going to be the EOG to the backline. If you're catching down the Katot Kacha, EOG to the rescue. So it is a win-win situation in terms of gold, in terms of Rome. But as you mentioned, Godlike Esports need to counter that Freya, the Valkyrie. They go with the Claude. No flashy picks at this point. The carries out of the picture. Moving on to the second phase of the draft. Both the teams need a controllable mid laner. For the side of Autobots Esports, they can ban out Farsha, Lilia. Lilia is out of the picture. But Godlike Esports, if they can get Lilia, it would have been a bonus point for them.
Not sure how this Louis is going to play, because he's the new name being add on to the Godlike, and I have never heard this name before in the tournament scene. So something new into the action, and really want to see, because the goal laner has a lot of impact in the game. So I believe he might be the X factor for the Godlike. Who knows? For now, yet to see Romcom's pick Rith, the new name Rith. So yet to see Romcom's pick here. Let's see what else he can build for himself. But look at that, a respect towards Rem there. As you can see, a ban onto the Lilia, Zatian, and from this side also Eve has been taken out, Kimi too. So now the Farsa is open. There is a chance for you to go with the Lunox. What do you think? Will Bid go for the Lunox or the Farsa? These two things are being open into the mage section, and even Raim has to pick something like that. And Raim is also good with the Selena. So if the Selena will be here, then I believe Lunox would be the best option for Bid.
Now for the mid laner, for the side of Godlike, Lunox is something you can pair up just because you have the Kalia. So you can pair up with the Kalia and Lunox composition, a complete burst, whoever she tries to pick it off. But I think picking up an EXP laner at this point would be a good thing for the side of Godlike. Oh, they go with the Valir anyways. It's a good pick, given the fact that there is two fighters is gonna bully it is just basically just gonna bully everyone from side of Autobots Esports. But Farsha is still available, so is the Harley. They go with Alice into the XP lane, and Lunox, perhaps they want to go. Oh, they go with the Valentina, flashy pick. whose ultimate are they gonna copy out? It's gonna be the Tsunami Slam, right? Yeah, it has to be Tsunami Slam just to catch down that Harley.
Catch down the Harley, even the Claude as well, because you cannot take out the Valid. He does have his inbuilt Purify with the help of the ultimate. So for now, Rith, against this Alice, what your preparation is? Uranus? Or are you going to go for Lapu Lapu? Is there any chance for Yuzong to come in? Or he was playing Benedetta a lot, so maybe you're gonna force out that Benedetta pick here and you have a proper movie kind of thing, and that could be the option for him. Who knows?
It is going to be either Tesla or Lapu Lapu, because given the fact that how, or maybe a Uranus that is very low, but if they go with the Uranus, it's just going to provide the front line. There's a lot of, it's going to be Tesla, Lapu Lapu or Uranus out of those three, because they needed the front liner into the XP laner. Kalia is going to be a pick off, Harley is going to be in and out hero. They need someone to stay in front of the Valir alongside Claude so they can dish out a lot of damage. Terizla or Lapu Lapu seems a viable choice. Terizla all over cause of the penalty zone and how sturdy he is. Constant poke when he's facing against the fighters.
Indeed, the 5v5 set has been completed from both these sides, as you can see right now. The Leo mode being into the jungle by Rarain, as well as the Harley into the hand of Lewandowski, that is Van Satoro. And two new names into the godlike esports, Louis as well as Madara. Madara, I know him. He's a proper, roamer for EVT all these days. And now he will be featuring in the godlike esports for this tournament. With that Kalea on the first game, that is his comfort as well. And Louis, first time being seeing him into the tournament scene, and he's going for the Claude against Toby's Freya. But I was hoping Toby to actually go for a proper marksman kind of hero. It's fine. Let's see. We're gonna cook the first blood. We're gonna cook the first game for them. BO3 series. The first semi-final of Accession League 2026 is here into the scenario, guys. And we are into the Land of Dawn after a long gap. This is Godlike Esports going against Autobots. Godlike into the red, Autobots into the blue. Rarin going for the blue buff. Harley, Van into the red.
Jungle pressure right on point. And Madara trying to gain some momentum, trying to gain some, what do you call it? Some information. He gets it and now he's back into the picture. But Autobots Esports, knowing that it's going to be a slow jungler Leo mode, he needs to get the buffs and everything. They're going to slow down the pace. Meanwhile, Godlike Esports will try to gain the upper momentum, the early game aggression they have with the Harley, trying to get everything into the pocket of Harley. With the Valir into the mid lane, Bade will try to constantly poke into the XP lane. Nothing major, it's just the battle between the sustainability, the goal lane. Claude! Okay, both the teams, especially Godlike, they need to prioritize Freya, because they cannot leave her at bay. If they did, it's going to be all chaotic. They won't be able to shut her down. So that is a win condition for the side of Godlike. Gank down Freya, kill her as much as possible. Let Louis get some gold, and voila, you have the early game control. Yeah, that is
Kimmy, not gonna survive this 2v1 situation. First blood secured by Vance Thoro. Is going for a double at this point. Look at that trap down coming on to Rith here. Rarin falls down. My goodness, nothing gonna happen. Rarin can't survive. ABZ will be falling back two of the times on the early phase of the game, and now easy clearance onto the turtle vicinity. We're gonna see easy uncontested turtle for the side of Godlike. Zoning coming out from Kimmy though, but Invasion is being prepared from the side of Team Godlike Esports. They're going for the blue buff at the same time. Look at Rem. He's trying to zone out those four members as well, but look at the retribution comes to the way. He went for the full ultimate blow, but couldn't manage to survive. Oh my goodness, Throw the Ruin comes in the way. There is the Valkyrie Wrath as well. Slain happen on Madara. Kimmy finds the kill there, but falls down immediately with Louis striking in there. Double onto Rem, triple onto Hybrid, and it might be a Maniac. No, it will be stolen. It will be taken away by Bid there. Bid will be taking out the Freya, but I was hoping for the Maniac. Louis' first Maniac on the first day in the Godlike.
Man, such a crazy thing. The battle for the early blood was just on point on what Esports go with the counter engage, but Godlike have an answer for it. And again, a tsunami slam under the pocket. Ryan might be the next one to fall down as one Satoru secures it. Freya onto the next.
He's not getting the farm. Van Thoro going back to the safer side. Rain just strikes in. Lewandowski falls down there with that blazing to it. He does happen. BMI comes into the way. Valkyrie Rat is into the action as well. Look at that blazing to it. Look at little help and gonna push back that Freya into the safer side as well. I mean, still, if you're gonna look, Sasuke got like in a better lead. They've already settled 1500 for them into the gold. Oh, the fight still continues though. Fantasy into the way. Now, not gonna retaliate onto them, but gonna retaliate back into the base.
Ultimate win popped out. For the volley, it's okay, like nothing major. But overall, Godlike are having the perfect momentum they needed for this game. Especially Louis with the 301. KDA is looking pretty unstoppable. Oh, Tsunami Slam with the IMU, but that was not enough damage. It blinks out of the picture.
Indeed. I mean, this is the thing I'll say, like, these two teams has been playing so far in the tournament scene, and they know, even some big names are being added into the teams, like Kimi being there into the Rome section, and even also playing his comfort, that is Gatotkacha. But for the level gap, due to the damage gap and level gap and the continuous fights been going on, Slate happened, Remix falls down there, tormented, Tsunami Slam into the way, but look at that, Alice zoning out, Turtle secured, Vance Thoro got into his hands, slating out, Roar into the way, does gonna miss out his Leo horse, of course, and into the mid side. Look at that trap down onto Kimi. No chance to gap anyone and no chance to flew away from the scenario. And now it is Team Godlike ruthlessly behaving onto Autobots. They're literally tormenting them down. Mid-tier into the zone. Not gonna survive. Hybrids will get cleared by none other than Vance Toro. Look at it. Godlike on the top.
Man, just what a quick replay. They get Remix out of the picture. Madara doing an absolutely stunning job. And look at that. He picks out Freya. He picks out the Freya with the Tsunami Slam. And now he's forced to run. The Blazing Duet deals a lot of damage. And that is the turtle for the side of Godlike. And again, they shut down Kimi into the mid tower. And Louis with a 303 score is just doing a fascinating job, but overall Autobots Esports, they still get something out of it. The trade-offs were there, but the goal lead is certainly in the hands of Godlike Esports. 4.1k goal lead. Look at a quick itemization. Harley already onto the Genius Swan, and Claude with 2 items in his arsenal. They need to shut down this Claude, else it's gonna be a major problem. Just 6 minutes and 12 seconds and he has 2 items. Just see how bad or Fabi is again. Oh, well, pretty decent.
That's pretty decent. Tsunami Slam. Louis striking onto the structure here, but there were no casualties. Madara, he might gonna get down. No, the tier damage was literally received a lot of pain onto the back of Madara, but still Madara survived with that reason coming in here. Now the tier 1 will fall down with this minion going in there. Structure secured, macro being added into the side of Team Godlike. Look at that penalty zone. He goes into the back line. Into the way, Louis striking in. Madara falls down. Slain happened by Rarin, but Rarin immediately got down as well. Consolation kill come out for the side of Team Godlike. 1-for-1. Jungler for the Roamer, and now the Roamer of Team Autobots will take him down as well. 2-for-1. The trade is Godlike still on the top.
Oh! Did Rich survive? He was like on a pixel amount of HP. 1 slash from Ryan, he could have joined the death march, but he survives that. And just a beautiful play coming in from side of Autobots, again giving a 2k goal lead into their hands. This is 6.1k, a big wall of gold.
Give me lock. Kimi zoning out here, but it doesn't have much level, and that's the reason he can't sustain that much. Trap down happening. Toby falls down. Monster in the hand of Van. Falls down into the hand of the Louis. And not only that, Louis is not the replacement of Fate. He is here to rename himself in this godlike squad, I'll say. Because, I mean, this is not how replacement of Fate is walking. This is Louis, the man who is here to make his name to be remembered by each and every audience of Godlike. Now the structure falling on the top. Tier 2 secured. Turtle and Lord all got secured in the hand of Godlike. I believe this game is totally tilted towards Godlike and there is no chance for Autobots to secure the win.
No chance unless and until Godlike make one mistakes. But right now it's been so far so clean. Gameplay again, Voyage chipping out a lot of ultimate. Oh, look at that, Toby. He gets down. The burning damage from Bid. Man, that glowing wand did his part. The final burn chipped him out of his HP. Still secure, and now it's a 4v5 situation. They take the Holy Grail from the mid lane. Lord is gonna spawn down, but they don't care because goal lead is way on point. The damage is way too much for Autobot Esports to tank it out again. Holy Crystal into the hands of Lewandowski is gonna deal a lot of damage with the ultimate. Oh, Toby needs to play it safe. Again, that is the ultimate being popped out, but he used the first kill out of the picture.
Obviously. 18-4 the score is. Already settled a 9,000 heavy goal lead onto Autobots Esports. For now, Autobots, they're gonna try, but look at that kidnapping with the Tsunami Slam! 4 members attacking out! Riz gonna secure the kill onto Kimmy! There is the Blazing Duet with the BMI attacking on the front! Robin falls down, Bit secure the kill! Pilot Blow coming into the wave, Valkyrie decent, Hybrid falls down! Godlike onto Remex by Godlike Vansatoro! Double onto Toby! With this, the 5-man will be taken out from Autobots, and Team Godlike going to rewrite the history. Game number 1, Autobots 0, Godlike 1.
Just like a snap of finger, Godlike with a total domination right from early to the late game. And look at that. A beautiful... Okay, I think like this animation, I thought like Madara was the MVP, but he deserves to be because the kind of plays he did was so immaculate, so fabulous. And again, man, like, hey, the Kalya was not expecting to be this profoundly good, but no, Louis did a fantastic job with the Blazing Duet to secure triple kill right under the nose where Autobots Esports were going for a re-engage. The MVP of this game, Lewandowski, GPM of 923, 78% kill participation, was absolutely blazing with this kind of a build. All damage and no sustain.
That too, you know, like not only a triple kill on the early phase of the game. Let's talk about Louis. We asked, who is Louis? Will he be the replacement for Fate for the Godlike Esports? And look at that. This is Louis answered with the early phase of the game. Triple kill secured, structure secure on the bot side, better placement and beautiful execution with the BMI as well as Blazing Duet. Love to see him into the goal lane. He literally captured Toby and literally won the lane in the goal phase. And not only that, Vansatoro, the GOAT into the jungle. He will be the MVP here and he deserves it, man. That guy with that Harley, not only securing the objectives, but was also into the killing participation. And look at that, 78 kill participation is really high into the mark. 23-4, totally dominated. Team Autobots annihilated them here. And this is kind of hegemonic victory for the side of Team Godlike Esports. Do you think there will be a comeback, Sasuke? There will be a flinch? There will be something we're going to see in a redemption arc for Autobots? Or this Godlike is going to win this tournament without any flinch?
There is still hope, but the kind of plays that Godlike made today in the game number 1, I think I need to reconsider my decision. It's going to be 2-0 in the hands of Godlike because that was way too clean, way too dominated. Just when they have everything under the control, they know how to pressure it out equally. Man, that was the best game I saw today. And what an opening for the playoffs of Ascension League or Ascension Cup. Godlike with the 23 kills into the hands and only 4 deaths.
Indeed, Accession League 2026 playoffs day number 1, and Godlike literally rotted. They somehow annihilate the whole squad of Autobots on the game number 1. And Raren, this guy with the Leo mode, I know he's so good, but he doesn't got the chance to farm himself. Every time he was farming, he was getting hindered by the Tsunami Slam. He was getting hindered by his Ritz beautiful rotation from top to the bottom. I believe this team is really going to rewrite the history here. They are here for their redemption from MLMS. They're like that scaring lion. The lion who is wounded behind, and now he's attacking fearlessly to everybody. You need to, fear this Godlike, this new version of Godlike. This is Godlike Esports MOBA 5v5 2.0. And this 2.0 is really going to make some havoc in the Land of Dawn for now. But look at that. This is the rich guy, as well as the damage, high damage assist king gone to Bid. Rich guy gone to none other than Van Satoro, and who is the sandbag? It is none other than Hybrid, and the main carry, the one who literally give a lot of damage, is Louis, the new name for the Godlike Esports into the gold phase, and he's literally carrying the team with that Claude. Third pick Claude, and he changed the whole scenario of the game against Toby's Freya. I don't know what was the mindset for going into that Freya pick rather than going for something into the gold, proper gold kind of thing, proper marksman kind of thing. Not sure about it. But with the Freya, like double EXP, you do have a double EXP then, but you're still going for a Leo mode. You could have gone for something into the Assassin. It could have helped you a little bit more. But for now, the second game is about to come. And Sasuke, you have already given your prediction. I really want to know the prediction, same prediction from the viewers. What do you think, guys? Are we going to see ABZ coming back? Are we going to see ABZ giving us the third game decider, or Godlike no mercy today? On their no mercy day, they're not going to show anyone the mercy.
It's going to be a no mercy day for the side of Godlike, because they're back in action, and this is the kind of a Godlike, or the Godlike we knew once upon a time. Now they're shining bright once again with this kind of a fabulous game. I do agree, like there were certain scrappy fights or the certain things which does not make sense, but that play, they went in, they took they tried to took a fight into the blue buff, but then they back it out, and then Autobots Esports were like, hey, let's go in, because they're backing out. They don't have a lot of resources, and just when they think, Louis comes into the picture with the BMI, spamming the blazing duet onto the 3 members. He gets the triple, and bam! That is where the Godlike came into the handy. And again, game number 2, we're back in action. Godlike 1-0 to Autobots this time. Godlike on blue side taking on Autobots Esports on red side. The bans are pretty simple. They're banning out Claude, they're banning out Kalya. So they don't want it. Like, if we're not picking it, we're not giving it to you as well. And Claude is understandable. Like, hey, if he's left open, he's going to be the first priority for a lot of teams into the goal lane, unless Freya is also open. Freya's out of the picture against Zushin, so now Marcel is still left open if they want to ban it out, or they can also go with the third ban. For the side of Godlike, they can also ban it out, or the Baxia, Baxia.
I love the fact they're banning out their previous prioritized heroes. They don't want to go for those picks again. They will start it in a phrase way. That's what I feel. But Bid, last time he went for that Valir, I was hoping for him to go with that Lunox, a little bit aggressive like Asuna, but no. He wants to play defensively. He wants to play with the team. He wants to provide the crowd control and the slowing down. And he did it so well. And with a Gatotkacha, Valir suited so well. With a Kalea, Valir suited so well. It's like when you have a set-off comp kind of hero, Valir is the best option you can go with. You can put some burst damage. You can bring out the slowdown to the crowd control team fights. Bring out the slowdown into the team fights so that you can provide the crowd control. So that's the reason he went for that Valir, and it suited him so well in that game. And not only him, but that rotation from Romcom, from the early phase of the game. Like, look at him. He came forward in the first 2 minutes of the game to secure Raren into the mid lane. And Raren, after falling down for the first time, he couldn't have the first turtle. Then second turtle eventually went away from him. Triple kill goes into the hand of Louis. So a series of events happened there in the early phase of the game, which literally make things better for Godlike and put them in the upper hand side in this game number 1. And if the same constant thing will be done in the second game, then I believe AVZ need to know what fault they are doing in the early phase of the game, because they are literally giving away the early game into the hand of their opponent side, that is Godlike, and that's the reason they cannot accumulate it back into the mid to late phase, even though your draft is suited for mid to late.
Understandable, but going through once again to the draft phase, we are seeing like Freya, Zushin, and the final ban going to be Harley from side of Autobots Esports, leaving Carry and mistake not Godlike Esports take down that priority and secures Carry out of the picture. And again, Autobots Esports can go with the Kaja something, they go with the Guinevere, his favorite pick, and they go with the Zishan. I think Remex would like to play the Zishan, which was banned in the game number 1. So they're prioritizing certain picks which they know like will be banned if they do not pick it up right now.
Sir, what's your
command? Finger crossed for a Fanny, finger crossed for a Lunox Fanny. Yeah, I'm waiting for the Lunox. Van Sotoro, this guy with the Fanny. Obviously, in India, I have seen Ron playing Fanny so well in the MLMS, but after Ron, I'll say it is Van. He is gapping Joseph as well. So Van is the Indian Fanny talent. And if you're gonna talk about Nepali Fanny talent, it might be Yahiko. If you're gonna talk Ron as an import Fanny talent, obviously he was so fabulous throughout the tournament. But Van Sotoro, you could not say that he is bad. And with the Fanny, they're going with the Marshall here. But still, the Lunox option is still open. Bid can go for the Lunox. It has a heavy use pool. Hero pool. He has a really huge hero pool, and he can utilize any of the mid lane picks, which can really be a better thing with their team comp. Like a Marshall, you can actually pull out a Kimi for your side. You can go for a Lilia, but I believe the Lilia is banned, so that's the reason they might not gonna go for the Lilia. In the second phase, it will get banned. Kimi, obviously, will be in the ban list.
Yeah.
Bid's favorite.
Yeah, it's understandable.
You cannot take that risk.
Understandable. You do not want to face Kimi when you are going with a Fredrin kind of a comp. Definitely no, because need to rely or need to focus a lot of resources catching him, and once you did not catch him, or once the Skypius is stacked enough, is gonna be all Kimi game as well. Ranger being banned out from the side of Godlike, understandable. Since it's gonna be Carry, they preferring like, hey, the early burst marksman kind of a thing could be the heroes. Like basically, Granger could burst out or just farm pretty well into the lane and could potentially hinder a lot of things. Or basically, it's just that like once Madara used the time stop, okay, so Granger does not utilize his own skills and shift him around. Sora is going to be the next onto the chopping block, but the final ban coming in from the Godlike, what they do not have is the side laners. Is going to be one of the XP lanes, or they're going to just prioritize and just just ban out a lot of, again, one more marksman.
Yeah, maybe one more marksman so that the carry will play easily here. And who could it be? Beatrix might be the option, or maybe the Moscow as well. These two things. Moscow, if you remember, Moscow was the thing which changed the whole fact in the MLMS League stage between Godlike versus ABZ game. Because that split push, that Moscow in the late phase, giving out all those damages and no chance for Godlike to make their comeback in that game. So maybe the Moscow will taken out here. Yep, it is. Toby is a good Moscow player, Moscow user, but Lapu into the action from the side of team ABZ. Hybrid will have it. Now what else they will prepare for? My goodness, was not expecting this. Was really not expecting this, but you need to know, Sasuke, with the golden hour, when you're going for a Kamehameha, you know what bombastic reaction gonna happen in the Land of Dawn.
The Mystic Gush is gonna clear and do a lot of damage. The true damage option is available for the side of Godlike into the mid lane, but the final pick, the EXP pick. Rith, what is he gonna pick right now? They again need a frontliner to go up. Terizla, maybe a Yuzhong. Yuzhong might suffice their need. They can all go back, but think okay, they go with Alice. Alice, Terizla, anything works. They as far as they need a front line. Alice can also jump into the back of the action with his ultimate, stun all the enemies. But Autobots Esports, there's not a lot of options. Beatrix is something that they could go with. If not, a Bruno, they go with Hanabi.
I don't know what to say. I was not hoping this. Hanabi into the action for ABZ in a deciding game in their do or die set against Team Godlike Esports, which will decide them to be in the lower bracket or to be on to the upper bracket. That too against a carry. And you need to play so defensively in the early phase of the game. Otherwise, if the snowball is out from your hand, Hanabi is cooked.
I mean, I understand that her first skill might evade out of the picture from Marcel's ultimate and everything. But how are you gonna survive Fanny?
I don't know what to say. I really don't know what to say, man. I mean, this is so.
All troops deployed.
This is so bad.
I think I just lost half of my brain cells. But yeah, certainly Skydiet would be happy to see the Hanabi into the action, especially into the playoffs of Accession Cup. But this is it. The game number 2, Godlike Esports on 1 point, while Autobots Esports still struggling to get a hold in this best of 3 series.
This is really exciting for me that how this Hanabi going to work here. Kimmy onto the Gwynny, went for the special migration, not going to connect onto the Marcel. Madara finds his way back. Look at that emoting. He's taunting out Kimmy at this point. Kimmy is still in the bush. They're going for the Leto. Van comes through the way. Retribution from Bedouin, but it will be Van securing that Leto lantern for himself. Kimmy, special migration, missed again.
It's okay, like as long as Kimmy is just trying to be a nuisance, he's trying to catch down a bid, and once he did, he's gonna take a lot of damage, and maybe he's just gonna die. But Autobots Esports, they really need to set the tempo because they cannot go aggressive. I believe like they will try to get 1 or 2 kills before the first turtle. If they're not able to do so, they'll just leave because they have the Hanabi into the goal lane, and I still cannot comprehend this fact that I'm saying this, but okay, never mind. But yeah, into the first turtle, they have the Lapu Lapu to zoom them out, but the damage dealing aspect is not yet with them till 10 to 12 minutes mark.
I really want to see that comp, Golden Hour plus Mr. Curse. That I told Kamehameha. I always say it Kamehameha because it's really look like Kamehameha, but look at the stun onto the Luthien and managed to take all the passive from the way. Spatial migration does not connect it. Beautiful flicker for the defense. Went back on the safer side, but now Rith comes into the way, throw the ruin and Satian. Oh my goodness, Reem has no chance to go back. He falls down immediately there. Total vicinity is clear for the both these sides. They're contesting it out. Kimmy does have the spatial migration. He went for it. And we're going to see the fight backs come is happening. Retribution from Rar and secure the turtle, but now falls down immediately with Louis striking in. True damage. And you're going to delete it down there. Beautiful rotation from bot to top. And even though the turtle got secured in the hand of Autobots, they lose out to Micro into the hand of Godlike. So it's 2 for 120.
Oh, special migration not connecting down. Kimmy tried to poke him out again. There's the Violet Requiem. This might be Majra escapes with a nick amount of HP, but damage has been done. Autobots Esports still with the turtle, 1 turtle in their hands, but 0 score for them. But the goal lead is still in the hands of Godlike. It's not that much. It is still fightable, arguable, or also
Mystic Curse, Kimmy! Can he survive? No, he can't! He falls down immediately. Final blow goes into the hand of Madara. Oh my goodness. Got thrown, but somehow managed to escape back into the safer side. Madara, a journey from EVT to Godlike. I believe the Godlike one is better for him. The way he is following up, the synergy, everything is cracked right now from Godlike, I'll say. Another chance to go onto the Toby. They're trying to take down him onto the bot side. Maybe he's gonna see a cross map play. No, follow for Toby.
They don't want to die. You basically do not want to die once a tower die once you are up against an Hanabi. Trust me that the ultimate is gonna sacrifice a lot of people. The constant damage blinks is gonna get 1 or 2 kills or 2 members if you're trying to go for the trade, but Godlike, you understand that it's not that. Fanny into the action. Oh,
Here with the Phoenix, Higambana was not even released there. Toby still fine here. Are we going to see that Mystic Curse? No, Zetian Spirit of the Phoenix was the option which really saved up Toby there, but he used his aces, which is really important for him to get survive. Mystic Curse, Spatial Migration, Violet Trikim, beautiful escape for him, and as well as for Bid here, but look at that, Violet Trikim comes into the way, Bid this time not going to survive. Higambana, Madara goes down, Kimi into the hand of Godlike, but this is the Turtle slain as well as 3 member taken out, 3 trades in the hand, but the second one will be get into the hand of Godlike by none other than Vance Toro. Finds a kill onto Remex. Now, Rith onto the bot side. Look at Toby, sneaky play, waiting for the perfect opportunity, perfect opening, and the initiation from Kimi.
I think it's gonna be a lot of time till Hanabi gets the farm again. Oh, Flicker Bane forced out. Oh, that was not. Oh, it's an Aris. Okay, never mind. This was just the first kill. But yeah, it's a good lane switch, and again the goal lead which was what against 900 scraps. Autobots Esports are struggling and fighting it out with the 2 turtles in their hand, but it's just a matter of time. Like, they need to wait and hold on for the late game, because the early damage is just the constant poke from Remex, Hybrid, and the constant poke from Kimi. That's it.
Look at the top lane. They swapped their lanes. And now it's more like the carry. Louis is really going great against Hybrid, but ABZ, this time they played so well. Here the Phoenix, Toby has no chance to flew back. Tormention happened, trap down happened, he falls down immediately. Kimi comes to the way, now the follow-up coming in. Marshall goes in, Madara, will he go for the golden hour? Look at that, the Spatial Migration, Violet Trikim, and Mystic Curse as well. There is the golden hour, but it will get useless because of that golden hour. This is the synergy you need with the Marshall. Proper synergized attack, synergized comp, other else it will get futile, and that's the reason the Mystic Curse doesn't even give a little bit of damage onto Kimi. And they managed to safely goes back, but now Toby, my boy, you're not gonna survive. That Fanny is really creating chaos here. Kimi doesn't have a way to go back. He doesn't have the spatial migration, and now he's getting constant taunts from the side of Team Godlike. We're going to see Rith comes in, giving out the ball blood on. He does have an option to flew back there. Throw of the Ruin comes in the way. 2 member got in the way as well. Behind the line, we're gonna see Remex going for the burst. Mystic Curse into the way as well. Go. Gain the golden hour will make them into the safer choice. Ronin falls down. Turtle this time might be falling into the hand of Godlike because they don't have their retreat holder. ABZ.
Constant poke and constant disruption coming in from other eyes, so on point, and the speed with the god is so annoying. Again, Kimi might be in some trouble. There's a cutthroat. Steel cables out of the picture. Fanny is in a safer position into the top lane. Hybrid might be the next one to fall down. Tower has been taken down, and that's A-OK. Raren comes from the base, riding the cloud, but that is going to be a problem. Bid takes the tower. Well, the one another man from Autobots Esports.
Nice escape for Remex there with a flicker for the defense, but at the same time, you know, like, Bid is right now really creating those havocs in the Land of Dawn with that god. He's really constantly poking them out with those stuns, as well as the Mystic Curse highly bursted ultimate. But sometimes they because of that golden hour, they're kind of getting away from that burst. Now Toby This guy is down for 2 times. He does have the ages. He's getting constantly targeted by Godlike Esports. Retribution throws the ruin. That's a hell of a lot set up with the golden hour coming into the way. 2 men caught there. Toby falls down. Rim at the double. Slane happened to make a kill onto that Rar, and Madara falls down. Doesn't matter. Now it will be the steel cable, and that will be a double onto Kimmy, and a shutdown onto Hybrid to make things pretty for the side of Team Godlike. 5 men down, wipeout happen, and this will be giving a huge goal lead towards the side of Godlike. Look at that. Wait for the perfect moment, and the setup with that blood art, throw the ruin, all got cut into the hand. Golden hour, follow-up coming from the backside, but doesn't matter because Mystic Curse was playing the main role. And not only that, look at that hunt from Van Satoru with that Fanny. Goes inside the tower, secure the kill onto Kimmy, and then that last final blow coming out from Carry onto Hybrid, securing that kill. Really, really, really incredible from the side of Team Godlike Esports.
One major engage from Reds, and it was a 1-for-5 trade with 3 towers. Now Advanced Esports once again post down to the inhibitors again. This ultimate being used. There's a Violet Requiem alongside special migration, but Kimmy has to run. There's not enough damage in his team. Toby is still trying to figure out how he'll get behind the Trinity. 2 items has been made, the 3rd item yet to be made, but the damage is still yet to be progressed on the side of Autobots Esports. Remex trying his all best to provide the magic damage again. Oh! Age has been used, but Toby is again gonna fall down. He is this time the food for Godlike Esports, especially for that Fanny. 7-0-6, and I believe all 4 times. This life pursuit of that poor Hanabi.
You're not gonna do anything at this point due to that Hanabi pick onto your side, and look at those kills coming in here. Hybrid doesn't have a chance to go back, and look at Rith. He's going aggressive inside the base. The Manians are still standing strong in the inhibitor, so easy escape for the side of Team Godlike Esports though. Now, Lord into your side. You have already settled almost 9k goal lead for your team. And look at the item build as well, like already almost completed for the side of Team Godlike Esports. And Marshall with those Oracle, Radiant armor against that Zethian is really working so well. And now Inhibitor falls down, Mystic Curse will survive Kimmy. Oh, at a 10% health, he finds his way back, Lord slamming into the Inhibitor. There is the 5-man knock-on coming in with the golden hour. Throw the ruin. Toby falls down there as well. Inhibitor falls down. Nemesis open from mid and top, and they are giving out those synchronized lane catch-up to the base. Now it might be the end here. If they will manage to defend, now Ram goes in there with the steel cable, finds the kill onto Kimmy, comes back there as well. Fear of the Phoenix into the way, and Lewandowski goes down. It's a shutdown, happened to bid, double for Rem. He's going for a triple, look at the burst, gonna secure the triple onto Madara. Can it be a maniac? Remex, he's trying though. Rith is so much into the sustain. He's going onto Rem, he wants to shut down him. Follow coming out by Louis, and not gonna happen a maniac because shutdown will be the answer to Remex. Rampage here from the side of Team Godlike. You might be the one getting that triple, but then they're not gonna give you that easy maniac.
Just look at a quick replay what actually happened. We was thinking like Godlike could possibly end it, but it was just a perfect defense coming in from Remex. He gets to now making all the way for the 3. Madara falls down for the maniac. He got a bit too greedy. Did not saw like Rith was too tanky boy, and Louis follows him back for the kill. Autobots Esports still survive the tide that Godlike Esports bring with that one Lord. But again, special migration alongside the Fury of the Phoenix. Golden Hour being popped out.
Golden Hour being popped out for the defense, but now the fight is still continuing. Hybrid falls down, Slane happened to him, but at the same time, Rift goes down this time, and it will be Madara as well. Concluding those kills, Toby right now, he will be securing some tears into the mid in the lane expansion. Can Louis finds his way back? He's getting chased down by Raren here, and look at that. Might be gonna get the follow from Hanabi, but no, easy escape.
Top lane.
Into the top lane, the minions, yep.
Okay, okay, Ram access recalled. That is a-okay again. What about these posts making its way to the Lord? Fade trying to be a nuisance. Louis finds the perfect opportunity, the perfect angle. Speedy like wheels onto the Lord. Oh, okay, retribution on the play, but Kimmy secures one kill. He gets bid, but he's gonna fall down. Okay, that is the play, like a bid for a Roma. That is okay. But this time, Autobots force got the loss, so they have the opportunity. But again, it's a 4v4 situation. Rani needs to go back. Again, oh, Rith. That was a beautiful engage.
To get that set up though, but now you need to defend the lawn. You're extending the game so far, and if the Hanabi is getting the snowball into the late phase, it will be not a better thing, you know. How much hate we have for the Hanabi is a different thing, but have to agree this, Hanabi, Mia, Layla, these things are invincible into the late phase if you are not coordinating properly with that. At least you need to take care of the Hanabi in the team fights, or else you need to take care of others.
They have the assassin named Van Satoru, and again, oh, okay, this time is not spot on. It goes for the Remex, the one. It gets it. There's the bomb.
But they're gonna get the bomb from there. Oh, goes down with the Mystic Curse. Roran goes down. Heavy huge burst coming out from God. I can look at that true damage from Louis as well. And this might be the end because it's just Hybrid being absolutely alive for the side of Team Godlike, and he's getting chased down and trapped down by 4 of the members. They really want to go for the wipeout. Flicker comes in the way. Cyclone Eye went for the bravest fighter, still surviving. Got a storm there, and now he's still trying so, but into the base. The minions going in, and before that, it will be a wipeout, and Godlike will just goes into the upper bracket finals by a clean sweep against ABZ. A dominating victory in this series so far. 2-0, a clinching clean sweep onto the members of ABZ to get your mark, the Godlike Esports name, into the upper bracket finals, one step closer to the grand finale.
One step closer, making their way into the upper bracket finals. Godlike Esports, the new boys, the new look, and the new spirit. They're performing so well, but a 2-0 with this kind of a gameplay, I was not expecting it, but Rith has to be the man of the match for this game number 2, especially after that wonderful engage. I think no one inside of Autobots Esports were anticipating. He went in at a perfect opportunity, a perfect time, and within a second he was able to catch 5 members. I think 4 to 5 members were caught in his ultimate, and then next second Madra pops out the golden hour. That was so wonderful to watch. Man, there was a lot of moments like, hey, the game-changing things or the turns, but overall, I'm still not able to go above the Hanabi pick. I think into the quotation mark that Beatrix would have been much better, much better than a Hanabi at this point.
Ask me anything better than Hanabi, I'll say.
See,
even a Lunox into the goal against a carry does work.
A good thing, but if you need a late game insurance, yeah, it's a 50-50 on the Lunox because the survivability of the Lunox is all onto the Brilliance. Once she is baited out from the Fanny, she's just a walking bait. But Beatrix, with the Malefic gun and with the recent patch update, her base damage, her physical attack growth has been so good. And could just pair it out with the Kimmy. Once he gets 1 or 2 prey, just use the rocket launcher ultimate and pair it out with the SMG ultimate. You're gonna get a lot of kills.
But what can we say? They went for the Hanabi, and you know what happened. The result is totally, into the hand of Team Godlike Esports. 2-0, 28-14. This time, at least Team ABZ fight back. But they couldn't manage to win the game. It is Godlike without any, harsh or you can say hustle. They really win the game easily, as easy as possible. And I told you, on the day of no mercy, they are not going to give any kind of mercy to any players. or any teams at this moment. They're really watching out their aim, and the aim is to be the champion of Accession League 2026. This new team with some new members added on to the Rome and the Gold, that is Louis as well as Madara. I love the fact that Louis in both the games, one with the caddy, another one with the Claude, he played so well and he was playing so diligently defensive from the early phase of the game. You cannot take him down that so easy. He's waiting for the perfect moment. He's waiting for that perfect initiation, just like Toby did in the early phase, but couldn't manage to take it away into the next phase of the game. And that's the reason I believe this Hanabi did not work so well. And Van Satoru with that Fanny coming from the behind, targeting out Rem as well as Toby, was a perfect, I will say, perfect thing to play as a Fanny player and perfect thing to do as a jungler who sends the micro.
Understandable. But yeah, coming back to the point, like Godlike Esports is game number 2. They did had a hustle, because there was a point like Autobots Esports managed to nearly wipe them out, and there were a lot of bad fights for the side of Autobots Esports than a game number 1. Like game number 1, we can agree, like Godlike Esports were totally rubbling or playing with the Autobots Esports right from the start, right from that one pretty mistakes. But in the game number 2, they need to prioritize the target. Like, just wait for the bait, let them gather near, and let Rith use or engage, and then we can just utilize the golden hour around it and wrap it like a chocolate ball, and then we can all enjoy it, enjoy that delicacy.
Delicacy, of course, but now we have to enjoy another delicacy, and sadly we both can't enjoy that delicacy, but we will enjoy it from the viewer list. And the new casters, new talents will be joining on for the second semi-final of the night, guys. More 3 BO3s are yet to come. Upper bracket finals is there, lower bracket semi-final is there, but for that upper bracket final and lower bracket semi-final, we need to know who will be the teams to feature out there, because the second game is yet to come, and it will be between Team Takusena versus Team Meta Ninja. So wait for it, guys. We'll be coming back after a short break with the new talents joining on. Till then, be there, stay tuned, stay hydrated, and subscribe the channel, share the stream to your friends, like the stream, and comment down whom you are rooting for, MNZ or Takusena. Thank you.
We've searched all this time for this. A place devoid of life. Devoid of any future.
With this, we'll definitely go beyond the stars.
Give up this hopeless voyage.
Freya?
We can be together. Here. Forever. Don't leave. Stay here with me.
Where is Freya?
So, what shall my lens capture today?
Anguish. Turmoil. Regret.
No. Perspective comes down to composition.
Only a photograph can capture unexpected beauty.
I believe we found the answer.
Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Marcel, a photographer.
And Clamar. Yes, we are one. We capture art's every moment. Balanced composition. Perfect lighting. Art at its finest.
Despite the overflowing emotions, I still feel something is missing.
Then look outward through my lens.
Perhaps I need to look inward.
The letter, sir.
It's time to seek new inspiration.
Magnificent! But it's not what you're after, right?
My admiration has never been confined to what's on the surface.
Focus! Capture!
Perhaps art isn't about perfection. Sometimes, art is the unexpected.
Who knew imperfection could create such beauty?
It seems our hero has found a new interpretation of art.
Amen. Art can be expressed in many forms, after all.
House Taxley.
We share the same blood, yet walk on opposite paths.
I don't mind leading the Paxleys from a rise to a fall.
It is better to be feared than loved, if you cannot both.
I'm bound by be it family or destiny.
Didn't your mother ever tell you, never get too close to needles?
An artist's work is never finished.
ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。飛来神の術。俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。愚かなる弟。子供騙しがアマテラス。行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Owlus. The kid says demons have invaded the border. Owlus! It's been far too long. We got a new Leonin in the squad. He reminds me of you. Hey, Owlus. That kid's grown a lot stronger. No one looks down on him now.
Hey, kid! Kid! This is the end of my journey. The road ahead. I'll leave it to you, kid. I'm sure you'll be a great warrior. Call it in old Leonin's intuition.
We've searched all this time for this. A place devoid of life. Devoid of any future.
With this, we'll definitely go beyond the stars.
Give up this hopeless voyage.
Freya?
We can be together. Here. Forever. Don't leave. Stay here with me.
Where is Freya?
Hello, good evening ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back again with another banger series. We'll be continuing with Meta Ninja versus Daku Sena. Now again, first game went definitely little shorter than I expected, but looks like Godlike will be moving forward in the upper brackets. But what about the lower brackets? We'll have to see who moves down because they will still have to battle it out. Looks like we already have Autobots going down towards the lower bracket finals. We'll have to see who picks up the winner right there into the next few series. But for this series, it's gonna be me, Peachy, and I'm back again with Ray. Hello, Ray. How are you doing?
It's been a long while, right? This series has been put in a pause, but we're finally back. Even though we don't exactly have many days in front of us, it is the final step push forward. It is almost the end of the tournament. It's been a pretty long one. I mean, honestly, the break was a long one, but hey, I'm just excited to be back here, finally appearing in front of a camera. No more Mr. Picture anymore. So really happy, and of course, it's a privilege to cast for these best teams. They have already played in a stage to qualify for EWC. Some of obviously. Congratulations to True Reapers that have obviously succeeded, but on the other side, we of course have the teams that are still fighting in at this Accession League as well, because of course every trophy and every prize pool counts, and we're looking forward to what they can bring today. Godlike, of course, they got a really fast sweep. Will this be another one? But considering we do have a record that Meta Ninja does like to go all 3 games, there is a very big chance that we might see 3 games in a row as well on this one, Peachy.
Definitely, but before that, let's not forget our sponsors. This tournament is presented by Revoxa, hosted by Solace Gaming, and in collaboration with MTL House and Team Spawn newsroom as well, but then of course powered by Vista. And with that, we'll jump into the draft right away. Let's not wait any more. And what are we expecting today? Because hey, it's been such a long time, and the scores were a bit left and right already. And now that the teams are coming up to the final moment, they have nothing to lose more. They just have to give their all.
Yep, they have to, because this is the final round. If not, they obviously go to the lower brackets to duke it out with All About Esports, who are obviously looking for a chance at redemption. Godlike obviously already has went to the upper brackets and are just waiting for the other opponent to face off. So obviously we are looking ahead to a very, fierce, in a way, fierce competition in our hands. After all, this is a best of 3 series and anything can happen, and with this I think we'll be going into a draft phase pretty soon. This is of course the playoff stage, day 1, and it is going to be the second BO3 series. Meta Ninja on the first pick, and we're going to be getting Dakusena. Okay, looks like we have a little bit of a roster change. We have Rudius at the side of Meta Ninja.
Yeah, that is definitely crazy. It's not even been weeks. It's been just few days already right there, and the teams are already picking up members left and right. But there you go. Looks like bans are up. A lot of maids have been emphasized by the side of Team Meta Ninja, and once again was not expecting another maid. Sora is gonna be one of the obvious answer right here for the side of Team Meta Ninja, but will Dakusena be actually giving it away? But given the fact that we have seen them play against the Sora and are also winning up as well.
Yeah, absolutely, Peachy. I am actually surprised, but to be fair, I think right now the drafting strategies will definitely change in a bit. Excuse me, I'm
Oh, no worries. Let me continue right there. But okay, looks like a bit of an marksman gold laners are getting banned off. Now with the Freya, with the Harriet out, and for Dakusena, I feel like Khalid is always such a problem. I'm not sure why they cannot face a Khalid. So they know what their weaknesses is, and they are acting upon that. So that is also another good thing. But hey, we did forget about a Harley. That's gonna be interesting.
Yeah, sorry about it. The weather has been up and down. A little bit of cold and heat. Seeing Peachy's coat makes me worry actually how she's surviving. But hey, I hope that's not a coat. I hope that's some form of a shirt. But hey, getting back into the point, hey, Zushin is back. I'm really excited. Obviously, I mean, wow, it's not like I have her as my background or anything. But yeah, I was thinking about the Valentina. Why did they not prioritize it? Yeah, it makes sense. They wanted the Marcel. I mean, it's been a while since we've obviously seen the pro players do it, and pro players, they love the Marcel because of course his utility, the golden hour, can make or break any team fights. He is very strong for the grouping, and that is obviously the reason Meta Ninja is going for. And to follow it up with Zushin is just absolute perfection. I mean, I don't need to glaze. Obviously she's my wife, but jokes aside, she has everything you need on a mage. She is the most utility mage possible. You have crowd control, you have a dash with your ultimate, you even have a shield. Yeah, you have slow, and you can basically create a massive zone, which is something that not a lot of mages can do. So because of that, she's just pure S tier. But yeah, a lot of teams are slowly trying to figure out how to counter her by either overwhelming or interrupting. But like I mentioned, they do have a Harley. That's something that the Zushin has to watch out, or might be wasting her Crimson Beacon just to get out of his rings. So let's see. We are already done with the first 3 picks. Let's see what the next ones are going to be.
Now back again towards the bans. Again, since we do have one marksman already picked up by Dakusena, we will be having to see a bit of a bans right there coming in from Meta Ninja. But I am not quite sure, because tanks can be put there onto the bans as well, so that is going to be a thing. And it's kind of a little surprising that they are not mirroring each other, and more like they are going in for their own comfort and what they have been playing quite recently as well. I feel like that's the case right here. Again with the Alice, with the Marcel as well. Was not expecting no emphasis on Sora yet, like no ban, no pick. What is going on?
Yep. I think during this down period, obviously we've had the other international tournaments going on as well, especially like MPL, and I think they're definitely impacting how the players perceive the meta right now, as of now at least. And by the looks of it, what I can tell you is that Suyo stocks have like gone up tremendously because of a simple reason. He is a jungler. It's kind of funny that Zushin and Suyo release around back to back. Both of these heroes have stayed very strong into the meta, while Lucas has been going on and off, but yeah, as well as I think Obsidia as well, they have not been able to stay in the meta, but these two have. Suyo, it's pretty clear, farms fast, he's a fighter, but he can flank, and the best reason, objective control. His Soul Sever is a deadly retribution combo. It is really hard to secure from him unless you're a really good Lancelot or are able to basically play a Fredrin and counter it out with a Praise's Wrath. Even then, it's a risky procedure. Most of the time you're going to lose the retribution battle, and that creates a massive impact, because if you lose all objectives, 60% of the time you are losing the goal lead as well. So that is something that has made Suyo skyrocket in the priority. But of course, there's still the Harley right now, which has been creating havoc. And right now, Dakusena, they also come in with the Selena.
Wait a minute, that's too much magic going on around in the hands of Dakusena. Like Harley, the Alice, the Selena. They could have gone into the Harris as well, just adding it up one by one. But just a joke. But let's see.
Yeah, Harris and Hylos. That would have been perfect.
Deadly combo.
Yeah, that would have been perfect. But yeah, in a funny way, it would have worked for a simple reason. Meta Ninja does not have enough tanky frontline.
Yes.
But yeah, Meta Ninja is kind of weird right now. Like, are they trying to make YSS Gold work when they already have a Suyo as well? There's like two heroes that need the snowball, and right now they're even going for the Baxia. And they said like, well, let's just pick 3 junglers and just play flex. That is kind of weird. If they're trying to like, I'm not sure. Dakusena already has a jungler, so I'm kind of confused. I mean, I get Baxia though. Baxia has anti-heal and damage reduction, really good against the Alice and the Harley. But why though? Like, did they really need anti-heal so desperately?
EXP link Suyu?
Possible.
That's Rudy is playing, so it's gonna be Baxia.
Wait a second, that's Baxia is gonna be... Okay, a lot of swaps happening. So Rudius is obviously... Marcel is Rome. Marcel is Rome.
Yeah, that's out of the way.
EXP Baxia. So jungle is gonna be Suyo. Okay, they just played EXP Baxia. Makes sense.
Okay,
it's an EXP Baxia. Yeah, they just wanted for Alice. For Alice. For a second, I was confused. Yeah. But anyways, we are done with the draft, right? Peachy, what draft do you think you're favoring? Just a little bit slightly. I'm gonna be honest. I easily side with the Zushin.
Oh, I might have to take the opposite team of Zushin, given the fact that Funny Valentine back again on Claude. That is what I'm excited today.
Yep, looking forward to it as well. Claude, despite the basically in a way nerf, because he had a whole season where he did not have mana. He did not have to worry about recalling back to the base, but right now he does have mana. But to be fair, the mana is not impacting his performance that much, because his damage is still the same. His cooldowns have been untouched. It just, you gotta be a little bit more smarter on how you manage your skills, casting. So with this, Peachy, of course, take us into the game, as we're gonna be heading into the second series.
Let's go into the Land of Dawn. Here we go. There you go. Look at the emblems and what the teams are going on about. Oh, Baxia. I love that little health thingy that he has gone in for, given the fact that he leads it against the Alice. But mid lane, both of them having absolute control, and Selena does need a little bit of an help, and that was like a perfect help. And wait a minute.
Unexpected. Yep,
Crazy.
Unexpected for sure. Rudius, I don't think he was prepared to deal with the sun coming in from Selena. He has to remember he's a support roam, not exactly a tanky one. So immediate bursted from, of course, one of the strongest early game queens. And they're making good use of it. They're making good use of the fact that Selena has the range to combat the zoning potential that's coming in from this Zushin. But Blue, obviously, he's going to suffer quite a bit.
Blue. Again, there is a lot of signature heroes coming in from the side of Team Dakusena already, and they have been very, very much aggressive with it. That's also another reason why they did get a first blood. Already close to a second and the down with the flicker.
Too aggressive, I believe, because that was unnecessary. But hey, can he survive? Zushin trying his absolute best. Glue still chasing, but got lucky. But to be fair, not lucky. That was Suyo with a good zone out right there. But oh, Marcel, that is not a good sign. He's taken down left and right.
Haven't seen Silver in a assassin for such a long time and already secured a kill onto the bottom lane. Julius just gets caught on the timing. It's not right for him and goes into the hands of Selena. There you go. Looks like Dakusena are all set for the daughter. But will Marshall be there on time? Because not even level 4. Already getting immobilized. But there you go. Chenju for the rescue. Not such a good rescue. But see the Predator just going on non-stop. Iron Bush onto the turret. Tanking it up, just managed to get it on the timings. The timings are into the hands. Dakusena, you get them. The Iron Bush will be getting punished for that play. And in the same note, they are just poking as of now.
Yep, they are PG. And considering how Dakusena is playing, it looks like Meta Ninja, they have failed to grasp the fact that Dakusena has mostly magic damage, the ones that are stronger in the early game. They have a Selena, they have a Harley who really scale off really good. And right now they're suffering quite a bit. Look at that. Marcel, he's going to get picked off again, but there's a team fight coming out on the top lane. There's going to be Zushin coming in as well. Going to be able to retreat, maybe not. There's going to be the Glue on top, trying to regen, not enough. Funny Valentine picks up the kill from Senju. He's going to get taken down, and Crisis cannot really help his teammate. And with this, they go back 1-7. Dakusena has taken the lead in this game.
My goodness, early game. Okay, you know what? Like, my memory is getting jogged up as of now, and I do remember Julius playing up those tanky heroes. And seeing him an assassin, that is pretty new, and I get it. It is not his true, but he needs to get his timing right as of now. But into the middle lane once again. Chenju, he's picking up one by one. Danzo in a very not a good position. Falls down onto the same note. Oh, Selena stun. That's crazy stun coming up. But hey, the golden arch is going to be such a menace as of now into the hands of Dakusena and Julius once again. Will be falling down into the hands of Silver. They are trying to move it forward with Iron Bush, who's trying to survive it out. Funny Valentine jumps in with his ultimate. Try to get Julius, but no, he flickers out the way. And crazy enough, Silver is there trying to capture it up. But they do realize it's the turtle time.
Yep, it's going to be the turtle time for this side. Both of the teams, but obviously the one clear advantage is being shown towards the side of Dakusena, but slowly but surely they're kind of losing out the lead, and they have to be careful with it. If not, they might lose the objective fight, which is going to be, of course, the second turtle of the game. Oh, there's a team fighter popping in. The Glue right now trying to retreat with his little kids, but not going to be enough maybe because he's getting melted down. But at the same time, Julius gets a turtle. Really good retribution. Just like I said, Soul Sever, a broken combo. They're going to be trying to chase Silver. Get shut it down. That's the lead that they have built up, and it's gone in just a snap. And right now, they are trying to perhaps salvage something, but no, they will have to go back, PG.
With just one turtle, the table has turned. That is definitely crazy what Meta Ninja is cooking as of now. Really something. I'm not quite sure why he's taking it too much turret damage, but back again. Marcel is known for those pokes, and they are really good at it. But these kind of an aggressive play can be easily punished. So I am kind of worried right there. Looks like vital information have been sent out for Meta Ninja. They are definitely getting ready and trying to corner it out for Silver's purple buff. But before that, this is going to be the perfect time for both of the teams to open up the map. There you go. Crisis looks like from the top onto the bot. He knows he has to just go for the turrets as of now.
Yep, and slowly but surely Meta Ninja is right now obviously trying to make a little bit of a pace back, but there's going to be the golden hour. They're going to be able to perhaps find something. Projectiles not enough, but there's going to be that, of course, the mountain shocker on top of Silver gets taken out. And with this, Silver, after his first death, looks like he's not having the best time.
Oh, that is crazy. As of now, into the middle lane, there you go. Peekaboo Predator on a move, and he's trying to get Julius on, but no, he's gonna leave in just a HP. But onto the top lane, another, shot fired by Peekaboo Predator as well. Funny Mountain lost his flicker by that manner, but in a way they got Julius, so that is also another win-win situation for them.
Yep, and looking at the items right now, finally Marcel is able to get his Thunderbelt to try to stack up. On the other side, Glue also getting his first party item. Rumors are going to be pretty equal, but DHS getting built up on Claude, that's going to be creating most of the impact. Like I said, Crimson Beacon has been forced quite a bit from the hands of Senju. There's going to be the third turtle fight already starting in. There's going to be most likely a golden hour coming in any second. But here comes the Alice with a Throne of Ruin. Catches just the one. But no, that's a two. Rudius does leave a golden hour behind, but that's not going to create much of an impact. Just a little bit of a break. There's going to be the Blazing Duet into the back end, looking in to take Tsuyo down. They're really trying to zone him in. He's going to be able to get back inside the turret. He's going to be fine, but not the Selena. Peekaboo gets taken out. Killing spree. Make it a double for Crisis, but he gets punished by Hide and Bush. And with this, Senju also captures the kill. It's a 7-11, and we have quite a big team fight. Alice still left alone. Okay, what is he trying to do? I don't think he's going to be able to do much with this.
Okay, looks like Meta Ninja are definitely cooking as of now. They are trying to regain what they have lost into the early game, but at the same moment, they have to start thinking about the bottom lane. Look at them into the bottom lane already, and with that, you know, they will be trying to go for the poke, and the Marcel tries to jump in and out. It's kind of unfortunate that they couldn't get that turret, but in that way, if they manage to stretch it up to the late game, that will set up their only saving grace is going to be the Lord.
Yep. That is going to be the only saving grace, because obviously that is Funny Valentine on it, and he's already dominating quite a bit. Crisis also obviously gets shuked by two people. Not a good sign for him, unfortunately, but it's okay. He's going to be able to take it for now. The main thing we gotta look into right now is the goal lead as well as the macro. The goal lead has not been shifted that much, and even the macro wise is funny enough, both of them have lost a single turret on the same lane. So despite the kill disparity, it's pretty equal. But it's surprising nobody's responding to the bottom lane. Glue is gonna be able to take it. That's gonna be a little bit of a mistake right there.
Blue all alone trying to push it out. That is interesting to see though, but at the same time you see Needham, Tori, Cutie already right there trying to go back, but no, on the front lane that's Alice taking up too much damage. Golden Hour Ruby there, looks like Funny Valentine is just missed it by an inch, and he is safe, but not the Marshall who does get down into the hands of Funny Valentine in the same manner. That's looking quite low. Senju with a killing spree. Now he is farming up. There you go. Julius really able to get out of the way though. He couldn't immune that deadly magic. I don't go. Wait a minute. 50% of HP, but he knows he does have a exit path, so he's out of the way. Now the Lord is gonna be here. The teams really have to go back and come back towards the river area as well, and they need to get their cooldowns up.
Exactly, Peachy. And right now, 8-14 score. Lord's already up. The new enhanced Lord, of course, the party one. The lady. I don't know what I should call her. She looks like a lady. So yeah. With this, the lead right now, obviously not that visible, but like I discussed, the macro is what's important, and by the looks of it, Meta Ninja, you're kind of losing it. So what can they do about it? Let's see. There's gonna be the Lord, most likely poked, but look at that, Peachy, maybe a fight beginning.
That's going to be a feast to see, given the fact that Hiram Bush already done too much damage. Now, onto the same note, Jazz has been freezed up by the golden hour. Wait a minute, Silver, he's trying to get, zoned out by Rudius, but that's all successful, given the fact that the team needs Rudius as of now. Corey Cutie in a bad position with this ult. He survived, he managed to survive, but Senju flickering out the way with a sliver of HP, still managing to pick up members one by one. There you go, the Sky Pierce are finally hitting, and no members are going in for that Lord. That is crazy though. And look at Silver at the top lane. He knows what he's doing.
Exactly. Going for the split push, obviously the 1-4 rotation, trying to mitigate their resources, their teammates, but that might cost them the Lord. That's something that he has to watch out for. There's going to be a team fight, most likely starting in. At this point, there's the Lord. Who is it going to be able to get it? Tsuyo gets it. Julius secures the Lord for his team. At the same time, Alex still going in for a fight. He retreats at the nick of time, but guess what? He still has to follow through. Oh, there's going to be the Marcel with the golden but sadly there's no projectile that can help them out. There's gonna be still the fight. Crisis gets the stun, gets taken out. That's gonna be a big mishap for them, but still they have enough members left to still study. But Dakusena, what can they do? Will they respond back? Looks like they will. Blazing duet through the back end. There's gonna be Julius getting taken out by Glue on top. This is gonna be an equal matchup despite the Lord being taken. Dakusena still seems to have the leverage.
Dakusena, they're not worried about the Lord as of now, given the fact that they're very comfortable with the gold and also the items that they have in their hand. So they will be looking forward to pick up one, especially Julius, who has been moving in quite aggressively. Thus gets Jazz onto him, but now that's going to be not a good decision by Jazz. He just takes himself out of the way. Corey Tutti, too much damage into his hands. Now he goes back again because he knows Alice is here, and that's going to be such a turning point for them. Golden Arrow already used up, but now Corey Tutti still will be taken down. There's a sun already coming on Crisis. He tries to get away from that. No! It's gonna be Peekaboo Predator who still gets it on. Now Julius, though, even though he's playing it quite aggressively, that is crazy to see that he has not been punished, but his team members were getting punished instead.
Yeah, and with the hey, why are they not responding to the Lord? That's kind of a bad decision. They just lose the inhibitor. That could have been defendable. That is a bad response time. Dakusena, that is gonna cost you, because despite the fact that you're kind of winning the team fights right now, you just lost an inhibitor that's gonna be creating the slow push with the mega minions. Should have been a little bit more careful. That base turret losing is gonna be a major L factor. But let's see. Marcel trying to retreat, survives it, just clutches it out and will retreat, but it's not looking pretty good. Let's see.
Let's see now what they will be trying to do as of now, given the fact that Dakusena might be losing the leverage slowly by slowly. You may not notice it, but once you just give up such a easy turret, such a easy defendable Lord like that, like you don't go, it's just sticking right there. So let's see how Meta Ninja will be trying to regain their control. As of now, already roaming around the river area. They're trying to find out each and every one where they will be. Now, I feel like their pillars were definitely already spotted out, while Corey Cutie, I think it is a bit of a hindrance. While why did Silver made that decision to make and all?
Not sure. Quite a lot of questionable decisions happening right now, and Dakusena, I feel like if they keep making these silly mistakes, it might cost them a little bit too much, I believe, because they will struggle really badly if Meta Ninja is able to scale up even more, because they have a Voyage as one of the stronger late game options compared to the Claude. And of course, right now we're clearly seeing the lead has shifted. Right now we're seeing Meta Ninja having at least 1,000 advantage in gold, but that's going to be the Mars's ultimate. They do not find anything, but there's going to be the Throne of Wind connecting into two people. Alice going into the back end. Bush especially looking in for Senju, but he's able to teleport, flip it out of it with the first kill, but the damage is going to be there. Cody Cutie struggling quite a bit, trying to retreat, able to do it, but Blue on the back end is jumping on Tabo Zushin. That's a shutdown right here, and it's going to be looking really bad for them. And with this, Bush also gets punished out. 12-9 in score. A game going like a seesaw, push and pull, up and down. And with this, Dakusena looks to be in control, but then again you realize the ones that have more members, it's Meta Ninja, and they're going for the Lord. And with this, I think they're going to be able to secure it, but no, I think they're really making sure. Oh, look at that, Silver, he just got Baxia down at the same time. There's going to be Marcel's ultimate. Claude trying to retreat, but no, he gets shut it down. Julius will take a kill, but he does get punished as well at simultaneously. So much back and forth happening in this game, Peachy.
My goodness, the amount of fights that just happened in the last 1 minute is definitely crazy, but I just want to look at how Dakusena will be looking forward to defend this, because one, it's going to be a bit annoying. They don't have an inhibitor. They definitely need the Claude up there, while the Claude is up resting in the base as of now with the death cooldown onto his head. So that's going to be all silver, and there's going to be people who will be coming in for him. He's just realizing it that now, and he's trying to pull that lot towards their inhibitor while onto the mid lane. Rudy is doing his job. He's just making sure to get that. Oh no, Shenzu does get stunned up. Look at him, his HP looking quite low, and that synergy between Silver and Peekaboo Predator, 10 on 10. Now onto the same note, Kurikuti thus gets trying to take him down, but Golden Hour will be making a pause for Takusena. But all the other members who did not get freezed up, they are already there, and Crisis takes up a kill. Haron goes tries to go for the Rudius, but I feel like it is going to be Crisis who is in a difficult position as of now. But before that, Julius will be taken down, and at the same note, Rudius is there to save up Crisis, and the Abyssal Arrow quite short on distance as of now.
And I think the lane management is kind of... I cannot really comment on that. I get it, their mid lane does not have good wave clear, but I think Alice or the Claude has to keep on watching this.
Oh man, like they are allowing the Claw to go, but at the same time, he is also getting picked off. I feel like that just one death was a bit heavy onto him as of now. And onto the same note, they'll have to make sure he does have a bit of space. Look at him, he is there onto the teams as of now, while Rudius is just all over the map. Like, my goodness, the amount of aggressiveness he has on a Marcel. Hero like Marcel, this is definitely crazy. I do remember him, he loves to play that. He does get that Limatic, but he kind of heals up. There you go with the Golden Hour. This is the aggressiveness I was talking about. He knows what he's doing, even though he was almost taken down. Jazz, on the other hand, as well as Hiram Gusha trying to open up the map onto their cells and actually making an entrance, but no, Meta Ninja does not want to fight.
Yep, I think Meta Ninja right now is obviously... I think they have basically, cracked down on the main objective, and despite winning all the team fights, Takusena is severely losing in the lane management and the minion control. That's really costing them quite a bit, and right now looks like they're going to be going for another engage. That's going to be the glue coming up on top, most likely going to be able to take down Julius. That's a retribution gone, that's a green light for the Lord, but they want to go for the fight. Jazz gets taken down, but at the same time so does Crisis. A trade after trade, but this is not a fight Meta Ninja needed to take, and with this looks like they have to go back, but at the same time, okay, that's a Winter Crown a little bit too early. I think they can definitely rush the Lord, but by the looks of it, since there's only 2 people, I think they're more hungry for the turrets. They want to equalize the base game. They want to equalize the base turrets, but I think this might be a little bit too risky, I believe, because I think they're kind of, wasting their time, but no, they're going to be able to get the inhibitor regardless, so good enough. But I think they could have taken down the Lord as well. No response still yet. That's going to be a bad decision.
Though, like, my goodness, there's going to be a ton of minions directly going towards the base, and that is definitely not looking good, while Rudius is just making sure to stall as much as time as he could, but no, Funny Valentine does get into off camera, and they will be trying to go for the Lord. Wait a minute, what was Funny Valentine thinking without going in with a Wind of Nature against Julius? That is crazy amount of courage you need to do that, but hey, they lost it up. Looks like the low marksman Iron was still trying to go for Julius as quickly as possible. He's looking quite low. The Lord is also quite low. Silver will be able to join up in the right moment. Looks like that's not going to be their options, and Jack picks up the Lord, and the Kusina finally gets a Lord.
Yep, and with this Lord, Dakusena might be able to basically turn the tides around. It's not looking that good for them. And let's see. The Lord's gonna be coming in, and the base right now is a little bit wide open. The inhibitor is gone. Meta Ninja, despite their really grievous efforts to create a massive impact, they're right now getting in a lot of pressure, slowly but surely. But let's see, there's gonna be the Harley coming in, and by the looks of it, oh, okay. The Lord's gonna get melted. The minions are gonna be the main issue, isn't it? So let's see. Oh, there's gonna be Marcel taking a little bit of a damage, but not exactly getting taken out. Let's see.
Oh, conceal already popped off. That means the teams are
wanting to get a sync onto their minions. Now, Julius, on the other hand, though, he is having his moments. We just seen during the Lords and the Turtle, but at the same time, he is falling off quite quickly into the team fights. He's not able to catch up the crumbs that the teams are leaving in, and that is going down into the hands of Crisis as well as Shenzhou quite often. So, in a way, it is good, but hey, it is a Suyu. Suyu thus definitely needs a bit of a snowball as well. Now this may be a bit late, but still, if he is able to get a killing spree right here, it's gonna work out very, very well for in his hands. But Abyssal Arrow, left and right, they are just trying to open up the map while not losing up their members. Now, can we have a look at the items? I do want to see if Funny Mountain did pick up a Wind of Nature.
Let's see. Looking at the itemization. Where is it? Okay,
no.
He has Winter Crown, but oh, that Winter Crown is not gonna be saving you from that. And right now the fight has already begun. Let's see. There's gonna be the Alice getting caught in the midst of 5 people almost, but that's a recall happening because they gotta be aware of Silver's position. Silver, seeing the chance, he has seen the golden goose. Looks like by the looks of it, he wants to go for the base. He wants to end it. Can he do it though? But there's 2 people rushing in. But oh, golden hour is gonna be able to freeze. That is gonna be a clutch save. Maybe no. Maybe. No. Oh my goodness. Dakusena was 1 inch away from victory, but that's Silver down. Right when the Lord is up, that's a retribution down. 4 people missing. That's gonna be only Alice defending. They can either go for the push or they can just go for the Lord. They can do both actually because they have all 5 alive. They can leave 1 person at the Lord and they can just push, and that's what they're exactly gonna do.
1 basic attack away. 1. That's all it needs. The golden hour. If he would have evaded it, that's gotten that crystal, but no, looks like they're going in for the turret. They want to go. Funny Valentine jumps in with a Winter Crown with his ultimate. He cleared up the lane, but the golden hour is going to be quite aggressive onto them while the crystal already up. Meta Ninja losing up quite a few members. Hydron Bush trying to take too much damage. Crisis being Crisis, he is critting too much as of now, and Hydron Bush cannot take it over. But Meta Ninja, they have to move back. They should have let Julius only take the Lord. They would have already gotten 3/4 out of it already, but now that Dakusena is here, will they be able to melt down the Lord as quickly as possible? That's going to be a question that I want to see.
Exactly. And right now with this Lord fight, has been a full-on push and pull back and forth game that just does not seem to end. We are already at 24 minutes. It's still going. Alice, there's going to be glue on top of Julius. I think it's trying its best to survive. It's not possible. That's a shutdown right there. Another jungler falls in. Minions are rushing towards the bases. Is it going to be a minion ending game? Because by the looks of it, it might be. Because only Alice. Hydron Bush though, he's retreating. He's retreating.
Crazy. Oh man. You know what the outcome is. You know that just happened with members. Meta Ninja losing up their members. And with that, looks like the Crusader will be getting their winner. What a crazy gameplay though. I feel like that was a bit of a refreshing gameplay, but at the same time, we were able to see that the teams were just playing just for playing.
Yeah. This was a very like push and pull unexpected game, honestly. Like this is the best example of seesaw I've ever seen. It was going up and down. It was not in exactly favor of anyone. Any second the game could have shifted and anything could have happened, but honestly it was kind of clear that Dakusena did have the lead from the very beginning. But yeah, it was going up and down a lot.
My goodness. So it looks like Selena will be picking up the MVP. That's going to be Peekaboo Predator with 66% team fight participation. That is definitely good. And looks like I will be copying that build because I am also inspired by Peekaboo Predator as of now to play up Selena.
I miss Selena. I have 2 big reasons why I really love her. And of course, it's her horns. Really good.
Definitely.
I really like the horns, of course. I like elves. But yeah, 22-32, Dakusena lead the game right now in this BO3 series. Let's see what happens. as of course the game 2 is still going to be around the corner, but this was a ridiculously long game and we might be in for a long journey ahead tonight, because look at how basically how this match went. It is pretty clear. Both of the teams are on up each other's necks, and I think we might be in for a long while if the second match repeats the events of what just happened. But hey, it is possible we might see a faster game as well.
My goodness. Score was looking quite good though as of now, because Dakusena, they were all ready for those kills. And you know, previously before the pause, I do remember the kills were almost close to 10, but seeing 32 kills is really surprising for me.
Yeah, honestly was not expecting this game actually to go so like lengthy, honestly, but we are getting the head-to-head. We're going to be seeing teamfight participation was way higher for, of course, Crisis. It was way more present. Let's look into the favor of course, the junglers. Junglers are pretty much similar. Really goes to show that Silver and Julius are really match made equal. But of course, the KDAYs hardly had a better one, and he was able to survive much better due to his hat trick, of course. And that really I think impacted. And of course we're going to be getting the mid laner matchup, which I think was equally important, because of course Peekaboo Predator is the one that gets the MVP. So let's just see what happens.
Crazy though. Look at that. The little bit of a turret damage also, the cost up towards the MVP as well, and I feel like he picked up rightfully right there. But head to head for the tanks as of now, very similar. It's really surprising to see that Jazz is just 1,000 gold behind Rudius, which I would love to see it again, maybe another time. But you know, we still have one more series left. But before that, once again for the EXP laners, that's going to be the last, I believe. And there you go. I think Baxia did not work out very well in their favor. They might have gone in for like maybe, you know, 3 anti-heals as an item. I feel like that could have been a thing against Alice.
Absolutely. PTN right now we get, of course, the highest goal going into the Silver, and obviously highest damage to Crisis, and Cody Cutie takes both of the title of most assists and highest damage taken. Not surprising, he was of course very present. 400,000 damage taken, impressive and a big number. But with this, of course, we're looking at the game number 2 that will most likely make or break this series. Can be a sweep, and Dakusena will remain at the upper brackets to fight, of course, the godlike, the finalist of MLMS, and on the other side we'll have Team Meta Ninja going down to lower brackets. But it is obviously possible that things can change. As I've said, Meta Ninja has made it time and time again to go game 3, so that is an option as well.
True. For the Meta Ninja, it's always the game number 1 is just testing up the waters, and they try to pick up whatever they have missed onto the game, you know, whatever they missed on the game number 1. So that's going to be the kind of a gameplay coming in from Meta Ninja. But at the same time, will Dakusena will be able to pick this up in a clean sweep or not? If this goes in a clean sweep, then crazy, because first match that was the same case. Second match, if that's going to be the case, that is going to be the case, will be very, you know, it will be exciting to see that. But hey, let's see if Meta Ninja bite back or not.
Especially, I believe they were very what do you say, close to it, because they were the ones that actually popped out the base turret, in fact. So they basically had the macro lead on their favor. It's just the fact that in the team fights, it was very clear that the main common denominator was of course the Alice creating a massive impact in the front line, and then you have Glue, who's constantly flanking to the back with his split going into, especially on top of Julius and Zushin, that's mainly creating like their backlines to be vulnerable. That was basically the main reason their team fights were falling off severely. And obviously there's the risk of the Harley coming to the backline, trying to aim for the even Marcel wasn't safe from the Harley. So that those things I think definitely impacted. Basically I feel like they needed someone that could really control their backline. It's the fact that Dakusena saw that there's a Marcel, he's not someone that can protect you, and they made the best use of it by keeping and going for flank again and again. But Dakusena again repeats the draft right now. They're going for the Claude, and Meta Ninja responds with, this time, sealing away Hidden Bush's signature pick.
No, Corey Curie should have gone in for an Lapu Lapu last match. I feel like that would have solved whatever that they were facing, but with a Marcel, it is kind of like 50-50 in my opinion, given the fact that if you jump in and there is a Marcel ult, you are interrupted, and that means you may have to think a bit 3-4 steps ahead what you want to do, and that is one of the reasons why they have not gone in for such heroes, which have been a very dive-in heroes. So that is also another reason why we did not see something aggressive right there. But Dakusena going in for the heroes that Meta Ninja have picked up onto the last match as well. Is it going to be silver onto that YSS? I am curious to know. Oh yeah, it is definitely going to be him. We already have a plot.
It happens. I know, right? Usually I get confused when I see the hero. It happens, but yeah. They pick up the Valir for what I believe is definitely for the Alice. 100%. To make sure if she comes in a little bit too personal, getting too close to you, the Valir reminds her of the boundary and says, hey, back off, buddy. Get away from me, of course. So yeah.
Anti-boundary.
And yeah, the Valir. Yeah, I'm very used to it though. Yeah, jokes aside, they're good. Peachy gets it. But yeah, they are going to be getting the Eve, a really good zone potential as well. There's not going to be any Zushin, surprisingly, but we do get the Eve coming around. So with this, we move towards the second banding phase. Both of them have... This is pretty clear for Meta Ninja that YSS is 100% jungle. So Meta Ninja can right now ban out what seems to be EXP laners and roamers that can give more leverage to Dakusena's right now the ADC. And on the other hand, Dakusena can right now prioritize onto the fact that Meta Ninja, they lack the jungler and they lack the marksman. So that's basically what they're following through with the Granger ban.
True. I'm not quite sure of the Harley ban. Why did Meta Ninja go for the Harley, given the fact that there is a Claude and a YSS right in front of you, and in no way, no one in the right mind would go for an EXP Harley unless they are just playing it for fun, which both the teams doesn't seem like. So I guess they are just taking, being very cautious about it and just putting that hero onto the ban section. It is still very well. Harley, you get Harriet out of the way as well. Crazy though. I mean, I'm not following through Meta Ninja's bans as of now. Like, why the Harriet? There is a marksman.
I think Peachy, you're like seeing the bans from the other side. That's why. Those were the first bans.
I am still confused. Let's just leave it away. Let's go to the pick section.
Yeah, the next, actually, the bans that they did was Chip and Kalia just now. So yeah, they just banned out the roamers. On the other side.
I'm looking at the... okay, I'm so used to it going like this, like seeing the right side having, the first... my bad.
It's okay. But yeah, and now it makes sense for you, right? But anyways,
yeah.
With this, they get the Sora, extremely heavy control. I'm surprised he was not prioritized earlier. Oh, that's a Belleric right there. Making a debut. They really don't want either the Moskov or the Alice to have a peaceful time. So if the Alice gets a little bit too close, she's going to get stun locked heavily. And even if the Moskov tries to get close, he needs to get through the Belleric. So right now, Meta Ninja, they have to play a front to back if they really want to go towards the backline. And it's going to be making things really difficult for them.
Crazy. Like, Moscow is definitely going to have a hard time against the Belleric as of now, but at the same moment there is just a follow-up of the Sora as well. He needs to look after his position. The same goes for the Marcel, same goes for the Alice as well. Now once he gets once Alice does get taunted in, but if I'm correct, I do believe the taunt timing has been reduced by 0.2 seconds. So that is, I feel like that may be a bit of a window for the Alice to get out.
Okay, they go for the Hayabusa. Really want to try to get the flank possible.
Yep.
But I don't think it's going to be right there. I think it's gonna be really difficult for them. We're gonna be heading towards right now, of course, the finalized drafts, and we're seeing, of course, the Belleric and Valir combo. I like to call it firewood composition. So let's see how good the firewood composition works. I mean, this is something I used to play myself because it just works. It's a heavy CC in the mid lane. You have it, but of course, this is reliant on very level 4. You have to rush to level 4, and that's really hard as a Belleric. So let's see what happens as we move forward right now, ladies and gentlemen, into, of course, this Accession League's second best of 3 series, second match in this series as well. We might be seeing a sweep if Dakusena is able to capitalize, and with this, we head towards the Land of Dawn. Peachy.
Let's go. We are finally getting a YSS onto the jungle. Long time no see on the same note, but Julius onto an assassin once again. I am surprised. I do want to see how he's going to fare with the Hayabusa. Now on that note, Peekaboo Predator already onto the annoying part, just the stun.
Yep. Obviously, he's going to be making sure that this time around as well, he is able to cause them so much discomfort that they are basically, biting their knuckles or something, because that's what's going to happen. Right now, already we see the mid lane. So much pressure. The Hayabusa are already taken down quite low. They don't overextend. They're just going to be playing safe, playing defensively, but looks like we're going to be getting a little bit of a pause right here from Turnham with a heart. Nice name.
Yep, looks like it is going to be a bit, maybe a bit of a situation on both the sides, but let's see. Let's talk about the early game potential, Ray. Looks like we have heroes that scale up to the late game, heroes which do need items, who are very dependent on items. So that's going to be an early game, a little bit slow. And I feel like if Julius is able to pick up the early game, we may be able to see a one-sided game as well.
Yeah, I think that's going to be highly possible as well, Peachy, because I think this time around they will be more cautious, because last time I believe they made, both of the teams, I believe, especially Dakusena, they made a big mistake of not controlling the lanes enough. And that's really something that created that impact, that basically the flow of the game that was kind of ruined for them. And that's the reason we saw such a long match in our hands, which was not supposed to happen with the way they were leading. So if they're able to capitalize a little bit better this time around, let's see if that's going to be the case. So with this, Dakusena with the point lead, do they have the confidence and do they have the motivation to clean this sweep? Sweep this clean. No, take a clean sweep. But yeah, Meta Ninja obviously are going to be doing their absolute best, because this is their last chance in a way. Because if they lose this, they are going to the lower brackets and you don't want to be there, because the journey becomes longer. You got to fight 2 more games just to be in the finals. So when you can just, go right through here.
That's true. And on top of that, this time around, Silver is on a YSS. So the first blood is just really, really dicey. But at the same time, if his teams open up the opportunity for him, he will be able to take it down. So I am curious to know which jungler will be having the control over the first blood. Rurius, on the other hand, with the Marcel. Now that is crazy to see, though. Even the Marcel is a bit problematic as a hero with the interruption that he's causing and almost taking down Silver's orange buff as well. Like crazy. Rurius does have it in his body to, be this aggressive.
Yeah, absolutely he does. And he's able to, of course, transfer that energy to Meta Ninja as well right now. This is, they might be screaming, but of course, and this is our first time witnessing him together with this lineup. And he's fitting in pretty well. Hayabusa, though, going to be able to most likely capitalize the target. Valir taken down quite a bit low. Could have been a kill, but they decide not to. But that's going to be the mounted shocker. That is a bad thing. He charged it backwards instead of forward, but still, I think they're going to be able to get the Hayabusa. That's a first blood right there. But Silver falls in as well. That's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Both junglers taking a punch to the face and getting knocked down. At the same time, the Eve surviving it with the shield of the first kill, but still going to be fight going in deep. Going to be able to take down Hide on Bush. That is going to be the Alice right there for you. Cutie giving him a taste of medicine of what he felt in the last match. And with this, the turtle fight is still going to be going in strong. They're still fighting in, and Peachy looks like they're going to be going in for more.
What is happening? You know, Julius could have the first blood, but no, he did not go in for the Wiggy Shadow kill. But in that manner, they were able to get the turtle for themselves and a bit of a creep. And for YSS, it is very, very important to outfarm your enemy jungler. And as of now, Julius, who has just taken down the turtle and is raiding Silver's jungle, it's going to be a bit problematic for Silver to make sure to get his gold high up as early as 3 minutes into the game. Golden are already up for Silver. The team is there for the protection. Hiron Bush making sure to clear up his lanes as quickly as possible, trying to match Cutie's face as of now. And on to the same note, a gold lane has been very quiet.
Yeah, it looks like they've just left their gold laners alone. Like, oh, go ahead, farm. I mean, that's kind of a bad thing for Dakusena. They should be cranking down on Moskov non-stop, but there's going to be the Mountain Shock, a lot of damage. There's going to be a kill or not. Oh, SOD barely missing it out. There's going to be, of course, Celery coming up with the Wrath of the Dryad. There's going to be coming in the Blazing Duet to the back end. Julius will fall in, and with this, Cutie taking up Hilo, gonna get a kill into hands of Funny Valentine. And they're still going in with the punches. Hide on Bush, gets Senju. And with this, Dakusena, they're looking in back to take the lead.
Once again, Crisis, he was almost trying to go for the gold shield, but for Funny Valentine with a ample amount of movement speed with his monkey, he is back again into his lanes, but still having a bit of a mana issues. That is definitely interesting to see. But onto the same note, Dakusena, 4 score onto their hands now. They will be trying to gear up for the turtle as quickly as possible, but they spotted Silver all alone.
Top lane Silver is going to be all alone, but there's going to be the... Oh, SOD connects in, but sadly, there's not going to be any follow-up on the other side. There's going to be, of course, the Golden Hour with the Valir coming in as well. Blazing Duet in the backhand. Senju looking in pretty low. Going to be taken down most likely. No, a Flicker gets pushed in. There's going to be the RWM trying to push them back even further, but doesn't really matter. They have the zoning. They're going to be able to get the turtle, and with this, Silver takes the lead again into the objective fight. Looking in strong, 5-4-2. Top lane, putting in even more pressure right there, Peachy. Looks like they're going to be able to maybe take the turret. Maybe they're going to be able to do it. They're going to be pushing in more and more further. But is it enough? They're stunning in targets. Marcel doing his absolute best, but that is not enough. Alice comes in, though. There's going to be a throw to through it. Not far for 4 people. Could have been a bad decision to overextend. This side of Dakusena overstaying their welcome, or not, maybe, because the Sora's punches are still not enough for Cutie to be taking in.
My goodness, okay, so I think they are definitely overstaying as of now, given the fact that Crisis looking quite low along with Funny Valentine. One step away, but Crisis wins up that, but onto the front, little bit inches away. Not the same for Shenzhou, but Rudius jumps in, gets that kill onto Valir, who was trying to get something more into the same note. I'm not quite sure why are they just trying to go for kills as of now. I mean, last match as well, but onto the mid lane, once again, Rudius has to flicker out of the way. Did manage to flicker it out. Like, that was just a chain CC Dakusena were providing, and yet had that chance to flicker out the way. That is definitely very good.
Yep, we're taking a look into the itemization right now. There's going to be the Radiant Armor being prioritized by the Belric. Demon Hunter Sword already secured for the Claude. That's going to be creating even more impact. Valir has a GSS as well, and so does the Eve. So the anti-heal department has been secured for both of the mid laners. So there's not going to be much of a regen coming in from the fighters. That's pretty much equal. But at the same time, the assassins, of course, the YSS, the junglers right now, they have... I think their lead is something that we have to capitalize, because 1,000 advantage towards the favor of Silver. He's going to be getting his second item way faster than, of course, the hands of Julius. And I think that is a visible display of the snowball that we have in our hands. 8-5 score. Team Dakusena, they are in the lead. But in the mid lane though, there's a Blazing Duet coming in with Golden Hour, throwing in everything. Sync and everything in the kitchen utensils. You talk about it. Wrath of the Dryad coming in though. That's gonna be Cutie stun locked. You cannot teleport when you're not even able to press the skill. That is the power of course, the Belleric. You cannot underestimate a full-on taunt twice. And with this, mid lane, there's gonna be the Hayabusa coming in with, of course, the Shadows. Gonna be able to maybe take a kill. No, he does not, but he's able to retreat right there, Peachy.
Goodness, 10 for 6 as of now. The Meta Ninja are also trying to come up with that, but Silver, he takes away the last turtle as of now. The turtle is gonna be 2 for 1, and since it was Julius who picked up the first turtle, you know, it went into their hands. Now Rudius, he has to come up with a bait system. He has to bait out the skills, but before that, on to that, Alice though, CC immune as of now. Blood Oath still trying to get out of the way quite early, pulled up that item, but no. Wait a minute, oh my god, I didn't miss how Funny Valentine just fell down into the hands of Julius, but how is that happening? One by one, okay, it was off-camera kill, understandable, but at the same time, into the mid lane, Corey Cutie has been staying quite a lot onto the team fights where he is not supposed to be.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's a burst right there. Unexpected for Julius. Gets taken out. That's a double kill. A very clean one from Silver. And they're right now with this. Dakusina just concretes their lead, cementing it further and further. But that's going to be a purple. Maybe stolen. Yes, it is. They take it away from, of course, denying him even more resources. The mid lane even opened out. There's going to be the... Oh, good. But at the same time, Wrestle with the Dryad, but still gonna be able to get it. No, Throne of Ruin into the back end, but not enough damage. There's no follow-up. Unfortunately, one by one, they're falling in. There's 2 members already down. Despite them just responding, they have lost their front lines.
Crazy things are happening, and now that I'm seeing a Belleric against a Marcel, I could say, if you're not getting stunned up by the golden hour, you are the perfect counter for the Marcel. I feel like you are able to taunt out members around the golden hour and just and your presence will be just enough for them to make sure to not get out of the way. Jazz pulls up the revitalize as of now. He's trying to find that perfect window of opportunity to get his Wrath of Dryad up, but no, they know it's the Lord, so just save it up. Let's not take a fight.
Exactly, Peachy. And right now, look at the burst coming in. Missile is just not able to handle anything anymore, and that's really impacting what they can do about it. And that's really... Oh, there's gonna be a Wrath of the Dryad coming in. There's gonna be Sora with the thundering punches. Rudius taken down again and again. And with this, looks like there's gonna be another follow-up, because here comes the blazing duet in the back end. Takes down Senju. And with this, Team Dakusena have secured the Lord, secured the kill, secured the turrets, opened up the base turret as well, and they are just relentless. Team Meta Ninja, unfortunately, they're falling in like dominoes, back and back. Only 2 members left. One is recalling. Can he defend it? They're trying his best. The minions come in clutch though. I think it's gonna be a defendable one.
100% right there, but at the same time, Rudius, he is still trying to make sure to get those minions out of the way now. Peekaboo Predator though, very annoying with those ultimates, and plus he has a bit of a purifier onto his hands with his ultimate. That just puts up cherry on top. There you go, Crisis is getting a bit of a space because of Corey Cutie, but not anymore. This looks like Jazz wants to jump in with a Wrath of Dryad, tries to get in Crisis, but no, they just get stunned up along with Hide on Bush. Will he be going in for his Cloud form? No, looks like it is going to be Silver who just gets one. Jazz as well, his passive getting up kills. Crisis looking quite low, but Silver jumps in. He knows he has to take down Moscow anyhow, and he succeeds by falling down himself as well. Funny Valentine, he just gets interrupted, looking quite low. Shenzu, we did get Funny Valentine, but Peekaboo Predator as well as Hide on Bush. Clean sweep.
It's a clean sweep right there. Team Dakusera, first game, they had a lead. It kind of fell down when they started making the mistake, but this time around, they made sure once the snowball started, they got the ball rolling down the mountain. They did not make it stop at all, and because of it, they're able to, of course, take this clean sweep. Second game, it was pure dominance from minute 2 to minute 10, and they get the win, they get the dub, and they get, of course, stay get to be staying on the top bracket, and they're going to be fighting in, of course, Team Godlike for the position in the finals. And we are looking in for that exciting match in the future, of course. And we have, of course, the participation 95% from Peekaboo Predator twice in a row. This man, with the Salida, with the Valley, the picks that are not considered traditionally meta, he has made it happen. What a beast.
100%. Look at that. What kind of a gameplay he just pulls up, gets an MVP, and is just going to be chilling with a clean sweep. That's going to be a crazy gameplay coming in from Dakusena as of now. And on to the same note, there you go. The results are up. Meta Ninja, they did fell behind a bit onto the damage. They had enough members onto the front line and also enough members with the Marcel just to stop them, just to make sure they won't come in. But they needed that follow-up after the Marcel's ultimate and after everything Marcel was giving in. I feel like Marcel is just not it for them as of now. For today, at least.
Yeah, he was underutilized because with Marcel, the whole key component is you need a poke composition with a projectile. Someone that once frozen, he's able to, you're able to damage inside it. That's why you need a Beatrix. That's why you need a Kimi. But sadly, we did not see that. Yes, you can use him as a way to delay your opponent's grouping, or you can, pause them. But of course, that is a little bit more riskier thing to execute. And that is pretty clear that what we saw with it, right? So I believe they just did not really have much of a leeway with the Marcel. So they got to be more careful in the future with this, and hopefully they can make it happen. And we are looking forward to what they can bring to the table, obviously. But with this, we are done with the series as we get the head-to-head right now. The jungler, pretty much clear. 76% versus 20%. That Silver was way more involved in the team fights. And of course, he was the one taking control of the game with 6 kills and 10 assists. And obviously, the main MVP, 9-11. That is insane, KDA.
100%. The one that he did get the MVP as well. Like, look at that. 9-1-11. Like, he was having all of this assists. He was having all of the kills as well onto his hands. So that worked out very, very well in their favor. Now talking about the tanks as well. Pretty similar. Not much of a difference right there. But Jazz, though, he was omnipresent, though. He was just trying to make sure his teams won't be getting down. And the way Waleed has only one death, he just really showed that these duo can be such a good duo.
Absolutely. And despite Alice being taken away from the hands of Hyde and Bush on the Sora, he's still able to perform with a full tank build nonetheless. He knew what he needed to do. His only job was to, of course, provide utility in the team fight, and that's exactly what he did. He did not need to have any damage, and that's what I love. When EXP laners know their job is pure utility or pure flanking and damage, and he nailed the utility part. And with this, congrats to Dakusena for remaining at, of course, the upper brackets and to take a battle with, of course, none other than Godlike. While right now, the side of Team Meta Ninja is going to be going towards the lower brackets to fight none other than Team Autobots Esports. So we'll be obviously looking forward to that. But of course, Peachy, do the honors, because obviously we still have more games tonight.
Yes, sir. Looks like we will be having 2 more series. These teams are not done. These 4 teams will be going head on head. The winners versus winners, the losers versus loser. So do stay tuned, and we'll be right back. And also the fresh set of casters will be back. So do stay tuned for that as well. See you guys next time.
We've searched all this time for this. A place devoid of life. Devoid of any future.
With this, we'll definitely go beyond the stars.
Give up this hopeless voyage.
Freya?
We can be together. Here. Forever. Don't leave. Stay here with me.
Where is Freya?
So, what shall my lens capture today?
Anguish. Turmoil. Regret.
No! Perspective comes down to composition.
Only a photograph can capture unexpected beauty.
I believe we found the answer.
Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Marcel, a photographer.
And Clamar! Yes, we are one. We capture art's every moment. Balanced composition. Perfect lighting. Art at its finest.
Despite the overflowing emotions, I still feel something is missing.
Then look outward through my lens.
Perhaps I need to look inward.
A letter, sir.
It's time to seek new inspiration.
Magnificent! But it's not what you're after, right?
My admiration has never been confined to what's on the surface.
Focus! Captured!
Perhaps art isn't about perfection. Sometimes, art is the unexpected.
Who knew imperfection could create such beauty?
It seems our hero has found a new interpretation of art.
Amen. Art can be expressed in many forms, after all.
House Taxley.
We share the same blood, yet walk on opposite paths.
I don't mind leading the Paxleys from a rise to a fall.
It is better to be feared than loved, if you cannot both.
I'm bound by be it family or destiny.
Didn't your mother ever tell you, never get too close to needles?
An artist's work is never finished.
愚かなる弟よ。
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟よ。子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Solace. The kid says demons have invaded the border. Solace! It's been far too long. We got a new Leonin in the squad. He reminds me of you. Hey, Solace. That kid's grown a lot stronger. No one looks down on him now.
Hey, kid! Kid! This is the end of my journey. The road ahead. I'll leave it to you, kid. I'm sure you'll be a great warrior. Call it in old Leonin's intuition.
We've searched all this time for this. A place devoid of life. Devoid of any future.
With this, we'll definitely go beyond the stars.
Give up this hopeless voyage.
Freya?
We can be together. Here. Forever. Don't leave. Stay here with me.
Where is Freya?
So, what shall my lens capture today?
Anguish. Turmoil. Regret.
No! Perspective comes down to composition.
Only a photograph can capture unexpected beauty.
I believe we found the answer.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Marcel, a photographer.
And Clamar! Yes, we are one. We capture art's every moment. Balanced composition. Perfect lighting. Art at its finest.
Despite the overflowing emotions, I still feel something is missing.
Then look outward through my lens.
Perhaps I need to look inward.
A letter, sir.
It's time to seek new inspiration.
Magnificent! But it's not what you're after, right?
My admiration has never been confined to what's on the surface. Perhaps art isn't about perfection. Sometimes art is the unexpected.
Who knew imperfection could create such beauty?
It seems our hero has found a new interpretation of art.
Amen. Art can be expressed in many forms, after all.
House Taxley.
We share the same blood, yet walk on opposite paths.
I don't mind leading the Paxleys from a rise to a fall.
It is better to be feared than loved, if you cannot both.
I'm bound by be it family or destiny.
Didn't your mother ever tell you, never get too close to needles?
An artist's work is never finished.
Minna! 渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟。子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Solace. The kid says demons have invaded the border. Solace! It's been far too long. We got a new Leonin in the squad. He reminds me of you. Hey, Solace. That kid's grown a lot stronger. No one looks down on him now.
Hey, kid! Yeah! This is the end of my journey. The road ahead. I'll leave it to you, kid. I'm sure you'll be a great warrior. Call it in old Leonan's intuition.
We've searched all this time for this. A place devoid of life. Devoid of any future.
With this, we'll definitely go beyond the stars.
Give up this hopeless voyage.
Freya?
We can be together. Here. Forever. Don't leave. Stay here with me.
Where is Freya? My light will cut through the darkness!
So, what shall my lens capture today?
Anguish. Turmoil. Regret.
No! Perspective comes down to composition.
Only a photograph can capture unexpected beauty.
I believe we found the answer.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Marcel, a photographer.
And Clamar! Yes, we are one. We capture art's every moment. Balanced composition. Perfect lighting. Art at its finest.
Despite the overflowing emotions, I still feel something is missing.
Then look outward through my lens.
Perhaps I need to look inward.
The letter, sir.
It's time to seek new inspiration.
Magnificent! But it's not what you're after, right?
My admiration has never been confined to what's on the surface.
Focus! Capture!
Perhaps art isn't about perfection. Sometimes art is the unexpected.
Who knew imperfection could create such beauty?
It seems our hero has found a new interpretation of art.
Amen. Art can be expressed in many forms, after all.
House Taxley.
We share the same blood, yet walk on opposite paths.
I don't mind leading the Paxleys from a rise to a fall.
It is better to be feared than loved, if you cannot both.
I'm bound by be it family or destiny.
Didn't your mother ever tell you, never get too close to needles?
An artist's work is never finished.
Minna! 渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟よ。子供騙しがアマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Solace. The kid says demons have invaded the border. Solace! It's been far too long. We got a new Leonin in the squad. He reminds me of you.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, once again we are back. So back into the Accession League, presented to you by Revoxa, hosted by Solace in collaboration with James Bond Newsroom and MTL Esports Management, powered by Vista. It looks like I'm reading it because I am, but hey, you know, we had a long break, so it's ups and downs. Even the teams, right, Debbie? So finally we are so back and I'm so happy to be back here. But Debbie, tell me, how are you feeling to be casting this game from where one of the teams would be reaching the grand finals?
Oh, right. This is definitely going to be very, big for any of these two teams. Like you already mentioned, this is big teams, right? They have been in a very good run into another tournaments as well. God L versus Dakusena. Dakusena doesn't have any kind of changes, which is what I like about a team. This is why I'm always going to be feeling a bit, leaning a bit biased towards teams that doesn't really break out. They are just going to be staying together, trying to perform well, trying to improve together in that one particular team. So I think if they are able to find their right fitting as a team, find their identity as a team, I think they'll be able to prove something, because recently they beat Meta Ninja, right, in the previous game also. So that's what I'm looking forward to.
Okay, I got your judgment, okay, but I also want to know what our viewers think. You guys are joining in just now, so give your prediction down below. Which team do you think will go to the grand finals? Something we do not do very often, Debbie, but hey, we should know everyone's point of view, right? But hey, Godlike is undergoing through some changes, where we have seen that two of the players have been replaced with someone new, and that actually changed the synergy quite a lot. because previously Godlike had reached the finals of the MLMS, something we really consider more like a Cinderella run after things had been very shaky in the group stages, in the round robins as well. And I know that they are not really here to give up, so I'm hoping very good performance out of them. But Dakusena, like you mentioned, Devi, I'm also looking forward to them because I have heard they have gotten a lot of offers to just split apart, but they have never done that one thing. They're always sticking together, and I know for good reasons, and I hope that actually pays off well for them.
That's what the bond that team's gonna be able to provide for each other when they are together for a long while is something that we rarely see in Indian tournaments. I mean, given the recent changes that we already mentioned, I think this is definitely gonna be one of the best run for Dakusena, because they have changed their name, because of course there's gonna be some changes into the name, but the players are definitely gonna be the same. As you mentioned, they refuse to break out, they refuse to go to another teams who have been liking them, which also means that they have been growing as individual, right? Especially into the mid side, into the jungle, I would say, because they have been having that moment. We have seen as casters, we have seen the growth of these people, especially because we have seen them play together, and of course they're always gonna be showing some potential. They have always been, but they have reached their peak. I would say they are coming to the prime, which is what I'm actually looking forward to, because God L, even with the changes that they have so far, isn't really an easy team to beat. So this is definitely going to be a decider of whether who's going to be the better performer. I mean, Dakusena, they have been very chaotic and very, very clean with their team fight as well, which is kind of ironic because chaotic and clean doesn't really go together. But for Godlike, they have always been a brawly composition. But with their change up, I don't know how they will be able to change their playstyle.
Yeah, we're expecting something newness from them, right? We have seen Godlike previously, how they have played in different tournaments, different competitions. While they had been the lineup, I think their lineup was there ever since 2025. Coming to 2026, they have been together, winning a lot of tournaments in the previous year, even trying to maintain that domination coming to this year. But I think things changes slowly but surely. Things changes, and that is what is happening within Godlike. We have heard a lot of interviews or a lot of clips from Romcom as well, mentioning and stating how even the best bond can split apart due to some problems. But hey, problems are something that will always exist in our life. We have to overcome them, and I hope Godlike can overcome through them. And for Dakusena, they're looking very strong in this current scenario, because we have mentioned how other teams are breaking apart, but this one team is sticking together and refusing to give up at what cost, and that actually can pay off really well because of the synergy that they have been building up for the longest time. I think they are one of the most promising team in this current scenario, while the teams are undergoing certain changes.
Oh, okay. This is definitely where their run have been rising quite a while. So now, if we talk about teams, we are definitely going to have to be talking about their strengths and the hero that they are supposed to be playing, right? And I think in case of God L and Dakusena, they have a bit of a similarity into the jungle side, because they usually are more comfortable on playing the heroes that are good on high kill pressure. Like for Van and for Silver, they have always been the two players that have always find comfort in playing the assassins rather than for the utility. So that is going to be a bit of a similarity that we have seen. But other than that, I think it's going to be different on all the lanes. Peekaboo, I think he's very good when he is also an enabler, but he also performs well when he can also get his hands onto the carry heroes. That's definitely a good side for the side of Dakusena, which they will be able to abuse so far into the drafting phase as well. And on top of that, onto the other hand, Godlike have Bit, right? Bit is such a good enabler, I would say, because he has always been playing for his goal lane, he's always been playing for his jungler, and that fits the pattern so well for Godlike, and that will come in handy for them as well, because they perform so much better when Romcom have his hand on a carry hero, and even Van as well. So this is where they will be coming together. So it will be so into this drafting phase. I will say that is gonna be a competition of who gets the better hero into the jungle.
True. And even with the changes that I've been mentioning, we have seen Madara playing in the last game. So we have not seen Madara for a long time after the time with with the team had gotten over with the past tournament. I think it was Mythic Showdown 2 that we had last seen him playing. Phenomenal performance, I would say, stealing away the lords and a lot more things that he has done with his with his roaming prowess. But now after the meta has shifted so much, we are reverting to heroes more of a pick off, or heroes like the Marcel, which is there in my background, of course. These heroes have changes a lot of things, because now it is no more about going with a tanky frontline, but rather about having those cheeky plays, like you go for the pick-offs. We have seen God coming into the picture now, so out of nowhere. Nobody prepared me for the God, and the combo with the Kalea or the Marcel and the God looks so good because of the range. We have seen the Farza being picked up for the range, we have seen the Eve being picked up for the range, but now the God, it changed the dynamics because it has a stun, it has true damage, and this actually works really well against this utility jungler picks, which a lot of teams or a lot of junglers do like to go. But now heroes like the Harley is into the meta, and I've seen, trust me, I've seen this in MPL PH. They have picked a Saber to counter the Harley, which is a right pick, but looking at those heroes in the MPL level, something really stirs in you, right? What meta are we shifting towards? So I'm actually really fascinated within this meta, but we'll see more as things wind up.
One thing I would like to mention about this patch is that, I mean, it's not really a one-dimensional kind of draft that you go for. There are so many dimensions that you can actually have, and we could conclude for sure that when you have a Suyo, right, he's kind of weak against magic damage dealers. But then when you talk about it, you don't have to counter pick a jungle for a jungle. You don't really necessarily have to go for a counter onto the jungle just because the opponent team pick it up. It's just that it comes down to how well you can manage your hero. It's like, even if you see a Harley being picked away, it's only safe to say that you can pick up the Suyo as well, because that is definitely a jungle that clears so much easier, and it comes down to those. It comes down to how you are able to play around it. So they usually can focus onto the combination that they can provide for the team. And even if you want to counter out the heroes that you actually saw, it doesn't really necessarily have to be onto the jungle side. It can be onto the mid lane or the roam, which is usually what you want to do. And if we talk about, even after talking about the jungle, I would like to mention a bit onto the gold lane as well, because into the gold lane side, Dark Cloud has to be the top priority, I would say, because he is one of the few heroes. He is one of the only heroes in the current patch, in the current meta, where he can be played with a different kind of style. He can actually play the weak side. He can actually also play the strong side. Even against the Harrys or the carry, he usually is able to neutralize everything. So I hope these two teams will be able to, prior onto that. I don't know what Louis plays, but I'm pretty sure every gold laner is able to play the Cloud, right? Do they?
I think most gold laners can play, but it's very complex to use a Claude at a very high mechanical level. People can use it, but using it at a very high level is very difficult. But Debbie, just off topic, I love this picture of Madara for some reason. It looks adorable in this one. Him doing the they'll say godlike kind of thing, and now he's in godlike, right? It's very adorable to look at.
Oh, right.
Godlike actually has the first pick in this series. It's a playoff day, season 1. We are already looking at you can call this the upper bracket finals as of now, because the team that will be reaching here will go directly into the grand finals, right, to the main stage. And looking at the bans, like I mentioned, the Kaja for the pickoffs gets instantly banned off from the side of Team Godlike. The Fanny is something that you cannot leave open against one, so makes really sense. Nothing too out of the box. Everything is just something we are anticipating, I believe.
One thing that we did not anticipate has to be the Gaza ban from Godlike, and I think this is a target ban. I do understand that the first 3 picks, the first 3 bans on today's draft, especially in this season, really tell about the opponent team on your team as well, and the competitiveness and the combination that you really want to go for. So I do understand the first 2 bans here. Like you said, Fanny, you do not want to give away to one, and that is also one of the reasons why the Kaza is also banned, because that is a target ban for Jazz. yes, he's so comfortable onto the Kaza, like Van is to Fanny. So this is gonna be a target ban. So now, I would love to see a Claude or a Phobius ban onto the red side for Dakusena if they don't have any for this.
Okay, I mean, something that we can actually think that should be banned are those heroes, but yet Harley gets banned again. So makes sense that, you know, taking away the Harley is also a good option for you, because in this current meta, the Harley has been one of the heroes that have been difficult to counter. If you want to counter, then you have to get a very strong crowd control, and if you do not have that, then better. I mean,
yeah.
Good luck, man. Good luck. You're getting screwed out there. So
Godlike,
compared to that, good luck, right? I think Godlike did miss out a ban out here, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll see what will be the third ban here. What are we anticipating?
Honestly,
something to target ban Alice against Heidenbush? Phobius, maybe?
I would really love the Phobius to be banned first and the Alice, because the Alice can come much later on. But then this is going to be a target ban, I see. So I don't know. This much respect. I think this is gonna be saying a lot about the teams here. They just wanted to take out the heroes that they are comfortable on. Like I said, for Alice, it's gonna be Heidenbush's his main hero. He's always been playing that hero for some reason. No, they think Godlike are trying to set a bit up for the Phobius as well, so Dakusena can actually ban it away if they want. Oh, Freya! Wait, Freya! Freya, I've forgotten about that hero.
And after a very long time, I mean, Freya still strong, right? Even though we have been seeing the rise of the Claude and the carry into the meta, but the Freya is something that you cannot let go certain times. I understand that from the side of Team Dakusena as well, but now that the pick is on the side of Godlike, I think Marcel is a very good starter if you just want to go and pick up something strong and not reveal too much about your draft.
Oh.
And apart from that, I think there are very less heroes that you would like to first pick at this point. Do you want to go for a Zushin out here? I don't think so. The Zushin is worth picking as the first pick, because you can get a lot of good heroes later on onto the mid lane, because a lot of options are actually open for Godlike. Oh wait, never mind.
Okay, Jushin bit wants to go for the Jushin. I don't mind, but then again, Dakusena, they can actually pull out the Yi or even the Lilia if they want to go against the Jushin. But I still think the Claude will be so much better into the, you know, gold lane side rather than the Harriets. But they have to pick out the Phobius here though, Harriets Phobius, because if it's not, then it should be into the hands of Romcom, which you do not really want to see, especially when you have a Harriet already. So yeah, Heidenbush, he should really pick out the Phobius here.
I think the Phobius and the Harriet is really good, like you mentioned. They should definitely go for those heroes. Now, like if you do pick up those heroes, you're giving away the Marcel. That is one of the thing I think Dakusena are right now discussing. But then again, I want to give away the Isun Shin.
What?
I think the Isun Shin is a bit early right now. They should have waited a little longer for the Isun Shin. I would have rather liked the Phobius which you mentioned, or maybe a Marcel instead. I don't know why the teams are actually sleeping on the Marcel pick right now. It's so good and difficult to counter even with the heroes that you have in the current patch.
So now it's kind of a good situation for Romcom to actually pick away the dragon that is really comfortable on. I don't know why Dakusena went for the Yi Xunshin. We do understand that Silver is so much of a Yi Xunshin abuser, so they can actually come to that. But that's gonna be a Guinevere. I don't know Guinevere against Yi Xunshin sometimes, because he can literally, you know, immune it early, but it comes down to the way your skill set is coming through, and that's gonna be a Kalea again. So now Dakusena with the Valir pick, they should really ban away the Arlott here if they don't wanna see that combination, you know, Guinevere, Kalea, Arlott.
I think I'm the only one who likes this hero Marcel at this point. Nobody else likes it. They're not looking at Debbie. I'm disappointed.
And yes, okay. You want the Marcel, I want the Phobius. We are not getting any of the heroes that we want.
I want the Phobius too. I want the Phobius too, not lying. But It's okay. Next time maybe. And there goes the Claude getting banned. I think against the against the Harith, you need to win the lead.
Harith.
You need to ban up the Phobius and some of the target that can go toe-to-toe against the Harith. Do you reckon that they ban maybe the Moskov too against the Harith? Because that can work well. With the penetration that he has, he can also like reposition. So maybe. Or the carry?
Moskov, I think carry is so much more of a better band than the Moskov here, because we could see Louis was actually performing so well under the carry too, right, today. So if they don't want to take away the Arlot anyway, so they could actually be the one banning away the carry if they are onto the goal lane bans here as we speak. But for Godlike here, the targets should be a bit onto the tanky frontliners here. Glue ban, glue. So carry should come to right for Dakusena.
Good. I think the carry should get banned out here from Dakusena. Because right now after this, they will have the pick. They can instantly go for the Phobias, something that they can also deny to Team Godlike. Works well. And they do not want to pick it, nor they want to give it. So they're just opting for the ban here. And
Phobias.
I mean, now Godlike, they can just focus onto the roaming position a little bit more. The glue has already been taken off. What else can they ban? This already limits the hero pool of Hidden Bush quite a bit, right? 3 EXP bans. Now the dragon is left open.
Yeah.
He can go for the Lapu Lapu if he likes to. But apart from that, the Uranus, something that I'm not too fond of because it looks like a lot of magic overloaded coming in from Dakusena. But what are the options?
Yeah.
The CP onto the EXP? Good.
XP, yeah. Sora can be a possibility. But then they can actually pull the Sora for themselves. Like Sora or Arla could be so much good for them. Okay, they ban the Uranus. I don't think Hidden Bush will be on the Uranus anyway. But then the Khalid is still available for Jazz if he want to go. Oh wait. We've forgotten about the direct counter for the Kalea. They can actually go for the Gato into the last. Oh, there we go. They denied the Sora. I think this should be a Arlot, an Arlot for Romcom, right? I mean, they're just taking me off guard again and again because I don't understand the bans here. Dakusena, look at that. They ban away the Claude and then they did not ban away the carry, right? So the carry is definitely going to be open for the side of Godlike right now. Carry Kalea combination can come true again, and they decided to ban out the Phobias very late, which Romcom did not pick it away. Oh, I still don't get it, but maybe just go for the Arlot, man, at this point.
At this point, guys, get Debbie as your analyst. Drafting lessons 101. You'll get it for free. But hey, back to the draft we go, guys, and nobody can top Debbie. That's why I don't speak. While she's speaking, you should just shut up and listen.
Okay.
That's the best lesson you get. And now they'll get Garosacha most likely pick. No, it's a glue instead. So what do you think of the glue?
No, it's a chip. Hello.
Sorry, I'm sorry. My eyes are betraying me. It's a chip, not a glue. My bad. Sorry. Yeah, but hey, what do you think of the chip?
Oh, I don't understand. I feel like the Gato will be so much better here because the amount of crowd control that Godlike actually have. This shortcut might eventually be the downfall for Dakusena, but the way they are picking their heroes, I think they are definitely dependent on their own micro skills because Harris and Yi Shinshin, you don't usually see this together anymore. I mean, it used to be, but then the Yi Shinshin fell off, so yeah, it kind of became a bit of a all meta that they're coming towards here. So Dakusena, they're gonna be lacking a bit into the early game, which they wanna make up for the Valir and the chip combination, but I'm pretty unsure if they are able to pull that off because that is a Yves and a Kalea into the mid side. Not Yves, Jushin and a Kalea into the mid side, so that's gonna be a mid priority for Godlike.
I mean, this is still decent because with the Ascension, you can have the vision around the map, so the ship can instantly go and give the pick off that is needed. I believe that is the central idea behind this draft, but we'll see how it's gonna be played out because Team Godlike also have very strong team fight presence. Their heroes are designed to go for those long extended team fights. Yet, I mean, maybe some of their cooldowns are pretty long for the Guinevere ultimate, even for the ultimate of the Kalea, but the rest of the ult series are pretty short. Especially for the Arlot, he can actually use the ultimate twice in a team fight if the team fights are overextended. We'll see all that happening as we'll soon go into the Land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen. This is gonna be your first game between Godlike and Dakusena into this upper bracket finals. We'll see which team will be the first to proceed into the grand finals, as the playoffs are already here, and we are so ready and booted up for this game. And as we go into the game, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share the stream to your friends so they can watch as well. This is a match right after the MLMS that we will be seeing Godlike with their new changes playing against the old Dakusena that has been one of the strongest synergy house for the game in this year. So let's see what awaits us, ladies and gentlemen. And you're watching the Accession League 26 presented by Revoxa, hosted by Solace, in a collaboration with Chimsmore Newsroom, MTL Esports Management, powered by Vista Games. So, Debbie, before we head into the game, one final question. Which draft do you think will actually win? But also, which draft do you think has the early game? We caught you, Debbie, out there, fixing the camera. Which draft do you think? Which draft do you think has the early game stronger presence in this game? Is it the Valid one?
You know, I would say Jushin plus Kalea combination has always been the mid-prio that you usually want to go for. But with the presence of the Valiria and the chip, they are a bit out of sync, right? The chip have a kind of skill where you go for the invade into the early game with the shortcut, with the portal that you have. So you'll be able to get out the level 2. So if Jess is able to pull this off well, then I think they'll be able to have that mid-prio. But other than that, Jushin and Kalea, nothing can beat that combination. So I still think if Dakusena are unable to pull off what the chip is supposed to be, then Godlike will still have that early game momentum, which basically means tempo, and they want to fight for that tempo. So if they are able to pull that off, then yeah, God-L, they will soft Dakusena away for that early game scrams that they are looking for.
So more like of a snowball kind of gameplay that we could expect from Team Godlike, right? Once they get the flow, they will just try to base their momentum out of it and just go and try to pick up the lanes, invade the jungles and stuff like that, right? But that is something that Team Dakusena needs to stop here. So that's why, I mean, I think, even though you mentioned about the Garut Kasha, I think even the Hylos could have been a better pick out here to just at least stop the invades and let Silver farm freely with the Eastern Shin. I mean, yes, they would lack a little bit of, those map presence, but I think the Hylos does really well in stopping the Kalea, because one, you have the slowdown, you have the stun to stop the Kalea once she jumps in, and you also have the glorious pathway in case your teammate does not have the flicker. You can at least give them the mobility to run away or go in for the engage. We'll soon head into the game, ladies and gentlemen. We are just waiting for the connection stability to be there. We do not want any kind of unfair advantage for any of the teams, so bear with us. And I like how one is already in the World Cup mood. Lewandowski already in the Land of Dawn. Looks amazing, right, Debbie?
Yeah, looks amazing. This is what I want to see. But onto the emblems, it's a support emblem for Mr. Peekaboo Predator. That is a Valeria, talking about a bit of a spell vamp and temporal range. So this guy wants to stay into the team fight as long as possible. But this is going to be the same scenario for the side of bit as well. Nothing too out of ordinary. But onto the gold lane side, nothing too different. But still, it's going to be the Master Assassin for Louis here. He want to go for the bit of a 1v1 situation where he want to win out into the lane, which is highly likely for a carry to come true as well. But onto the Sora, I think this is a style for hide on boost, because he usually love going for the concussive blast because he want to clear earlier and rotate for the team. This is the example of a XP laner who want to play for the team. And look at this. This is what I'm talking about, Sunio. He's doing it actually.
Yep. You can already see him doing the chip things. But what I want to mention is this is also a flying cloud map, and that actually takes away a lot of, mobility that is there for, if you think that you have the advantage with the chip's ultimate, then you have the flying cloud to instantly teleport into the team fight and go back to the laning phase in case you fail in that. But then again, the Lucian's presence is something that is gonna be mattering a lot. But then again, the poke damage from Voyage is something you cannot underestimate. And we already see off for a very aggressive start from both the teams, trying to get that mid lane dominance, trying to poke each other out, and also stop each other from getting this Lethal Wanderer, which Team Godlike will secure quite easily. While Silver has a little, a head start with the buffs, it's not the best that, he can go and go. I mean, he can just easily go and take away the jungle in the enemy territory, which the Guinevere can do much better because she has the escape tools, and in the early game, she has a little bit stronger presence compared to the Eastern Shin.
Now to the XP lane side as well, that's a bit of a hide and boost material that's coming through here. He's able to clear out so well and so easily. This is the Arlet, right? He's gonna be a bit weaker into the early games, but when it comes to the level 4, he's gonna have to be very much more impeccable than he usually is before that level 4. So we are talking about that. But onto that first hurdle here, I think it's definitely gonna be important for both of the teams to try to get that first hurdle, especially for Silver here. They're trying to go onto the top lane side as much as possible. Peekaboo out there too, Jazz as well, but I think they're aware though. Look at that.
They're really aware and they're trying to take the fight. Again, you can see Lewandowski is trucking out there, but the Violet Requiem will stop them right down. Damage on towards the member of the team, Dakusena. They instantly lose HP and falls down. That's 3 members down. And the 4th is on the chopping block. It's going to be the flicker out from Pico Predator, but how long can... That's going to be the question. He's going on the turret, but instantly gets taken down in the hands of Rit. And that's a very good start for Team Godlike. Gets a 1k lead in the second minute of the game.
That's a good lead that they have so far right now, but yeah, top lane again. Oh,
damn, that's a very rough for Hide on Bush. He just came back into the map and gets taken down for a second time, and now the turtle will be in the control of Team Godlike.
Yeah, Godlike, they have the control to the turtle here. If they are able to win this first hurdle, then they're definitely going to be having a better start here, which reason we were looking for, especially for them. Looking at the build so far, nothing too out of the ordinary, but I'm pretty sure Big wanted to go for the Sky Piercer, which is usually what you wanna go for as a Jushin without any Sky Piercer on your team, and that's gonna be an invade coming through as well. Silver though, he popped out the Mountain Striker. He does have a vision. What can they do here though?
For now, I think Godlike, they will just try to take away the jungle. Something that we talked about, right? They have the snowball going on for themselves. They already are off a very good start. Bit just pick up the Sky Piercer, meaning that he can even pick up easier kills. For now, I think it's the game plan that Team Godlike that they're going for, working really well for them. And the chip, he needs a little bit more time. The team needs the scaling to be done, especially for the damage dealer to be doing the things. They need a little bit more items, but that's not there yet. But a very aggressive position from Jazz. I hope Louis know about it. There is the Flamen for sort of damage. The stun might just connect the flicker instantly from Louis to survive the wrath that was coming towards him. But Madara, look at his positioning, so on point. He knows that danger is there, and he instantly rotates to support his gold laner.
Yeah, I think this is definitely going to be a good map rip coming through from Louis here. The more he stays alive, the better it is for the team, because they're going to be banking on his damage for the later part of the games here right now. Kalea, but Jazz though, look at his stun.
Oh nah, Louis this time cannot survive. He gets taken down, but a very good jump coming in from. But the Purify is there out there. But then again, you can see Highland Bush locking in. But then again, Bait is there. He takes him down. 3 members knocked up, but his HP is really running low. And now he gets shut down by Peekaboo Predator. Silver jumps in, but gets stuck under the turret. Madara still survives it. The rest of the team is trying to deal the damage, but it's not nearly enough. Louis will be back again, and they're trying to chip away the HP. But Chip, in a very bad spot, walks into the dead bush. Gets taken down. Not something that he was supposed to do here, and instantly gets punished. Second turtle might just be in the hands of Team Godlike once again.
Oh man, this is so bad for Dakusena here. The second turtle was supposed to be into their hands because they have a scaling hero onto the side with the Yi Shinshin and the Harris. You usually don't want to give it away, and now with them being, not so clean with, okay, Peekaboo though, he's gonna be taken down very low, but that's gonna be the faster rotation coming through from Reese, right? And he's able to channel quite a lot of HP and doing so much for the team as well. But talking about the turtle and the team fight style coming through from Dakusena, they haven't been able to find that that right momentum to go in and out, and that might cost them a bit of a momentum for the early game right now. So they have to start playing a little bit slower, but they cannot really do that because when the slower they go, the more time it is for Louis to get the farm onto the carry, and he's already ahead onto the build that he has so far. The corrosion already built away, and he's gonna be, it's gonna be so much better for him to get the Trinity and then go for the sets, which is what Madara is gonna be looking for here. But bot lane again,
the shortcut instantly wipes the two members that were there. Madara and Louis gets taken down even before they could flicker out. The damage is just stacking up for the members of Daku Sena, and they might have to just leave the top lane completely unattended. Lewandowski is going there, but it'll be too late. Silver already takes down the turret. Hidden Bush gets jumped on, and the combo connects, and Red is there dealing a lot of damage. He cannot move out, and he gets taken down. That's another kill for Godlike, but still the turret advantage remains in the hand of Team Daku Sena for now.
yeah, that is definitely going to be better for the side of Godlike right now. But then 2-4 for the Funny Valentine is definitely going to be a good sign here. But onto the bot lane again, Jazz is definitely trying to look for something all the time, but it's going to be spotted out by Bear, which is a very good read onto the map as well. But they might be eventually losing onto the top lane. Look at that.
Oh, Silver, he gets locked in. The final slash as well as the Tsunami Slam connects. They take him down, but the punishment comes instantaneously from the side of Daku Sena, and they take down Madara. They take down Lewandowski, and now Rid is in a lot of trouble. The shortcut makes his life a lot harder. He's still trying to survive, dashing in and out with the vengeance, but he gets shut down by Hidden Bush. And now Bid on the chopping block gets taken down. 4 members wiped out of the map, and they want to take the turtle while they cannot. Louis finds the bot lane completely left alone, takes down the turret, gets the first turret for Team Godlike, but now the mid lane is in trouble. 3 members are trying to push, Madara will go in, dives in, but does not have the Tsunami Slam yet. They need to wait for now. However, Silver is back and is working on the turret to secure it for his team. But again, you can see the stuns are connecting onto his Lewandowski. Jazz is there. He's trying to be finding a setup, but is not really getting it yet. But for now, both the teams would like to disengage and wait for the next objective to be there to fight for.
They're kind of doing so good for the way that they have been fighting for Godlike as well. But now actually the goal lead is into the hands of Daku Sena, and I'm pretty sure the lead is gonna be into the hands of Silver and Funny Valentine rather than anyone else right now. But look at that though, Jess is gonna be able to find something out here, but that's gonna be just a bit of a flank that they're looking for here. But right now, if we can focus a bit onto the builds here, Sterling side already built away for the Harris as well as the Feather of Heaven, which is already a good damage here. And I think if we get the Holy Crystal under the 9 minutes of the game, then it's definitely going to be a good sign for the side of Daku Sena. They can play for the Harris, they can actually melt down anyone that is coming through into the hands of Godlike. But then Godlike have that clutch factor, right? They have a good combination with the Kalea, Arlott, and even the Guinevere, and on top of that, they have a damage dealer onto the carry. Usually you would think that maybe the Lucian is a hero that is a bit onto the utility side, but if he is onto the Sky Piercer like Bit is on, I think they can use him as a bit of a secondary damage dealer, which made up for the bit of a one-dimensional kind of playstyle that Godlike is trying to go for here, but definitely will be working out if they are able to pull out the combination here.
Definitely, but something that Godlike are still struggling against would be getting the gold back, right? You can see the screen right now. The goal lead is still into the hands of Team Daku Sena members. All 4 of them are leading except for Hidden Bush, who had been shut down quite a few times, and that's why Rith is leading in terms of gold, but it's not too much. It's just a few hundreds for now. But eventually the lead will be there, because if you take a look at the goal lane, then there is a lead of 1k on the hands of Funny Valentine, something that you would definitely not want to be giving him. And if he gets farmed up, it's going to make your life a lot harder. And again, just 1 item there for Silver, so he still is, his damage is still going to be skyrocketing a lot more once we head into the late game, right, Debbie? And since the launches, they're going to be there after a minute or so. Not minute, actually it's more than a minute, it's almost 80 seconds, so we have to wait for the next fight. But the problem is the pickoffs. You have the Flying Cloud map, you have the chip shortcut. All these things are very useful to get those pickoffs, and both the teams does have that pickoff kind of composition, especially for side of team Godlike. They can easily go for the pickoff, but now Lewandowski jumps in, instantly goes out, but the shortcut actually being used up. Was that a mistake from the part of Jazz? Because I don't think so. That was something he was intending to do, but he just instinctively pressed on that button for sure. But now the jump connects on, but he does not have the way out, or does he? He does have. He held on to the ultimate to get the Purify, but now there is the Winter Crown from Lewandowski, but he still cannot survive. Hardenbush takes it down, and now next Madara, he has to flicker out, but he's still trying to find a way out, but he cannot do so. Dakusena, they're going in fully aggressive. Rith is back inside, he's trying to go in, but he gets pushed back. Hardenbush gets taken down, but Rith as well. 3-4-1 is the trade, and Dakusena, they're definitely happy with that. Louis trying to deal out some damage, but he does not have the items yet to shred people down, so they have to wait. But just 1 point that led to such a big fight, and Team Dakusena still comes on top. Again, another shortcut bit, was not prepared for that, does not have a Purify to get out, and gets punished once again. And this should be a clear Lord for Team Dakusena.
Oh my god, this is so great for the side of Dakusena here, especially with the presence of the Value, which I was actually quite skeptical about, which I did not even mention, right? He have been able to disengage them from the team fight and the combination that they've been wanting to go for. And now, look at another engage though.
Oh wait, they're still trying to fight. It's gonna be Lewandowski getting stuck inside of 5 members. No way is getting out of there, and now if things were harder, look at that item that just got popped in for Funny Valentine. Ooh.
Yeah.
It's gonna be even much more harder, man.
That's the magical trinity he already gotten. That is definitely gonna be giving him a more time to get out those damages, which is perfectly fine because they are ahead onto the ways that they have been. You know, the Accession hasn't been that much of a popularity for a long while, but right now into the hands of Silver, that is his comfort pick, and it's kind of working well here. They have the long lanes, they have the Lord coming into the top lane side as well. They will be able to take out the first tier turret tier onto the mid side as well. But something for sure is that one perfect set from the side of Godlike will be able to turn the tide around, and I'm sure that Dakusena are ready for that. They have the Purify for that as well.
Absolutely, and I think they have to wait for that. But then again, Godlike, they are making a lot of mistakes. They're being hasty at some point, and they have not taken a single Purify in this game, and that is actually a problem too. Yes, you want to get away from the damage, but if you get stuck inside the crowd control abilities that the Valier has, the chip have, you cannot do much. You cannot even blink before you get deleted off the map, because the damage has already been skyrocketing. As of now, the lead is nearing towards a 7k, and this will prove a lot of problem. Chip is very annoying in this map. You can see just him being present around makes things a lot more difficult, because just one ultimate can bring his entire team towards that point, and I don't know if Godlike is prepared for that kind of fight. So far, they're not looking like that. Again, there is another shortcut, and instantly there is gonna be Mr. Hardenbush going in, but he gets locked in instantly. But look at the backline. Lewandowski jumps in, but he cannot find a way out. He gets taken down. Ben has to force the flicker out with the Crimson Beacon, but he is very low on HP. One more hit should do the work, but he finds the safety for now. It's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade. They take down Hardenbush, but Lewandowski gets taken down in the process. But for now, neither of the team want to continue this fight for now. Harith, like that might be the last item that they just picked up, and it's gonna be dealing a lot more damage than it already was. So, Godlike, how are they planning to respond here, Debbie?
Yeah, that's the thing I'm kind of worried about. It has to be something of a miracle set coming through, either from Madara or even from Lewandowski. But the thing is, for Valentine, Funny Valentine is going to be the main target, right? He's the main guy, but he has the Purify, inbuilt Purify as well for the Accession too. So this is definitely not going to be the best case scenario for the side of God. Like, this is also what I was mentioning when they pick away the Guinevere against the Accession, because he does have a Purify of his own. So now they have to give away this Lord again, because they cannot really go in, because there's a zone coming through from Peekaboo here. here, which with the Valir he can drone people away even without any problem. He's gonna be so tanky. On top of that, he got the Ice Queen as well as the glowing one here, which is already a 2 perfect item for the side of the Valir here. So now a bit of a circle to the top lane side as well. They have the long lane set up for themselves too, which Silver has been working on. You know, this is also one of the reasons why I like Silver on a hero like this Yi Xin who can play the macro factor, because he have a perfect balance on when to go for the team fight and when to go for the long lane plays, which is what he's doing now. BOD, oh my goodness, BOD and a Malefic Roar rather, onto the hands of the Yi Xin. So this means that one more test choker and he will be able to murder out the members of Godlike who are onto the squeezier side.
Yep. And now with the Lord marching from the bot lane, things are looking, it's going to be stirring up really soon. It's going to be another Fury battle because the fires have been being shot at them, and Godlike not able to get the Godlike yet. Their performance is not where they want it to be, but then again up in the top lane they're going for the Wild Proclaim combo. Was the target and he gets taken down, and then the full-fledged fight will be spraying out there. You can already see it's a very cramped place, but the damage is not getting dished out from the members of God, trying to do their best, but then again the sustain from Team Dakusena is just working in their favor. However, the Lord will take down the bot inhibitor, and now more stacks of minions are coming in. It's going to be a member down for the side of Team Dakusena, but they're not really shying away. There is but and then again see the members, they're trying to clear the waves, that's all they want. But then again, Team Dakusena, they cannot push, they have to wait for a little bit longer. Lewandowski wants to go for the jump, but the slowdown as well as the stun is making it very difficult. But then again, he goes for a jump with the facial migration, but then again the final slash connects. It's gonna be Rith very low on HP, he gets taken down.
My god.
It is trying to find a trade-off, but they cannot get the range anytime sooner. Biden Bush is going in with the shifting clouds. Can he find the target? The tsunami down, but the Lewandowski falls, and so does Highland Bush. It's a 1-for-1 trade. That's actually a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Dakusena, despite everything that they're going through. But now they're not really backing out. There's gonna be the conceal being used up, but the target is gonna be the mid inhibitor. You can see another shortcut being used. And Dakusena, they want to close this game right here, right now. Can they? Silver falls, but it doesn't really matter. The damage was enough. And Dakusena, they get the victory in the first game itself.
Oh my god, power of friendship! That's gonna be for Dakusena! Congratulations for winning out to the first game here, but definitely a good brawly team fight composition that they have so far, and I think it's definitely gonna be one of the best that they, one of the best scenario that they have again. Oh my goodness, that was a good combination that they built up. Oh, Funny Valentine really deserved this MVP because he zeroed deaths today, and he's been able to find the perfect way to go in and out when the team is actually setting for him. They are going for a 2-dimensional kind of draft where if the Yi Sun fails, they also have the Herald to come through here, which make it so much harder for the side of God L to even build out, because they need two kind of items. They need the defense, they need the magic defense, they also need the physical defense. So this is definitely one of the best case scenario for the side of Dakusena. They abuse their lineup in such a way that they go for the brawly composition. I do really hated the chip coming through into the hands of Jazz, but then you know, chip is so good against those heroes that you want to dive on. That also have to be one of the reasons why they let go of the carry. And even the Kalea cannot do anything against Chip, right? Because he is a single target hero.
Absolutely. I think Peekaboo Predator is the only person throughout India that actually likes to use Valir in a competitive level. I've not seen any other player who likes to play Valir this much as he does, and he actually performs really well on that. You can see maximum amount of the damage was dealt by Funny Valentine and Peekaboo Predator. Silver was there just to finish up the kills, and even Highland Bush, his work was to just go for the setup. And I think that actually is such a clever move. The chip is for the shortcut, used perfectly well, and the way Team Dakusena were able to break the momentum for Godlike was something that should have been done from the early minute of the game. We saw how Godlike instantly got the lead with those 4 to 5 kills that they had on their side, and it looked like it was going to be a landslide in their favor. But then again, Dakusena showed really strong presence and composure that I want to mention. And the way they played discipline, at the same time they were aggressive, passive aggressive, I would say. It was working quite in their favor. So let's see, game number 1 was definitely in their favor. They're looking quite close into making their name onto the grand finals for now. But Godlike, how do they bounce back from here? If we take another head-to-head fight, you can see Beard was having a tougher time because not having the Purify was making it a little bit difficult for him to just, fight everything that was thrown at him. And he was getting stuck inside the shortcut, the crowd controls, and the CC was just difficult for him to, just avoid at certain points. I think Madara did it work pretty well, but the burst damage was not nearly there from Team Godlike. So I didn't understand the combination, how does it work so well. And, I think they just need a little bit more burst damage to be available for them. For Team Godlike, if they're going for a hero that is a pick-off based, like the Kalea itself, maybe?
It was supposed to be in such a way that they will be able to win out onto the early game, get a good rotation up on top for Romcom. They were playing actually to try to enable the Urlot. This is how you want to play the Urlot actually. You want to enable him early on, and they were supposed to give a dead lane for the carry, but Jazz did not really make it happen. He actually did a well read onto the way that God L wanted to play with this kind of combination, and they have been pressuring onto the bot lane again and again because they were supposed to be having a winning side onto the gold lane side, which they really abused, which God L did not really reply to. Until the early game, they were doing exactly what they want to do, try to go for the XP lane as much as possible. But then Dakusen, I was like, yeah, if you are gonna play for your XP, we're gonna be playing for your gold, for our gold. And they were the one who was successful because the fast rotation coming through from Chip just been so good on the way he was using the shortcut as well. A bit of a fake ultimate here and there that was kind of pointless at times, but when he pulled it off, he really pulled it off. And I think even if they lose that first and the second turtle, their scaling, the way they were scaling was absolutely phenomenal, because I don't think that Silver was even losing onto the goal. He has been actively farming onto the small crits that he has seen so far, very effective onto that, and I think that is also one of the reasons why they were able to come through it.
Absolutely, I agree with you on that, because the way they played was very smart, right? They understood what their winning conditions were, what the objectives on the map were for them, where they needed to fight. They did not need to invade unnecessarily. They just needed to wait for their heroes to get the power spike, and after that they could deny the side of Team Godlike to just walk freely up to them and take the fights, right? They were the one who brought the fight towards Godlike, and that is something actually gave advantage to Team Dakusena, because they were in control. They knew that this is the place we want to take the fight, this is the people we want to target on, and it worked in their favor in that way. But again, it was easy to pull off in the first game. Now that the stat is out there, now that Team Godlike understands what Dakusena they're trying to do, and they're on the second pick this time around, will there be changes? Will Godlike try to adapt to what was thrown at them and stop Team Dakusena from doing it once again to them? It's going to be the question, right, Debbie?
Godlike has always been a team that are so good in adaptation, I would say. And my personal preference, they are usually so good in adapting to the teams. So when they lose the first game, they usually have the factor where they read out the opponent onto the second game, and the draft depends according to that. And I think they will be able to pull something off here. But that was the time when Art and Fate were there, so I don't know about this new lineup. So let's see though. Freya banned. Oh, okay, they still banned out the Freya. Okay, Benny ban is definitely the best you can go so far against Van Lewandowski. I cannot say the name actually. Lewandowski. Lewandowski.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He is a very good footballer. You should watch the World Cup, Debbie. Definitely should. You'll remember the names.
I mean, I know him, but the pronunciation is a bit, I don't want to butcher any name, so let's just say Van, man.
It's okay. It's okay. See, even our producer is helping you. He's like, Debbie, you say it right.
Lewandowski.
You don't get cancelled. Lewandowski, yeah.
Yeah, that's what.
It's okay, guys. Relax. It's fine.
It's okay.
Again, back at it. Marcel finally gets ban respected here, and I'm happy about that. At least if you're not picking
Finally?
it, ban him. Show him the respect, guys. He's very strong. He's a meta outside India. He is
outside. The fact is, I think not many of the Indian roomers are able to play the Marcel on that full capability. I've never seen Madara on Marcel. I mean, given the fact that he hasn't been playing tournaments, but also, yeah, you don't want to take anything away from him. And I think Dakusen are respecting it because they also don't want to take any risk, which I like. Now that the Jushin is banned, Dakusena. It will be depending on what they wanna first pick here, because there's not many meta that you wanna let go of. Van hasn't been playing the Harley much, right? So do they still ban the Harley, or will it be a godlike Harley ban? I think it should be a red ban, right?
Yeah, it should be a red ban. I think Silver is the one who likes to play the Harley a lot more compared to Van, of course.
Van.
But Debbie, I want to ask you one thing, which everybody's asking as well. Who is Louis? Why have we not heard about him, seen him before? Who is Louis? Any idea?
Even I'm not sure, sir. I've been blindly hitting.
Yeah, we don't have answers. Yeah, don't ask us. Ask the teams.
We'll know later.
Yeah.
Ask
Romcom in the live stream. Yeah, do that.
Yeah.
But then again, Alice will be the ban to this time avoid, denying it to Romcom, because we have seen how well he performs. Even he made a self-edit on Alice and his Sora gameplay. He was self-praising himself, so he did that. But now because of that, everybody will start banning it out. The last ban is still remaining from the side of Team Godlike. So what do they opt for the ban? The Harley, like you mentioned, will get taken here. So this time, what do you go as a first pick, Debbie? The heroes are open. A lot of the strong heroes are open as well. So your verdict.
If you ask me about first pick, I am a Phoveus Glacier because of the current patch, of course. Because it can stop the Harriet to come through here. Because if Dakusena go for the Phoveus first pick, Godlike cannot go for the Harriet that easily, right? Unless they wanna have an answer for the Phoveus, like they go for the Harriets and the Kalea. Other than that, it's a very risky pick. But then they can go for the Harriet. Okay. So they can still go for the Harriets here, which means they don't care about the Phoveus. So it kind of Dakusena might have an answer for a Phoveus if they are willing to let it go. Or I'm just glazing Phoveus at this point. I
think the Phoveus is really good here, and I think Romcom is tired of playing the Phoveus. He has played so much Phoveus. Yeah, right. He is like, I do not want to see that hero again. I can counter you with my dragon. I can counter you with some other heroes, but there goes the Suio, and what else? The Kaja is open, I believe. If they want to go for the Kaja, if they want to deny it to Jazz, they can go for that hero. Because I think the Kaja can bring a lot of problems. But no, they go for the Sora here. I tell you, see, Romcom, he loves his Sora and his Alice. So you have to give one to him, otherwise he's not happy about it.
One big factor is that Dakusena, I haven't seen them playing the Valentina into the XP lane side. It's always into the hands of Peekaboo rather than hide and boost, so that's a bit of a downside. But if they are gonna be able to pull it off, then it's definitely gonna be one of the best. But sometimes when you see a Suyo, they usually combine it together with the Harriets. So I'm kind of thinking maybe Godlike are trying to deny the Suyo for their side, and there we go. Finally, it's gonna be the Phoveus that's coming through. Very, very good against the Sora as well. So this is definitely gonna be a winning lane for hide and boost. So all they have to do now is to get another damage dealer physical for Silver, and then they can have a good winning lane into the mid side. So Godlike, they need to have a bit of a counter here. So I still think they should go for the Kalea if they want to focus onto the Phoveus, that is.
Could be. I think the Kalea is a very good option here, but no, I think it is
Kaja
out here. I
forgot. Okay.
I think the Kaja is like a lot stronger to stop the Harriet, because you can go for the Kalea, but he can instantly, he can easily purify out of that, right? It's difficult to catch the Valir as well, because he has a inbuilt Purify on his ultimate, so that's also there.
It's what?
The only person you can stop is gonna be Hide on Bush, but is that the target you want to go with the Kalea for? Because if you bring him towards your team, hasta la vista. Good night to you, guys, man. Good night to you. So now that the side of Team Dakusen has not picked a jungle, I think the bans will be much more centered around the jungle, or maybe the roaming heroes. They can deny some of those, perhaps.
Okay. Yi Xuanxun isn't really a meta hero, but Dakusina made it work with a bit of a similar combination that they have. A physical onto the onto the jungle means that you can go for a magic onto the gold. So I am not against Yi Xuanxun pick again here, but it's highly likely for them to go for another hero that Silver is more comfortable on. You know what? I think against pick-off heroes like the Kaza, it might be a bit how do I say, controversial, but I think the Lance really does well when there's a pick-off hero because he has the ability to dodge, and this is what I was expecting from Godlike actually, a chip ban. So they are trying to let go of any kind of hero that Silver wants to play, given the fact that they already have the Kaza. They try to counter his assassin with that, which is not something I'm not against, but God ban.
Yep.
God.
What do you think of the Leo mod out here? Do you think the Leo mod would work in the jungle or no?
It's still very good because there's no option for the Phoebus onto the hands of Godlike, right? But do you want Silver on a Leomord because he's more an active player, right? I mean,
the Ethan Shin is open,
yeah, that's
right?
fine. Ethan Shin.
Mm.
Oh, there's so many heroes open, so it will come down to what?
Again.
Still carry. There's gonna be a dive now. You know what? I don't mind the Hayabusa here, man. But then Kaza is here, right? Kaza is here, so.
I mean, but they can actually.
Kaza, right? Kaza.
Yeah, but I think the Suyo can actually immune the ulti of the Hayabusa. Actually.
That's also true. Lancelot, Kalea. So Yi Xuanxun.
They need something late, right? They have the early settle up. They need something to secure the objectives. They can go for a utility, but I do not like a utility against the carry. So something damage related out here. So Hayabusa Leomord, yeah.
Leomord again. Okay. Okay. Not bad. So now for against the Leomord into the mid side. This is a Kalea, right? So Zetian, I think could be a good combination. But then, okay, they already have the combo with the Kaza carry, so why not go for a bit of a utility? Oh wait, they might eventually let out the burst potential into the magic damage side. Farsa, Zeta. Okay, Farsa, Zeta. Definitely good, but I think better. But then I was actually trying to go for the Zetian because of the Kalea, but then they would be lacking out the magic, right? The burst magic potential. So Farsa is gonna be the definite better option here.
I think the Farsa is one of those mages that can actually utilize the Purify a little bit better compared to the other mages.
True.
Purify, you actually get stuck inside.
You're vulnerable.
Yeah, you're very vulnerable, right? So let's see how they want to play this game. But then again, Dakusina, they have the advantage. They have the match point onto their side. Godlike, they need to find a way to get it back for themselves. They need to tie it up in order to actually just get that chance back for them to head into the grand finals. I love that picture of Madara. It always makes me feel giggly. I don't know why. He's like an adorable kid. Again, Madara, shout out to you.
He's still a kid.
Always like you. But now we are here into the land of Dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, here Dakusina, they have already struck once. Can they strike again? Or it'll be Godlike stopping their run here and making the score even. We'll see about that. But Farsa is something that we need to look at.
They wanted a Purify hero, and the Farsa is the best choice. Either it's a Farsa or the Lilia, and the Lilia wouldn't work here either way. So, wow, this is gonna be the marksman emblem for Mr. Silver there, which is what I was expecting, which is a definite good penetration for Leomord as well, because the combination he have with the damage, it's definitely gonna be up to the par. But onto the mid side here, yeah, a good clearance for the Valir with a good disengage tool that he have with the knockback so far. So this is definitely gonna be a good start for the side of Dakusina. They will be rotating much earlier, but the fact that Bid is on a Farsa, which he usually don't play, I'm kind of excited to see how he will be performed onto this bursty hero.
New things, new lineup, new changes for the hero, for the players, right? So
yeah,
I think I like it, but then again, they're able to just poke out Jazz a little bit, but he still does not have the skills yet. But the dishes have a lot of damage, but he's gonna get stuck inside, forced to flicker out, push back with the second skill will keep Team Godlike away for the time being. But the aggression is still there despite the heroes changing. Jazz is still doing his things, and I feel like this is going to be a slow game, a little bit slower compared to the previous one. Not much of a pickup before the heroes reach that level 4, so maybe the fights will be after the first turtle.
You know, given the fact that Madara is being stuck into the babysitting side, trying to match his rotation with the Suya here, kind of makes sense a lot, because you want to start from the invasions from happening, because this is a Kalea after all, paired together with a Valir who have been active onto the level 2 already, so this is what they are doing. But mid lane, a bit of a knock-up here, the turtle is going to be started here. Bit is actually very low without level 4, so... Okay, he got the level 4, there we go.
Yeah, a lot of damage. Jazz gets the first blood, but then again the damage from Silver is a lot. And you can already see Red trying to regen back his HP with soaring in the sky. But for now, Sunny Flash is not looking that way. But then again, Funny Valentine is there. You can see Lewandowski trying to get out.
Wow!
Meanwhile, Silver gets the turtle very properly turned from the side of Team Dakusen. And they might have lost one member, but still, they got the turtle that they needed.
I do understand the fact that, you know, to the mid side, this is a far side, you have a good clearance, but you do not really want to walk up like that. Against a Kalea, will be able to pop his passive, prop her passive as continuously as possible, and that kind of made them. But look at the jump.
Wait, Jazz this time returns the favor, and Madara gets taken down. That's 2 members down from the side of Team Godlike. Something that we do not really expect from a team like Godlike, but the changes are actually what they're still trying to get used to. But for now, Dakusen again getting that lead in terms of gold. It's going to be 1k, but then again, Jazz jumps in again. You can see Lewandowski is trying to save his buff, but he cannot. Actually, he secures it for now with Retribution, but then again, Reds goes in, instant flicker out from Jazz to save himself. Lewandowski is very low for now. They're trying to back out. Jazz wants to go for the Tsunami Slam, but does not have it. But then again, Highland Bush jumps on the turret gate with the wings by wings, goes out for now. Highland Bush falls to his death. But then again, the Feather Airstrike used down, but not dealing enough damage for now. So they have to back out. But then again, a 1v1, Louis needs to be a little bit careful. He's a little bit overextended. There is no jump, but nobody to follow up. Lewandowski really low. Peekaboo is trying to walk him down, goes in with Cyclone ID, gets a lot of damage onto his aim. Jazz is low as well. Could have been disastrous for the side of Dakusena, but for now, they survive.
I think this kind of re-engagement were completely unnecessary for Dakusena, because they can get away with having the goal lead. They are playing with fire actually, but then Godlike doesn't really have the power to the damage to take them down, so that kind of became in handy for them. But they cannot risk taking that, because once the carry gets the Trinity, Jazz will not get away with doing something like that again. Or even Highland Burst, you know, flickering dark wave into the turret when there's no objective you want to fight for is really not a good sign. You know, you really want to keep your spells for the turtle fight, for the objective fight. Look at that though.
Again on the fight this time, Madara has to go back out, but then again Peekaboo is in a trouble because Lewandowski jumps on him, he gets taken down, Red stuck in between 4 members, he cannot back out, Silver gets the kill, but then again the Divine has been locked high on. He falls down. Lewandowski is trying to find another kill. The Purify will be used up, but then again on the other side, it's gonna be taking down Jazz. And this time, Godlike, they strike back. They're trying to regain the control around the turtle pit, and there is nothing much that Silver can do. He's low on HP and cannot contest the turtle without the retribution.
What a good response coming through from Godlike, finally showing some signs of life for the first time in this best of 3 scenario here. But right now, bot lane.
Again on the fight, this time Silver is trying to strike back, but Louis is really low. He gets a kill, but at the same cost, he gets down too. Not the best trade, but at least the gold laner who was dominating is taken down. So a little bit of solace on the side of Team Dakusena for the time being. But then again, up in the top lane, Funny Valentine.
Wow.
And showing that you cannot underestimate him in a 1v1.
Rom-com definitely saving the team just for that fight. Okay, now this is gonna be neutralized here. I was supposed to say that maybe that defense onto the turret was so much better for the side of Kusena, but now it's looking good for the godlike here with the solo kill up on top. Is gonna be neutralizing every goal lead that they already have against the carry here mid lane. That's gonna be a clearance coming through from Bait, trying to drone them away from their own turret here. But onto the build side as well, Thunderbelt already built away for Mr. Madara here, so it's gonna be quite tanky. Fleeting time, very funny enough for Zaz. That's gonna be the first build that they want to go for, which means that they want to stay into the fight as long as possible, given the fact that the Phantom Steed cooldown is so much lower in comparison to any other hero. So I think they wanna go for the brawl. Look at the flicker.
Once again, the Divine Judgment locks in Jazz, but there's a shifting sky going in, but Jazz will hands of Lewandowski. The Feather Air Strike drops down, but the damage is not going to be enough. You can already see Silver dishing on a lot of damage, but they cannot find a kill in return. Meanwhile, Louis will push the bot lane. That's 2 turrets down on the side of Dakusena, and they have not even answered back once. Lewandowski wants to go for another kill. Peekaboo Predator is the target. He has to flicker out towards the safety. There is no Feather Air Strike for now, so he's safe for now again. Funny Valentine trying to go for a 1v1. He goes in. He becomes the hero. He takes down another one, but Bait goes in towards the side. Uses the Feather Air Strike to deal the warning shot. And Funny Valentine needs to back out, but then again their target is Madara this time on the chopping block. Highland Bush is trying to deal the damage, but he's out of the jumps now. No more Infernal Pursuit for him. But then again you can see Louis finally dishing out the shred damage. They cannot take the turtle for now. Junglers are not there, but then again, that's gonna be it for the fight for the time being.
The final blow, I would say, has to be no, not the final, but the perfect beginning has to be the flicker jump coming through from Jazz, which he necessarily didn't have to commit, because I would say that if you want to commit with the flicker, you have to commit onto someone who doesn't have the Purify, and Bit was having that Purify that time, and he was able to clutch play it, and that kind of became unfair for the side of God. Like, yes, they did lose out onto their battle spell, but this is what the battle spell is for. Now they're not gonna be taking on to the turtle here, waiting on the Lord to come through here. None of the sides are ready to go for the Lord. A bit of a better lane management coming through from the side of God L instead of Dakusena. So Dakusena, with the damage they have onto Funny Valentine, they can actually find a pick-off. But one thing for sure is that Shinryu, I haven't seen any Divine Judgment yet from Madara, so he should be very perfect onto the targeting, right? He's trying.
He's trying. But the problem is, the moment he uses a Divine Judgment, you can see multiple members of Dakusena are jumping on him. It's like they know when he's going to use it. They're predicting it. But then again, Peekaboo Predator is getting targeted on. You can already see Jazz is going to go in for the Tsunami Slam. Wraith is the target. Drop low, but then again, the Feather Air Strike being used up. Jazz falls in the hands of Louis Lewandowski. Okay. Now, Lewandowski falls in the hands of Silver, but Highland Bush barely leaves unscathed. He was almost on the verge of being taken down, but once again, we are standing at a stalemate. Neither of the team can take the Lord. They have to recall region back and again regroup for the fight. Wraith is just providing the vision on the Lord Pit, while the 2 members from Dakusena, they're trying to take it, but they know better that they shouldn't for the time being.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a good sign that Wraith has been actively being the one going for the engages, given the fact that, you know, that the Kazakh isn't able to do anything on the setup for here right now. But mid lane again, look at that.
Trying
2 ults.
But you can see, again, right, 2 ults made it out. Peekaboo Predator just taking a few shots for now, but I think this is it. God, like, they cannot contest for the Lord despite having the goal lead. Team Dakusena has better positioning and they can easily secure it. You can see there's no way in without the skills, but there is an in for the side of Dakusena. They instantly go for the Tsunami Slam. They take down Madara, and now they're trying to deal a little bit more damage. There's a stun up onto his Louis, but he still has enough skill. But then again, Silver speed takes down Louis, and that's gonna be 2 members down at the cost of none. And this is a little bit downscale for the side of Team Dakusena. Godlike.
Yeah, I think they once they saw that they were able to drone them away, Dakusena just directly went for the Lord here and even going for the fight right now, because like I said, Funny Valentine already had the damages here, and the fact that Louis still wanted to go for the fight when he is lacking onto the damage, and you know, the targeting isn't the best here also, because yeah, there was unfortunate Silver when he got the Phantom Steed. He had physical defense, but hey, Vaughn, bot lane.
You got sandwich in between of that. No way out. Lewandowski really tried, but there's no way out. But then again, another fight. Heidenbush is the one who wants to win, and inside Red. There is no way out. It's really low on HP. Trying to deal damage. Red is goes in for the feather airstrike, but cannot do much because Heidenbush is trying to stop him from doing whatever he wants. But the shred damage coming from Louis finally has his power spike. He takes him down and picks up the DHS. The defense is there, but for now they have to clear the rest of the waves that are coming in. Funny Valentine will take down the mid layer on the second tier, and Louis with just his summon force and the damage that he has, something we weren't anticipating, and this is looking like almost a win for Dakusena here.
Just playing so clean with the way they have been going for the team fights again and again. The early stages of the game, a bit of an awkward moment here and there with Jazz onto the Kalea, but this time around with the damage that they already have with the Holy Crystal onto the hands of Funny Valentine, it's already a a sure kill if they go for the Tsunami Slam, and they have been actively doing that. But the fact that Louis has been taken down as with just one demand force, I don't know why he did not build away the Rose Gold yet. I think he just want to stay into the pack as much as possible with the Purify that he has, so that he will not be getting caught onto the Kalea. But that is gonna be the downside of a carry with the Purify, right? It's so tough to reposition without the flicker. Look at that!
Antara goes in between three members and he engages the fight. And again, you can see the side of team Dakusena, they're really jumping in. And it's going to be Jazz with an amazing setup, but
wow,
prepared for that. It was actually Jazz going in, certainly. And with that, three members are going to get taken down right before the Lord. I swear to God, nothing could have prepared me for that, and I'm 100% certain that Team Godlike were not expecting that surprise play is what might be the deal opener for the side of Team Godlike to just, not be able to defend here. Dakusena, they want those inhibitor turrets. They have been able to push the bot one. Now they want the middle one as well. They take it down, and whatever they set their sight on is theirs for the time being. And again, you can see the Lord is here in the open, and Team Dakusena, they want to go instantly and take it down. Godlike, they do want to contest. They have the spell. It's just not there on the Louis. Then again, the Tsunami Slam onto his Madara. He just ahead. He gets down. They cannot contest the Lord. And the mistakes after mistakes are what Team Dakusena are being presented by Team Godlike as of now, and they're just taking full advantage of it. Jazz against Red. He's trying to take him down, but wrist damage is not nearly enough. He goes back in with a flicker, but does not find the angle. His ultimate duration is over. Now they need to fall back. But then again, Funny Valentine is there with Silver. He will take down Lewandowski. Godlike against Godlike. It's something you do not want to give. But then again, Big with the Purify goes back with the Wings by Wings to find the safety for now. But the Lord is still not cleared in, and Dakusena, they're just waiting to get this game over. Team Godlike, they need to brace themselves with the defense that they need to pull up for now with the 4 members they have. Lewandowski for 10 seconds, they need to wait for that, but then again another Phantom Steed is out there. They can see Godlike, they're struggling to keep their HP at the full pace. They will fall one after the other. 2 members down, but Silver gets shut down. A killing spree for Bid, and they have been able to defend for now, but for how long is going to be the question. Dakusena, they need to fall back for a little bit because they do not have enough HP. The members on the frontliners are not available, so good call.
Good call, good call. This is definitely one of the, weakness of Dakusena, I would say, because usually when you see them in this position, they don't go back. But this is a very, very big improvement coming through from them. Now they backed away because they know that there's no Funny Valentine. That's the main carry with how many peel they have, how many sustain they have. Without the damage dealers in present, you really cannot go for the fights. But Bin has been playing so well. He got the Divine Glaive on top of the glowing one as well. Maybe it's going for the Holy Crystal too, so that's a full damage. He will be able to one-shot Funny Valentine if he does not have the ultimate, which is what you do not really want to see. So this time around, Dakusena have to be very, very careful on the way they are trying to go for the fights. But they do know that the bit without the Purify is definitely going to be very vulnerable. But it's also a fact that he has been staying onto the very back almost all the time, which is kind of making it so much harder for Jazz to finally go through him. But Suyo, one is still onto the Sky Piercer, which is not really the best idea because he doesn't really have the stacks on top of that, and almost a full build for the carry as well, but he is so behind on gold in comparison to Funny Valentine. So Oh, godlike. I think they should contest his lord.
They should basically, because it's gonna be soon 18 minutes. For now, it's still, nearing to the 16-minute mark, so it's not gonna be the evolved lord. Still something that they can defend.
Right.
But the problem is, like you mentioned, they do not have the towers, right? So not having the towers
that's
will
what.
definitely make it quite difficult for them. But I think what Team Godlike is struggling for now is finding the synergy between the members. I think
That's what.
it just seems like a communication error between them. Not error, but a communication gap. Like they do not know who to give the short calls from. That is something that is keeping things a little bit ahead. I mean, a little bit Team Dakusena ahead because they have a very good short calls, but then again the concealed play. Jazz was ready for it. He instantly picks him up. The divine judgment on towards him. You can already see Wraith is trying to go for the engage. The feather airstrike already dropped down. Most of the there, and they do not have any way out. Silver is trying to clean up the fight while they can. And one member has already fallen from Team Godlike. It's gonna be Madara back to back, and Team Dakusena, they just needed that one moment. They were so prepared for it. It's just like they can beat Team Godlike like an open book. They know where to wait for them. They know where to hide for them. And that is what is happening every time. Godlike trying to engage. They do not have the way to do it. But then again, another Tsunami Slam on even with the feather air strike, they cannot stop them. Dakusena, they get the Lord, but the waves are already knocking at the base of Team Godlike. Look at the damage from Funny Valentine. Almost takes down Red. They did not find the turret in the up top lane, but for now, the Lord is yet due. Godlike, they need to defend. They need to find a way to defend for this one.
Oh man, it's gonna be pretty hard. I don't understand why they got a divine judgment onto Jazz, which is one of the tankiest members that they can have so far right now.
Yep, absolutely. And that is going to be a lot of problem with the Lord already marching from the mid lane. Things are looking like they can go down the gutter for the side of Team for Godlike here. Dakusena, they have a 5k lead. The Lord is already here. Not with the minions. They already use the conceal here, trying to take down a little bit HP of the members of Team Dakusena. The Lord is here. They need to prepare for the defense. You can see the waves are also crashing in. Dakusena, they have a very good way to just this game, but can they get this game over and done? Not yet. Another defense pulled off by Team Godlike to save this game. And Dakusena, they're respecting that. They're playing discipline. They're backing off for here. From there.
Wow. How is Goel able to clear that? I mean, given the fact that they have a first and a carry, but it could have, okay, never mind. It wasn't an evolved floor, so it was definitely an okay. Yes, but this is gonna be the last chance, right? They need to do another Hail Mary play, but this time they have to be very precise on the targeting. The Divine Judgment should be on a hero that they can take away, because one member down. Oh wait, then again, Dakusenas have a lot of hero that can deal damage, because if you are focusing onto the Harriet, there's always gonna be the Leomord again. Oh man, this is gonna be so tough for God L. I think the way they should. Okay, wait. Conceal play? Conceal?
Oh, wait. They knew that Rip was there, but Rip, he knew. And he still gets locked in. He gets taken down, but then again, Madara gets inside.
No one died.
5 members. And there is no way out for you. Even if you're the front line, the damage has already exceeded to the amount he can sustain. 3 members remaining from Team Godlike to defend this push. Dakusena, they know they have gotten this game under their belt. And again, another Tsunami Slam onto us. Okay. Falls. Mid gets taken down. Louis, the remaining member, he buys the immortality just to buy a little bit more time, but he cannot stop the inevitable. As Team Dakusena, they strike and they reach the grand finals of the Accession League 26. And they will be the first team to solidify their position out there, beating Team Godlike in their own game.
Funny Valentine once again onto the Harriet, able to take the game as a clean sweep against Godlike. This is definitely going to be one of the best performances I've seen them so far, with a perfect discipline that they have. Let's see the MVP though. It's gonna be Funny Valentine yet again. I mean, there are so many people who has been doubting him, but I'm pretty sure this guy is definitely having a lot of potential. I have always said he's definitely going to be able to pull something out of the bag, and these Harriets not being respected has to be one of the best that they have able to pull it off. The first big Harriet, by the way, without the Furious and to the other side. This is also one of the, ego draft coming through from both of the sides that I really love the way that he's been playing. He's been untouchable for the whole series today.
Absolutely, I think they definitely should respect on Funny Valentine's Harrod. Something people are sleeping on. I do understand,
That's what...
they are not a team that had reached the upper tiers of MLMS, but still, this lineup, the players, they're very good, they're very talented, and they're very strong when they play together. And not respecting that, not picking up the phobias while you had the option is something that you're actually ego drafting against. You're absolutely right, Debbie. And we are seeing with the changes Godlike is undergoing, things are not in the best formed way yet. They still need some more time to adjust to the changes that they have. The players, yes, they are used to playing this game for a long time as well, but the thing is that when you're forming a new lineup, your synergy needs to be built up, and something that we can clearly see is that the synergy was lacking from the side of Team Godlike in this series, in these matches. Yes, they were dominating certain points, but after that, they did not have the answers to go back. Like you mentioned, the Sky Piercer, when you're already falling so many times, something that you should have gotten rid of. You should have gotten something magic defense. But, these are the small things that you need to take notes of and play better. See, no Rose Gold at all. Going for the Wind of Nature instead. Something I think they should change a little bit. These habits can be very detrimental.
I think, sticking with the carry kind eventually became a problem into the later part of the game, and they were actually playing for their fundamentals as well on top of that. So I was kind of worried about the way that Godlike was drafting as well. But onto the jungle again, I'm not used to seeing Silver onto the Leomord. He's more of a Suyo than a real Leomord, but he's able to do so well. And once again, for Peekaboo, this is what I talked about him, right? He is able to play enabler and even a bursty carry mage, and he's got the Valier the second time in a row, which kind of helped them negate the misplays that they have been doing into the early phases of the game, because he was so good in disengaging all of those team fights that God L wanted to go for. And onto the room, I don't know. Like I said, it's a bit of a misconception. Misconnection coming through from Godlike as well, because Gaza, this hero is only good when you have a good communication. I will go for this hero, we'll just press it. That did not happen. It's so bad. It was so bad.
He was trying to give the vision and he instantly get bursted down because he was not backing him up, right? That's what we saw happening. It was hard to watch actually, to
That's what I'm saying.
That kind of play happening.
That's why I was actually trying to lean towards the Kalea for Madara, because that is his comfort pick, right? Or either give away the Kalea, get the Gatot. It's okay. But then, either way, this is not the way you want to play the Kaza, man. You want to have a hero that can open up the map. The Kaza is a tank. It's a roamer, but it's a support. You want to stay in the back, or you want to go for early boosts and gazes, which they haven't been able to do. And into the early phases also, I think he got out-rotated by Jazz onto the Kalea, because naturally when you are on a Kaza, you might want to go for the invade, try to get that first skill damage onto the buff and try to be as much menacing as possible. But everything, I feel like Dakusina read a lot about the combination already coming through from Godlike, so I think it's just the execution.
Absolutely, I think you're correct about that. Like I said, they were able to read them. They knew where to wait for Team Godlike. They knew where to take the fights, and that's what they did. They delivered the fight to them while Godlike was not really prepared. That engage from Jazz, when he jumped in between of 3 members, like he was so confident. He just knew that if he goes in, even with the flicker, the team will be able to follow him up, and that's a level of confidence you need as a roamer to be playing, right? And Madara, he was trying to do the right things, but he was not getting the backup that was needed. Yes, I understand, settling with a new lineup takes a little bit time, but still, I think a little bit more connection was required before they picked up the Kaja. They could have gone for something. I mean, it was a deny pick as well to Jazz, but still Jazz got the Kalea. It worked really well. And I have known Madara to be playing different kind of heroes, much with the front line, a little bit tankier, like the Rock, with which he stole the Lord, remember, right? And the High Laws. These kind of heroes is something that we have technically seen Madara playing. The pick-off style is a little bit different for him, and I hope he can adjust to it. Of course, it's not a bad thing. Bad games can happen. It was just a bad game. It's not the end of the world. Godlike, they really perform well. I hope they use the second chance really well. But after this, there's going to be one more match between the teams that have lost previously to these two teams. So we'll see how do they play and which team will actually make it to the next round. But for now, it's going to be Team Takusena getting the first victory here, Debbie.
Yep, definitely a deserving victory. You stay together, you stay strong together. Yeah, they have been the kryptonite for God for a long time, and I can see it hasn't changed. So that is also a good sign here. But they're gonna be the first finalists, right? So we are so close to the finals of this tournament here so far. But yeah, I'm excited to see the next match as well. But unfortunate for me and for Sindhu, we're not gonna be casting. So is it a sayonara?
It is. Ladies and gentlemen, do stay tuned. We'll come back really soon with the next matches dropping for you. So while we go away, it's not a goodbye. It's just we wish that the next teams, they play well, and the next caster, they entertain you. So we'll meet you after a short break.
We've searched all this time for this. A place devoid of life. Devoid of any future.
With this, we'll definitely go beyond the stars.
Give up this hopeless voyage.
Freya?
We can be together. Here. Forever. Don't leave. Stay here with me.
Where is Freya?
So, what shall my lens capture today?
Anguish. Turmoil. Regret.
No! Perspective comes down to composition.
Only a photograph can capture unexpected beauty.
I believe we found the answer.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Marcel, a photographer.
And Clamar! Yes, we are one. We capture art's every moment. Balanced composition. Perfect lighting. Art at its finest.
Despite the overflowing emotions, I still feel something is missing.
Then look outward through my lens.
Perhaps I need to look inward.
The letter, sir.
It's time to seek new inspiration.
Magnificent! But it's not what you're after, right?
My admiration has never been confined to what's on the surface.
Focus! Capture!
Perhaps art isn't about perfection. Sometimes, art is the unexpected.
Who knew imperfection could create such beauty?
It seems our hero has found a new interpretation of art.
Amen. Art can be expressed in many forms, after all.
house, Taxley.
We share the same blood, yet walk on opposite paths.
I don't mind leading the Paxleys from a rise to a fall.
It is better to be feared than loved, if you cannot both.
I'm bound by be it family or destiny.
Didn't your mother ever tell you, never get too close to needles?
An artist's work is never finished.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to, of course, the playoff stage day one. This is gonna be the last match of the evening. Of course, the losers bracket, that's gonna be Autobots, Esports, and Meta Ninja. And we're gonna be looking at, of course, we've already had 3 really long series. Not exactly long because we've had sweeps, but the matches has been really long and really tremendous, filled with competition. We've seen time and time again both of these teams, especially one team, which is Dakusena, obviously showing and proving themselves that they are far superior, because having a same roster has proven them. But of course, right now at the losers bracket, anything can happen. There's no more of the chance that there's someone dominant. Anything is possible. And with that, myself, of course, I am Ray. Welcome back to the, of course, Accession League. And joining me is going to be my brother Itami on the casting desk. We both have a headset this time around. Wow, no more naked heads floating around. But yeah, looking forward to the drafts. And Itami, how you been, man? I know it's been a really long while, because obviously we've been a break, but it's nice to have you back right after the break.
Feels good once again sharing the casting decks, and of course it feels good for the tournament to resume as well. So we are finally here on to the last match for the night, as Ray has already mentioned, and this is for the losers bracket, or let's say the lower bracket. So it is going to be between team ABZ and MNZ, which are on to the brink of elimination. But if they survive, I believe they will be facing Godlike on the upper bracket finals in order to join team DS onto the grand finals. So this game is going to be a lot onto the stakes. It is a BO3, so 2 victories will do it for either of the side of the teams. But I think looking at the synergies and everything, Meta Ninja as well as ABZ, ABZ are one of the teams which had made it onto the LAN playoffs as well when it came onto the MSC qualification, the MLMS, and MNZ were one of the teams who failed to qualify onto this. So it could be kind of a statement if they are able to beat ABZ onto here, because ABZ were also one of the teams who gave them the defeat onto the BO3 series that happened on the MLMS. So these two share some history, but the twist is there is a bit of roster change for both of the sides.
Absolutely right, Tammy. That's the thing. I believe Dakusena, I honestly believe having a concrete roster from the very beginning of the tournament to the very end, even before the tournament actually, they had this roster, they added silver right before the tournament, and they have been on a stable streak, and I think that's definitely giving them the edge, and they are the finalists right now, and the other teams are competing. Of course, the winner of today, just like you mentioned, tomorrow will be fighting in the lower bracket finals, and obviously aka the semi-finals, which is going to be deciding who's the next finalist to fight Dakusena for the crown of Accession League, and of course take away the massive prize pool of this 1 lakh. So obviously we're looking forward to that. Until that, obviously the draft shows up. I think both of these teams obviously have a lot of history now, and they have played against each other. But like you mentioned, I really believe that I think a lot of people undervalue or undermine how much a roster change can affect. Yes, they're all great players, but synergy and experience together, those things you cannot build it up no matter how good of a player you are. Just because you have the best players in the world, if you just put them in a room together with no prior experience, they will lose to a team that has been stable for the longest of time, because consistency defeats, of course, inconsistency, which obviously Itami's one of favorites, quotes is inconsistently consistent or something like that. Only Itami says this, and I've never tried to copy him because copying is bad. I say that as I
We get it, Ray. And of course, like we already mentioned it out,
copying is very bad.
Changes, and of course, copying is a really bad thing, guys.
I hope nobody copies my background.
Yeah. Okay. I hope Shinji is watching this. And anyways, like Ray has already said, we do see the roster changes, and the biggest problem for a sudden roster change is the synergy. That if you're not able to cope up with the teammates, and if you're not able to cope up with your team, even if you have an all-star kind of a lineup, it's not going to be working. So that is one of the advantages Team DS had previously. So they sticked up with their roster regardless of the losses they had onto the MLMS. They have made a statement that they are planning to improve more with the same lineup instead of replacing. There is another quote: believe in repairing rather than replacing, to be honest, and it actually works out wonders at that point.
Exactly. My past relationship didn't think to say, okay, what? Hey, it's getting late, so I'm cracking a few humor. Hopefully the audience understands. It's just a joke, guys. Definitely did not happen to me. But until the draft obviously begins, I mean, I can't exactly, to be fair, both of these teams have lost. The first one against the Godlike, the second one against Team Dakusena itself, I believe. So, yeah, I casted that game, what the hell. But yeah, Itami, how are you wearing a hoodie? It's already gonna be June in a few days. The perks of living in a colder state.
Yeah.
Look at me, I'm on a t-shirt. If you tell me to wear a hoodie, I will. Yeah.
The day I decide to wear up a t-shirt or something, it happens to become very, very cold here. And the day I start to just, go off with a t-shirt, I don't know, man. The weather is kind of unpredictable. But speaking of unpredictable, the thing is, like we already mentioned it out, can Meta Ninja come up with the upset? Or will it be Team ABZ that most of the players as well as the audience are anticipating to win it out onto this BO3 series? Because like I've already said it out, they had a better stat compared to Team MNZ, but I think like 4 of the members, they still have synergy together, and it is the same with Team ABZ as well. I guess it's only Luck who has been replaced today, and for Meta Ninja it's the Rumor who has been adjusted. So these are the 2 changes. Actually, it's a rumor for both of the sides. So the calls are definitely going to be very important onto this one. I'm just waiting for the draft to get started. I guess the Marcel is allowed this time, right? So there is going to be a lot of golden hour plays coming up if the guy is opened up. And speaking of the meta, mostly the marksman onto the gold lane, but rarely we do see the Freya still now if she is not onto the ban priority. So these can be the pocket picks, as well as, let's say, this can be the prio for either of the sides.
Yeah, and in just 10 seconds we're going to be getting the draft, and that's where we can begin our analytics, of course, to decide what really is going to happen, because I've been lately seeing that the draft has always been obviously a key factor. I mean, the draft is obviously where the strategy really lies. 90% of the strategy is in the draft. It gives you the edge. Do not be mistaken for, of course, like the game winning. Game winning, it's 50-50. Draft is 50%. But the strategy, if you look at strategy-wise, draft is where 90% of it relies, because this is where you can choke your opponents from having potential power picks. You can have picks that actually give you the edge in the mid trio, which is, I believe, I cannot emphasize it enough, for almost what we're entering 40 seasons, I believe, right? 40 seasons of this game existing, right? Ever since esports has arisen, the mid lane has been the most crucial lane, and every season it just becomes more valuable to have your strongest mid laner, because mid lane covers most of the area. It is the river area. A side lane just covers a single lane, but the river covers so much. So I believe the teams that have basically nailed the mid laners just win almost 90% of the time, and the teams that, despite, you know, a team that I'll mention, of course, they are not in this tournament, but True Reapers, the one that have qualified for EWC, their team had a big flaw. Their star player was Kyle, gold laner, side lane, right? Really strong, but they never won a tournament with this. Why? Because they were just fixated on one lane. Their mid lane was weak. Kimi wasn't weak in the sense that the synergy wasn't there, the execution wasn't there, and because of that, we did not see them win many tournaments. But the moment they got a really strong mid laner, boom, now they have gotten to EWC. But you can basically see, and there's a reason why Valentina has become the topmost pick, first priority 100% of the time. So yeah, that's about it for my analysis. But Meta Ninja, right now, first pick it. Tell me, what do you think they're gonna pick?
Maybe an EXP priority, or like you said, a mid lane can be opened out as well, or maybe they will be relying on for the comfort pick. Harith is still open, and considering Harith has been buffed, he has been quite doing out wonders onto the gold lane. So there is a high possibility they can be going out for the Harith, or maybe they will be flexing out one of the picks. It is going to be an EXP priority instead. You know, for the mobility as well as the dashes, they are deciding to go out with the Phobius. But the thing for the side of Team ABZ is Raren mostly likes out going out with the utility heroes when it comes out onto the jungle. So he does play the Suyo out really well. The fighter is there for the exception, but an early Phobius pick is kind of questionable, but still they are relying on to the signatures, and I have seen QT go out with the Phobius quite often, but Jushin was completely opened, and if you are going up against a utility, this is going to be the answer. Jushin is coming up.
I'm surprised, actually. I mean, I emphasize the mid lane so much, and they decide not to go for it. I get it. Senju is very versatile. Zushin is not something that he is that much bothered. I mean, obviously she's very strong, but he has a vast hero pool. He can definitely come up with a burst or a different control, but it's a very risky factor. They go with the purple duo, which is of course the Eve and the Phobius, but like you mentioned, I'm very skeptical. They prioritize of course, it was very clear they picked up the Phobius just to make sure that if there is a Harith from Autobots Esports, they can handle it, and if they do not pick up the Harith, they will pick it themselves, which is a good thing because Harith is very strong in the meta. I haven't fully checked the recent patch notes, but I believe, has he been adjusted? I don't think so.
He has been buffed. Actually, he has been buffed onto the jungle too, but mostly it's the cooldowns as well. He is very strong, actually.
Exactly, yeah. So I understand they wanted to prioritize the Harith, but right now they're going to be playing for the gold lane, which is good. Really good, of course. You should play for a gold lane, but the mid lane, if it gets dominated, if there's going to be a Yuzhong coming in, or maybe like perhaps a really good flanker, I think they will have difficulty.
Yeah, that's the thing, and Yuzhong can zone out onto the back laners, so that is the one thing Meta Ninja will actually try to avoid it out. But there you go, the Guinevere has been prioritized, but the thing is, I guess it's Kimi roaming for Autobots Esports right now. So he likes picking out a Guinevere even onto the roam, and she can be played out onto the jungle as well. When it comes out taking onto the objectives, Guinevere does out really wonders when it comes out onto the clutch steals as well as the sustainability. She has the early game damage. So Guni here is a flex, but still a really reliable pick in my opinion. So they will be requiring some heavy crowd control, or maybe just wait out for the Phobius to zone her out. But accepting the fact that this is a dangerous grass map, I was actually expecting the Hilda to get out, get onto the ban phase first, but Rudius has still not picked out onto the roam. So it's obvious that Hilda is going to be banned or picked onto this match.
Yeah, both of the teams do not have the roaming fighters, the Khalid and the Hilda. They immediately ban it out. But like you mentioned, yeah, I'm surprised the Hilda was not prioritized. But to be fair, the Claude and the Harriet's value right now in the meta is exceptionally high due to the fact that they're the only gold laners that seem to be dominate their lanes respectively. Yes, you can pick up a Moskov, yes, you can pick up a Granger to counter it out, even something as wild as an Irithel or an Ixia, or even like a Leslie for the Claude, right? But most of the time it's a gamble, and people don't like to gamble. I mean, gambling can be nice if you win a high reward, but it comes up with a risk that a lot of teams do not want to head towards, especially in a match where it can be a do or die situation. Obviously, it's still the first match. Maybe they're taking it safe. In the second match, we might see them go all gung-ho. So until then, let's see. We're going to be getting the Suyo ban.
Suyo is quite understandable as well as justified, because still the jungler and the roamer position is left for Meta Ninja, and Autobots, the jungler, like I've already said, Gwynny here is a flex, so banning out the Suyo will be the safer side. And of course, like we were mentioning out the Dragon before, in order to pick off onto those backlines, and for this game Yuzhong has not been available, so Hybrid can be prioritizing out the EXP lane, or maybe they will be showing up their cards and they will be picking out a roamer or a jungler, because Guinevere is still on to the queue. So Julius and Rudius's final picks will be mattering a lot onto this match, because that will be deciding the complete composure of their draft. And there you go, the Hylos comes up, so it just confirms out the fact that this Gwynny is going out onto the jungle. Huge early game advantage actually for the side of Team Autobots. They have the Jushin for the pokes, and they have the pickoffs for the Guinevere as well as the Hylos. Once he gets the level 4, instantly can go on onto the team fights with the glorious pathway.
Yep, it's a standard combo. Combining with the punishment ring, with the high loss, you have the slow, the attack speed duration. Of course, the other side, they respond with the glue. I'm not surprised. I feel like a lot of teams right now, whenever there's a Zushin, they like to pick up the glue. But glue in general is still a really good pick. You can push him to the roaming, and I think that is 100% roam glue in our hands. So a jungle that's going to be coming in the hands of Julius, finally picking up an assassin. I'm really looking forward to him, because I feel like he has been lately playing a bit of utility, and the fight is too much when assassins is where his hands really lie on. So looking forward to that. But hey, last jungle pick. Could be a jungle, could be a... I think it's gonna be an EXP actually. Guinevere is jungle. Kimi is actually going for, I believe, the Hylos, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. And Kimi, yeah, of course, this is going to be the EXP lane getting prioritized. So against the Phobius, there are some options, and I think Yuzhong getting banned out, they still have the Lapu Lapu, or maybe something else like a sustain fighter. Definitely a sustain, but if they are lacking onto the damage output, they can be going out with a Paquito pick as well. To be honest, like Paquito has been adjusted recently, so he could have been a bit more sustainable as well as dealt out the damage. But unfortunately for this game, it is going to be the Esmeralda. So by far, I think the draft is balanced out for both of the sides. Early game execution wise, Autobots do have the advantage, but when it comes out onto the late, Meta Ninja, because of the Harith and the Eve, they have the late game composition too, but they have Toby for the Claude. So balanced out draft for both of the sides, three.
Yep, I feel like at the end, Meta Ninja's draft is looking pretty solid, despite going for a different standard. Autobots Esports, that draft feels like the most standard draft you can think of. You pick up the Zushin, you combine it with a roamer that can provide you the slow, then you have a sandbag EXP laner, a jungle that can try have a bit of sustain and flank, and then obviously you have the ADC. So it feels like a very standard draft. Meta Ninja, though, they're going with a little bit of a mixed bag. They have Harris, that is more of a sustain. They have obviously the Phobius, the brick wall that's going to be in front and annoying them with his bonks. So it's going to be an interesting match nonetheless. We do get a little bit of a pause, but of course the pause doesn't really matter. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome into the Land of Dawn. This is going to be the last series of the day, of the night. It's going to be Meta Ninja versus Autobots Esports. It's the best of 3 series. The lower bracket semifinals in a way, yeah, because tomorrow is going to be the lower bracket finals where we'll finally get the finalists for the grand finals. So the winner of this match will fight Godlike to hopefully claim the spot in the finale. But of course, myself, Ray, I'm joined by Itami, a great analyst on my desk, and looking forward to what we can bring. Looking at the emblems, Itami, do you see anything that catches your eye, or it's just standard?
By far, I think it's pretty much standard, but okay, Rupture for the Eve is kind of new for me, to be honest. He can be going out with a magic worship, but Rupture is also really good when you use out the RWM and if you are compatible with the fact that the team is willing to give you some kills. So high loss as well as the Esmeralda, good sustain, and by far I think the draft is pretty much balanced. But one thing is, if you have the mana consumption problem with Lord, you can be going out with the basic. Okay, I get it, Ray. And Patrick is, this is one of the most goofiest skins, as well as the fact that this is a glue. When it comes out on the team fight, this chewing gum guy is really annoying. But speaking of the Claude, basic common emblem also works out really well right now because of the mana adjustment, but still the fighter emblem is the way if you need some life steals when you get out the demon hunter sword for your side. So
yep,
that's the thing. Like emblem wise, I think nothing fancy. It's just the most of the things that they go out with, and it's the same right now for this game as well.
Exactly. I know with this we're looking at, of course, the pause is still happening while we focus on Patrick. I can literally hear the voice actor, like the way he goes, SpongeBob. Yeah, I love that show, man. Go to show. Honestly, they kind of ruined it with so many revamp. Sometimes the revamp is not necessary. But yeah, with this, of course, we're just going to be waiting, counting down the seconds till we get into the game. Until then, we'll just have a Patrick running, not exactly running, he's paused in time, but he's still running. He's so powerful that even time stop doesn't affect him. So yeah.
That's the thing with the Patrick. And for others, Meta Ninja as well, or team Autobots Esports, like I've already said it out, they have the balance kind of a draft, so they can be playing out with the aggression right from the start. And the neutral objectives are going to be the thing that's going to be mattering the most. And there we go. Finally, we are back onto the game.
Yep. We're back in action. And finally, we can move away from the Patrick. Unless our streamer really loves the Patrick. I know he does. Who doesn't love the Patrick? But yeah. Mid lane contention, it's going to be interesting because Zushin wins it out clearly. But of course, there's going to be the glue being the nuisance that he is.
There we go, and the poking is already coming out from the Jushin as well. Julius is still trying to sustain it out, but there we go. Already the revitalize getting popped out, but Julius is quite low. He might get poked down, but there is the backup from Julius. Luck is low, and he will be taken down from the hands of Senju. The Rupture has actually been working out. First blood for Meta Ninja.
Yep. And let's stick around. It's gonna be Autobots Esports. Meta Ninja right now already getting that first blood. It's going to be looking really interesting how they move around. And Autobots Esports, I believe, since their lineup has the Claude, they can really try to prioritize more team fights once they have him on DHS, because that's where he gets the most amount of scaling. So with that being said, let's see what happens, right, as we follow through. Mid lane looking already well contested, but other than that, I feel like until the turtle fight begins, it's going to be a bit of a slow game.
That's the thing. And for ABZ, actually, there is no roster changes, and this is the lineup that they have actually a really good synergy with. But there you go, the gank once again comes up onto the bot. Cody Cutie was forced to use out his flicker, escapes right on time. The turtle has been spawned, and most probably ABZ might be having the higher advantage when it comes out for the contention of the turtle. But Julius is already there for the contention. Will ABZ actually contest it out? But there's the fight. Hybrid.
Yep. Looks like we are having fights on two sides of the same river. We're going to be getting the turtle abandoned as they're going to be going in after the Eve. But looks like their priorities have shifted. There's going to be RWM. That's a bad sign. Raden gets taken out. And with this, 2 kills for Meta Ninja already on the scoreboard. Meanwhile, none for Autobots Esports, and they even have to recall. This is going to be perhaps a turtle uncontested because there's no Raden to contest. And with this, the side of Meta Ninja actually moves forward.
Yeah, and looks like MNZ is the one who are more capitalized. It comes out onto the early game advantage. Turtle as well as 2 kills secured for Senju. So the rupture is definitely paying off for the Eve when it comes out for the early game, and most probably he will be prioritizing out the glowing wand as soon as possible. So that will be giving him the upper hand when it comes out onto the extended team fights with the RWM. So emblem wise as well as the goal lead wise, it is Team Meta Ninja who have still slight of a lead, but Autobots Esports, they need a good contention as well as the good call from the roamer in order to engage out onto a really good team fight, or maybe the overextension from the side of Team MNZ can put them back onto the game. But for now, it is Team MNZ who are leading onto the goal as well as onto the objective. So, Julius?
Okay. What happens? Oh, okay, nothing. looks like we were just, given a false warning. But hey, mid lane, they're looking for Rudius again. They're looking for Rudius. Yep, he's the main target, main culprit. Is he gonna be taken down? No, he gets on top. Is it gonna be enough for him? He's trying to retreat, but Raden be on spot. He might be able to actually take down Raden with an Uno reverse. Is it enough? Yes, it is. Rudius, despite getting ganged up by 4, he still comes out on top, takes down. The next one going to be most likely the Esmeralda, looking to get on top of her. But is it enough damage? And looks like it is. The Lancelot just shreds through, and the kill is going to be going to Senju.
They get the kill, and once again it is Team Meta Ninja who has the advantage, and they got a 2-for-none trade. Rudius with that sustainability, man, as well as the RWM play from Senju was right there onto the point, able to take down Raden for the second consecutive time onto this game. So the turtle has been spawned, and once again it is Team Meta Ninja who have the turtle contention advantage, but it depends upon Raden as well as the rest of the members from the side of Team Autobots whether they will be contesting it out or not. But there's the fight.
Yep, another fight has already begun, and with this, looks like the first one is going to be Luck being the victim, gets taken down. There's going to be, of course, the Violet Requiem getting knocked up, but not enough. The Phobia is still very tanky, but at least Hybrid gets a kill onto the glue. But is it enough? Because the rest of the teammates are going to be following up. He is not tanky enough to handle 3 people. Gets immediately decimated, and he's gone out of the map. And even Azushi is not able to stand a chance of the hands of Senju, just showing pure prowess, but they do lose the bottom lane in their hands of Toby, specializing on the split push, of course, of the Clad. But the KDA, it's looking interesting, Itami. 7-1, Autobots Esports, they're heavily struggling. Bottom lane, that's a minion wave, and only one thing. Xing, but that's a dodge right there in the bush. He's going to be able to retreat. Both of the sides did not decide to fight.
3-for-none as well as the turtle for the side of Team MNZ, just for the trade of 1 tier tower. But that is Toby of who we are talking about. He has the itemizations advantage, but still Crisis is leading out onto the goal lead as well as onto the itemization. So Autobots still need a really good team fight as well as a really good contention in order to actually come up back onto the game, because slowly but eventually the goal lead is just extending out onto the favor for the side of Team MNZ. It's only the EXP laner who has more of a goal, and looks like there might be another team fight. Luck is all alone, uses the revitalize, goes back, but there's a scope onto Rudius as well. Decides to disengage from both of the sides, and the safer option for the side of Team Autobots is, unless and until Team Meta Ninja doesn't overextend onto any team fights, it's better they just back up and farm for now. Oh, Raden.
Oh, Raren looking to be in a dicey position. Blue is back again. Flicker being used. But this time around, he's the one getting knocked up. There's going to be the RWM. But both fall. That's going to be a 1-for-1. Senju takes the kill. And on the other side, the Guinevere also falls in as well. And so does the Glue. It's a 50-50. But jungler for a roamer, you know who came out on top. Meta Ninja just going in for a pure domination.
Third uncontested turtle for the side, and this is going to be the perfect turtle for MNZ. And just like that, no contentions yet. And one thing is, Rudius is making sure Raren's most of his skill sets are baited out, and once he uses the Violet Requiem, making sure that the spatial migration is not available, and he uses the RWM to take him down. So strategy as well as the synergy is definitely showing up from the mid roam duo from the side of Team Meta Ninja. So execution wise, it is them having the advantage. But still, Team Autobots Esports, what do they actually need to do in order to get back onto this game? Because Rudius is being a menace onto that Glue. Just goes in, uses the flicker, and makes sure even if he's taken down, he is able to take down at least one of the members for the side. But there's a fight once again.
Yep, it looks like towards the orange buff, but I feel like it's a false engage. They might not commit fully, but of course Kurikuri just being a complete nuisance towards them, just putting in the pressure as much as possible, doesn't really care much about it. But on the other side, Guinevere gets caught again. Raren is fully locked in on that scope. There is just nothing about it. But on the same side, look at that, Zushigen gonna be able to capture. Rudius gets taken down as well. Looks like the side of Autobots Esports, they're basically punishing for the overstay. Toby comes in with a blazing duet, goes in on the back. It's gonna be enough though. Let's see. Kurikuri gets taken down. Next one is gonna be Senju. That's a shutdown. Double kill for Hybrid. They're slowly catching up the goal. Next one into the table is gonna be the Lancelot. Julius, can he survive? I don't think so. That's the killing spree. And with this is a full wipeout, a 180 of what was happening until now. Autobots Esports have changed the script, have turned over the tides, and right now they're the ones on the lead.
I guess this is one of the openings that Team Autobots actually needed it out, and that was the overextension that, just like that, giving out the stacks to the Jushin as well as getting your team completely wipe out is one of the things that you would actually try to avoid, especially when it's the mid phase of the game. And just like that, look at the goal lead. It was almost over 4k, but it just took one team fight for the side of Team Autobots Esports to come back onto the game. Tier wise, they are still kind of behind, but still they haven't lose out onto the mid as well as onto the tier 2 towers at least. So they still have the contention, but there's the fight once again. Oh, Senju!
Senju! Right now, the one that was dominating has been switched. Looks like Rana had enough of it, and right now he's retaliating. But at the same time, there's going to be the Phobius initiating but there's going to be the Harriet taking the kill onto Remex. They're blazing duet, popping in so many resources, but it's going to be Crisis getting taken down. The next one going to be onto the table is Rudius. Next in the chopping block, Julius. Can they catch him? Looks like he does get slowed, but they cannot really fight him just yet. Toby decides to maybe go in, all in. Kenny, is that a bad decision? He even uses the bear strike. Whoa, the sidestep. That was smart. That is some good A prediction. He knew that the triangle was coming. He did not go. That is some good micro in display.
He did it once and he did it twice. That was the outplay that was not expected out from the Claude, and the chase was definitely worth it. Luck was the one who got the kill onto Julius, but still, it's still an unofficial wipeout for the second consecutive time for the side of Team Meta Ninja, and the discipline is definitely showing out from the side of Team Autobots Esports. Just like that, they got the goal lead back onto the side, and look at Toby, he has more of a farm advantage compared to Crisis, and he has completed out his Trinity. So most probably, looking at the itemizations, he is going for the Malefic gun in order to give him out more range. And look at the Esmeralda, just for the mana consumption, she just got the talisman, and rest of it all are the defense items. Rudius just goes in all alone. Maybe Toby once again buying some time, but he will be taken on that is sure.
Oh, what happened? Rudius.
No.
Unfortunate. Gets taken out so far away from his team. right when the Lord was coming, unfortunately. But that's going to be it for Rudius. No roamer for them, and not going to be able to have the flank in either. The Lord, though, it's going to get melted out, thankfully, due to the holy shields and their damage. But the damage will be done pretty soon because the enhanced minions of the Lord are right now going to be charging towards the base, and it's looking pretty dicey for them. They are going to be losing the tier 2 on the bottom as well, and slowly but surely they are going to be losing even the bottom lane inhibitor for a simple reason: they don't have the shield. But fortunately, they have enough resources to clear out the minions really fast and still protect their turrets pretty good.
Yeah, for only the inhibitors remaining, that is quite a comeback from the side of Team Autobots Esports. Considering Meta Ninja got all of the, it took them two, really good, two impactable kind of team fights, and they are the ones who had the advantage on trying to take down his bot. He's able to do so, but there's the flicker play as well as the combination. Oh my god.
Yep, and with this, the team fight with Luck falling down, shutdown secured, Lancelot and Corey Cutie retreating. The one in the middle that is gonna be fall is gonna be Hybrid. That's two of the front lines already gone. 13-13 score. Game has been equalized once more. Meta Ninja looking to clap back. Harris looking, oh goodness, the damage almost bursted out. Claude, if we even stayed a second longer, good BMI. But it's pretty clear, Itami, that this game is gonna go pretty long as well, because both of these teams are up in each other's necks. We get a little bit of an instant replay.
Look at the flicker from Rudius, right on time on 3 people, and there was the Senju with the RW. All they needed was another good team fight for the side, and they were able to do it onto this. That decision making from a roamer decides most of the pace of the game, and for this, Meta Ninja still have their hopes for their side. The Lord will be spawning, and this time, most probably, it will be a Lord dance from both of the sides. Uncontested wise, I don't think so. 5 of the members, both of the sides are up. Cody is trying to go out onto the backline, but there's the fight once again.
Team fight beginning already. There's gonna be the bongs coming in. They're going in behind. Is it enough though? But looks like the low HP most likely going to be impacting Winter Crown at time. But Winter Crown is not enough for Luck. He will run out of luck and be taken down. Oh, Esmala looking for a flank. That's a little bit too deep. Going in for a 5 people, but she's able to retreat because, of course, the Lord is their main focus. Regenning HP, but at the same time, Rudy is looking for the split to get on top of someone. Let's see what happens. Claude looking for an angle to go with the BMI and the Blazing Duet. Is it going to happen or not? Esmeralda looking for the falling Star Moon as well. There's going to be Harris with a Blazing Duet coming in from the Claude. There's going to be Ron and falling. No retribution, but what just happened? Toby with the Blazing Duet. Going to be able to take the Lord. But Remax will fall in shortly. Esmeralda fighting in with 3 people. That's to make it a 4 double kill. The sustain is insane. Is the anti-heal doing his job? We don't know for sure because she's sustaining like madness, but the Harris has enough true damage with the side. Gonna be able to get it, but Toby, that was a bad position. You make the clutch play, but going in so deep as a marksman when you don't even have the ultimate is kind of a sticky decision, I would say. But hey, they do get the Lord. Toby with the miraculous clutch gets the Lord with the Blazing Duet.
They did bought out the Lord. I agree with it, but why would Toby go in like that? You had the Winter Crown, but you don't have the Blazing Duet for your side. So going out there is not a bad decision, because it's not a good decision, because you will just be losing out your Lord at this point, and it will go out for a wasted Lord, to be honest, unless and until you are not able to get any inhibitor towers. They are back on the scene, and Team AVZ, 5 of the members are already up. They have the evolved minions for their side, but will they be able to capitalize onto this is the question.
Exactly, because so far we've seen the match is going very up and down in every moment. You are not able to really tell what's happening in every... Like, each time it feels like Meta Ninja is ahead, Autobots Esports just responds back in a way that they are not really able to do much. So, it's just something that's clicking, and they have to do something about it. But hey, Autobots Esports and Meta Ninja, we have a good game. But this is, of course, the highlight of the game. The really clutch Lord Steel with the Blazing Duet.
Yeah, even if they lose out members here, I think Toby would have been just backing off. They got the kill on the So Toby did try to help it out, but he didn't have the blaze this time. So just waiting it out and wasting out your winter crown just like this and falling off onto the process would be one of the things you would have been avoiding, but it's okay. Unless and until you haven't lost the game, there is still, space for improvement. So can be keeping up with that, and considering that is the first step for the marksman. So you still have the farm advantage, and looking at the farms, it is Crisis actually who has more of a farm, but still it is already on to the later phases of the game. So itemization swaps can be done. The winter crown can be swapped with a rose gold or maybe even an immortality, so it doesn't matter much. But how you capitalize on to the next upcoming team fights is going to be the main decider for this match.
Exactly. And Tommy, looks like this match is going to be really interesting moving forward, because the Lord, already by the looks of it, is more into the favor of Autobots Esports for the simple reason, despite looking like both of the teams have their base turrets exposed, except for Autobots, they have... But no! Looks like they're going gung-ho! They want to take down everyone! But that is a little bit too aggressive. They've already lost so much HP. There's gonna be this demand force. I feel like that's a bad position to be in. There's gonna be luck going in. At the same time, so many things, resources getting used up. They're throwing everything possible. And the Zushin going in the back. That's a 1 versus squad with 2 in the glue. But the last one responds, and Zushin, too aggressive, too deep, gets punished at the same time. Esmeralda, you might think you're the counter of the Harris, but I believe you're just giving him extra heals. He's dishing out so much damage. Can't you do anything? Unfortunately, she cannot either. The one stuck in the middle is gonna be, unfortunately, the glue. Rod and takes the kill. Winter Crown. The Eve doing absolutely best, anything possible, but that's gonna be 3 people right after you. Can they survive it? Let's see. Absolutely not. With this, 4 people down, Crisis left standing. Lord, all exposed, all vulnerable. This is going to be Autobots Esports taking it down for themselves with no competition. Herod might try something, but I don't think it's going to be worth it. But one thing they will come out on top is, I believe that mid inhibitor is definitely going to fall for Autobots Esports, unless there's a good response.
Rem is there back, so he would have been able to get the replay. Hybrid was able to get enough time on, making sure Crisis as well as Julius doesn't join out on the Lord dance, and this time Rudius falling down and Toby directly going out with the Blazing Duet, able to get some kills, and there is the Winter Crown getting swapped as well as being used out right on time is one of the things why Autobots Esports are able to get out onto the Lord. The Lord is spawning from the mid. The lane syncing is quite not okay-ish, but still they might be able to capitalize, as well as they might be able to get at least 1 or 2 inhibitor towers, or maybe even the game if there is a potential wipeout from the side of Team Meta Ninja. How will they respond? There is still some skirmishes going around, and they are able to get the mid inhibitor at least, so it's all good. It all depends upon how are they able to execute it this time.
Exactly. And right now, looks like we might see another fight break out. That's gonna be the Hylos already using up the the ramp, of course, but there's gonna be RWM going to get melted out of there. Zuki in a little bit in that was a bad position to be in, gets taken out, but so does Remex. They're making trades after trades. They try to push towards the base, but I think they take it a little bit too aggressive. That was the wrong call. They lose 2, and they're going in back right now. But of course, Rudius has a different plan. He wanna chase them to the base. He doesn't wanna give them space.
That's the thing, and Autobots still have 2 of them. It's actually 3 of the members, so the defense will definitely be up there. There's the Violet Requiem coming up, as well as the team fight. Look at the bot just getting targeted out, but there's a monster kill for Crisis. He gets the kill onto Luck. Hybrid might be the one falling off next. Still doesn't lose out his immortality. Uses flicker from the hands of Senju. Will they be able to defend it out, or will they not? There is the RWM as well as coming up, but Raren is able to get the kill. But looks like Meta Ninja will not be wasting any more time. It will be a complete wipeout, but they don't have the minions to actually end it out. Remex and Toby are back onto the scene, but still they are able to buy off some time for themselves. So we might go in with a Blazing Duet. He's able to...
Blazing Duet! Oh my goodness! Can he do it? Can he make it happen? He did melt them out to the lowest HP, but it's not enough. The Sky Piercer does take down Lancelot's immortality, but he's still alive. Base is left out open. That's just another wave of minions. He does his absolute best, but it's not enough. The base is gonna be going down. Autobots esports, what? It's still alive, but there's minions still coming in. 1 HP base secure. Can it be? Is it defendable? Is it possible for Autobots esports to still stay in the game? Looks like they will, but the minions are non-stop coming in. Autobots esports hanging by a thread, somehow surviving, still doing absolute. They're trying to take the turret damage. They're doing everything possible to stop the minions, but it's not possible. It is just not. The base finally ends despite all their efforts to keep holding that threat down. Unfortunately for Autobots, despite their greatest efforts, Meta Ninja takes the lead in the series.
Oh my goodness, what a game this was. So close, but yet so far for the side of Team Autobots. They were almost able to get the game, but it will be Team Meta Ninja who gets the game number 1 for their side. Absolute cinema, man. They did try to defend out the base. They did try out to sing out those minions, but fortunately it didn't happen. And MVP, of course, with the early game advantage, will be Senju onto the Eve, who will be taking the most valuable player onto this game. So no doubts about it, he performed exceptionally well. And when it came out onto the pokings, I guess, you know, the synergy with Rudius, when it came out on engages, the RWM plays were completely up to the point. And when it came out onto the late, I guess the gold laner was also able to do his part onto this game. So that will be the reason why they are able to get the game number 1 day.
Absolutely right, Itami. I feel like this match was honestly like something we've not seen before. Something like it just honestly, like the ending was really beautiful to see. Honestly, it was pretty. I mean, the way they were hanging by a thread, that was absolute cinema right there. If they came back from that point on, I don't think I would have enough words to express. But hey, it is what it is, unfortunately.
I guess Meta Ninja had, you know, the better comp onto the late game, and they were the ones who had more advantage when it came out onto the overextended team fights. Exactly what happened with Team Autobots esports onto the mid, they were able to capitalize onto it. But as soon as Toby started falling off, you know, that is one of the reasons why Meta Ninja were able to have the advantage onto this game. And looking at the head-to-head as well, of course, Crisis had more of the goal lead. He had more itemizations advantage, and he the level 15 mark first. But still, Toby, when it came out onto the basing duet as well as on engages, at some point as well as on to some engages, he might not be able to perform as well as he's supposed to onto that signature cloud that he has. But still, the job was being outdone pretty well. And spatial migration as well as the violet, say, it was supposed to like caught off onto at least 2 or 3 people, but mostly it was only going on onto one of them. So, you know, it is a huge resource and it can help you out a lot when it comes out to engaging, which is not actually there from Raren, like he was expected to do it out. And of course, you know, Rem as well, the Jushin was really early pick, and maybe he was not anticipating out the Lancelot. It worked out well against the Phoveus. In terms of poking, even against the glue, it doesn't work out that well. So this time around, I think maybe they will be banning out the Jushin and be going out with another mid laner who has more of a late game compatible kind of a capacity when it comes out, even dealing out with an Accession.
Yep, that's a good breakdown of what just happened, Itami, and I feel like that's something that they need to consider if they want to push it to a game number 3. If not, it's not looking like Autobots esports will be able to, despite their great efforts to give the combat, because you can look at the score 28-21. It's pretty clear they're pretty much going in for head-to-head. But yep, we get the Crisis on the highest goal, Senju with the highest damage. Undeniably, he was everywhere. And obviously the early game Luck takes the highest damage taken, and Rudius gets the most assist. Pretty low, honestly. Just kidding, 10 assists is really good, especially in a game where the max kills do not even touch 30 exactly. But it is another long game, And a huge kudos to both of these teams for playing such a long game, considering they have already played quite a big series previously. So, sorry. But yeah, we're looking forward to what they can bring to the next match as we go to the draft in just 2 minutes. And I believe this is obviously the make or break situation for Autobots Esports. This is where they either will get a chance to show themselves once more again and have a chance to rematch with Godlike to perhaps take back their glory, or their journey might end here at the top 4, unfortunately.
That's the thing, and I actually think that Autobots will be trying out for the redemption onto the, and I highly anticipate that instead of completely sticking out with the meta, they will be going out with comp that they are, mostly familiar with. I actually wouldn't be surprised that if Lilia comes out onto the mid lane, because that is one of the things that if the Jushin is not prioritized out onto the match for the side of Team ABZ, they will be going out for the Lilia or maybe something else, because Rem likes to pick out the Lilia quite much, and it actually helps out when it comes out onto the extended team fights, even if they have an Accession for their side. So beefy wise, I do agree, Lilia works out wonders, but even against an Accession, she can use out the black shoes in order to escape. So we'll see what's going to happen, and slowly but surely we will be heading onto the drafting phase as soon as possible. And this is going to be the drafting phase for the second game coming up.
Absolutely right, Itami, and looking forward to if we'll see something creative this time around. Both of these teams, of course, give us the most creative picks in any tournament we see them, but tonight might be a different one. They're going in all in, and looks like we're already done with the bans. Meta Ninja, of course, leading the scoreboard with that 1 point on their favor, and that it might be the crucial thing that we're looking at it. Harith picked up Autobots Esports. Last game it was Meta Ninja, right? Okay, they prioritized Harith into the hands of Toby. Of course, it's not going to be any issue for Toby. He's really good with these 3 heroes, the Claw, the Harith, the Granger. So that's not going to be an issue. Meta Ninja, how they respond is a big question this time around. There's no Eve for Senju. Zushin's still open though.
Yeah, they can be going on for the Jushin. Or else Autobots might actually just pick it, just respecting out that Jushin is comfortable, and it will be exposing out the EXP lane most probably onto the side of Team Meta Ninja, but no, they will be prioritizing it out for their side. So it's more like a trade this time. You get the Harith and instead we get the Jushin. So Crisis, he can be going out with a Claude, a classic kind of a matchup, let's say, against a Harith, and there you go. Looks like the draft is, quite swapped out for both of the sides.
Yeah, it looks like you take yours, we take ours, but the thing is, you banned out the Eve, so you're not going to be able to take the Eve from us. So I guess maybe Meta Ninja is actually the one that came out on top in this mental game, and we'll find out soon enough if that's the case, because if that's the case and Zushin is left unchecked, it's going to be a very dominant mid lane, and there's nothing they can do about it. Valentina still left out open, even though yes, she does not counter the Zushin. The thing that she can do is obviously copy the utility that Rudius might like to go for. So that is something that they perhaps keep it on arsenal, but they are going to be going with another purple mage. If you want to counter a purple mage, you go pick up another purple one. That's what basically everybody does. So yeah, Lilia is a good response, but she's more AoE. There's no lock-in. That's something you have to be really careful with, because I feel like Lilia is a very execution hero. It's really hard to, because she's not lock-in, you have a chance of an assassin showing up, and you're not going to be able to do anything to it.
And this is an expanding river map, and regardless of I have seen luck play it out, and it worked out for pretty much a few of the games, but it is kind of a double-edged sword, to be honest, because if this is not a dangerous grass, then expanding rivers as well, it will be helping out the Hilda a lot when it rotating fast. So they have the invade kind of draft this time. They can be playing out really aggressive start thanks to the Lilia as well as with the Hilda. So turtle contentions as well as, let's say, the neutral objective contentions will be favorable more for the side of Team ABZ onto this game. So that is one of the things they might be actually trying to focus onto this game, because it was the early game, right, which they lose it out onto the game number. So they are trying to make sure that this time they will be having more of an advantage when it comes out onto starting the game more onto the dominant fashion. So Fredrin has been banned. That is one of the signature picks for MOBA Raren, of course. And Fredrin has been quite of a priority onto the jungle as well, especially against a Leo mod. It can be giving out the sustain, but I think Guinevere still works out really well, but it is more of a counter pick. Leo mod is more of a counter pick, or let's say it's actually the Guinevere. Guinevere can pick off the Leo mod. So they can be going out with the Guinevere too, but game number 1 wise, I think Raren wants to go out with one of his comforts instead of the Guinevere, even though it is the utility junglers he can be prioritizing out, but Suyo is banned. I was about to mention out the Suyo, so it's going to be something else. And what is it going to be onto the jungle? The final ban is coming up from the side of Team AVZ. The high loss, of course. The high loss, we won't be seeing it out, and of course the glue. Both of these were the roamers who were picked out onto the previous game from both of the sides.
Yep. And since both of them are out, that leaves the option open to perhaps a Kalia, a Gatotkacha, a Kaja, either of these three. These are the meta ones, but they can obviously go with something different. Alternatively, like you mentioned, the Guinevere is something that they can actually play in the roaming position if they want. But since there's already a Hilda, they might just push Hilda to the roaming position. Yes, she's someone that you can play on EXP, but to be fair, I think it's definitely going to be in the roaming position. Meta Ninja, it just depends on what they can go for. They have banned the Khalid themselves, so they don't have the mobility. So what do they go for? I think a Kali or a Kaja definitely fits the bill. You have the pick-off, so if Hilda is being a nuisance, you just... I mean, if she tries to dive in, you just pull her deeper inside the turret or deeper into your team and just punish her for being the nuisance. And right now, since there's a Hayabusa, I feel like a Kaja is perfect. A Kaja is just perfect. They can pick up the assassin even better.
Yeah, Kaja for the pickoffs can be perfect when it goes out going up against Hayabusa. And I would say a kidnap kind of a strategy. Let's say the Kaja and the Kalia. The double K works out really well here when it comes out onto marking out the Hayabusa, if the timing is perfect, of course. But Kaja is more of a support, and you need to be playing out more onto the backline unless and until he is not that tanky right from the start. So Kaja will be requiring those items, and he will be requiring the fleeting time as well in order to divine judgments more often onto the fights. I agree, there is going to be no... Oh, wow. This is also a pick-off, so it does work. Chow as well here.
It's not wrong, but it's not right. That's what I'll say.
No. It's right.
Because, I mean, it's a pick-off, but guess what? Chow doesn't have any fancy utility, has a small window of immunity, requires way too precise of a kick. The thing is, Kaja, he's gonna always pull towards your team. Kalia, she will always pull towards your team. Guess what Chow can do? He can push away from your team. So, I'm not saying Rudius is bad in any shape or form, but the Chow is a very harder to execute hero. That's the whole point why Kalia is preferable, because she's easier to execute. I understand you're high level, you're high skill, but the thing is, high risk exists, right? So Chow is also, Chow, obviously the pick off with the Chow is even more nasty than combined with the Kalia or the Kaja, but just like I mentioned, the risk factor is something that I feel like Meta Ninja definitely has to be aware of. But with this, ladies and gentlemen, welcome into the land of Dawn. Autobots Esports right now fighting for the last chance to stay in Accession League 2026. Can they do it? Will they persevere, or will Meta Ninja prove to be superior? Let's figure it out together. Let's witness, and being the voice, myself, Ray, joining a great analyst on desk, it's gonna be Itami. Or do you want to do play-by-play?
Nah, it's fine. I'm good with the analysis for this game. And of course, you know, Team ABZ, like I've already, they have the invade kind of a draft, as well as they have the early game aggression for the team. But the question is, how well they will be able to capitalize on is going to be the main question. Just like that, the flicker gets baited out from the hands of luck. Hilda doesn't have the revitalize, so it is okay. and she would have been able to sustain it out, but it could have been the first blood. But still, Flicker's cooldown is way too much compared to the Revitalize. So a huge trade-off onto the resource.
Exactly. No first blood just yet, but few trades left and right. The few jungle creeps being traded off actually creates a massive impact on how well you're able to get at level 4. Considering both of these junglers are heavily reliant on that level 4, is going to be interesting who gets it first. It's going to be Julius with the horse, but Hayabusa will follow it soon. So since both of them have that level 4 power spike, one has a burst, one has a horse. So, wow, that's fine. But
Wow.
Turtle is going to be the main crucial thing. Korikuri on the bottom lane. Looks like they're going for that 2-3 combination.
Luck.
Oh, Luck on the top lane. Gets picked off and taken down. At the same time, Hayabusa tries to mimic it on the bottom lane, but Korikuri, he smelt it. He knew, wait, the Hayabusa's missing. I gotta go back.
Raden is all alone as well. It's only Remek for backup. Up, OG Shadow kill.
Ogi Shadow kill, getting used up. Has enough time to get the Shadow. Get out of there. Cho doesn't have the ultimate anymore. Nah, Senju does though. Senju does have the Crimson Beacon. There's gonna be the Turtle being taken. 0-for-1. Meta Ninja right now. I think this is gonna be an easy Turtle. Oh, that was maybe a possible kick, but no. Raden with the touch and kill. Gonna be able to get it, but here comes the Horsey looking for another target. Gonna be able to get it maybe. There's gonna be, of course, none other than Luck falling in again. He has a really bad luck in both of these series. He is the main scapegoat.
He's getting taken off quite often, and that is going to be the second consecutive set for him. And just like that, he falls. Hybrid as well as Korikuri goes for the 1v1, and they just decided to back it off. Raden is there for the backup, and once again, it is looking like the deja vu of the previous match. Rudius is very bad this time. He gets taken off from the hands of them, and it's looking out pretty much balanced for the side of Team AVZ too, because the early game consequence onto the previous game was completely different. It was MNZ completely dominating, but it's 50-50 for now. The only difference is, once again, the Turtle has been taken down from the side of Team Meta Ninja. So they need to do out quite better when it comes out onto the initiations that follows up onto the mid game that will be coming up eventually.
Yep, and Itami, I believe as soon as Meta Ninja tries to respond aggressively, Autobots Esports, okay, looks like we're going to be getting a little bit of a pause for now. But looking at the gold stats, Meta Ninja is doing better. The kill board is going to be similar. Let's take a look into the itemization. You can also see the blue glowing to actually realize the fact that only the Lilia is kind of ahead. Rest, all of the members of Autobots Esports, they're kind of behind, even at just 4 minutes into the game.
Yeah, that's the thing, and it was pretty much same onto the previous game as well, but I think Meta Ninja will also try to avoid that kind of consequence before, because previously it was Senju who got the early game kills. It was the mid laner, but this time it's the jungler. Julius is the one who got the early game kills. So it is expected out from the Leo mod, because he is more of a early as well as a mid game kind of a hero. So he needs to swap out a lot of items when it onto the extended phases of the game. So that is the one thing that will be relying more on Claude onto the late as well as onto the Jushin. So it will be depending upon how well she is able to stack up onto those Sky Pierces too once the game extends out. So she went out with the Elegant Gem, and instantly she will be following up with the Glowing one first. So itemizations wise, I think both of the teams, they are still progressing it out, and actually it's none of them who has completely completed out a first item. So it's just let's say the build path is just halfway through, so they will be able to get it eventually. But for now, Meta Ninja is leading when it came out onto the gold lead slightly. So all Autobots needs is wait for Team Meta Ninja to actually come up with the mistake, so they might be able to capitalize onto it. But once again, we are back onto the game.
Yep. And with this,
Rudius.
That's a bad spot to be in. Dashes out, but is the Shadow right there? Is it gonna be enough? Yes, it is. Raden gets the kill. Rudius gets into a tight spot. doesn't really have the flicker to really retreat out of there either. Gets punished, and Autobots Esports, they take a kill lead.
Interesting factory. Both of the teams, it's the roamer that fell off for both of the sides till now. Luck fell out twice and Rudius fell out thrice. So it's just the roamer giving out the kill. So it is expected that they don't have that much of a bold right now. So it is okay-ish, but still the turtle will be spawning, and neutral objectives is the thing that is going to be mattering the most. The turtle already being spawned, Rudius is already there onto the scene. Hilda goes out with the pokes, but there's the way of the dragon, gets cancelled out, but there's a fight.
Already breaking out. Hayabusa uses the Ugi Shadow kill. Julius is going to be falling. He retreats back, but at the same time, Crimson Beacon to get out of there. Rudius retreats to base. And with this, the turtle looks like to be in the favor of Autobots Esports. Like I mentioned, the Chow really vulnerable in the early game, needs the items to become tanky enough to be the front line. And when you don't have any front line, I feel like that's a really bad decision, I'm going to be honest with Tommy, because they have a CC for a front line, which is not something you can use as a tank. And Leomord, he's the jungler. You can't put him in the front line either, despite the fact that he is a fighter. So their front line is massively lacking in front of the Hilda, which is so tanky, and they even have a Harith, which has enough shields to out-sustain the Claude tremendously.
That's the thing, they will be relying heavily onto the item. Comes up. Sustainability. So, like you said, they don't have a proper frontliner, so Luck has the advantage onto that. But the thing is, unless and until he doesn't get picked off, if the resources is used out onto him, then even if they are not able to follow up onto it, once again he goes in and he might be taken down off this time.
Yep, by the looks of it, here's come the Horsey, but Thunder in space, the crowd is there. Toby gets a kill on Rudius, killing spree for Raren. He's pushing in a little bit more, but good retreat from Crisis. He goes back with the call, but at the same time, that mid lane is going to be vulnerable, left out open. There's going to be one minion. Harris looking to charge in. CC goes back with the Yo-Yo Blitz, but at the same time, look at that. Sushin trying to control, but not enough. No damage. She has the damage, but she can't face 5 people alone and does not want to at this point. Does get the glowing one though. Let's see.
That's the thing, and Meta Ninja just like that will be. Team Autobots Esports looks like they are back when it comes to objectives too, and they needed out a pretty good fight, and they are able to get it. And Cory Cutie tries to go out with the engage one. Hybrid is there, and they are just going to be backing off. But the front line, lacking of the frontliner is definitely showing up when it comes out onto the extended team fights, and they have to wait it out until they get those items. It's already the midfield. Looks like it will be Team Autobots Esports trying to prioritize out onto the neutral objective.
Yep. 6-4-2. Autobots Esports 2k goal lead. They're playing it like it's their last match, and of course they have to. If they don't win this series, Meta Ninja takes the cup. But there's a kick, there's a connect, but the Purify is going to be disabling it. Here comes the Leomord with the Horsey. Gonna be able to do so, maybe not. Senju though comes in with a Crimson Bacon, gets the kill. And right now, unfortunately, Toby, I see this often, he has run out of mana. Toby, you gotta watch out your mana consumption even better. You're not a Claude.
That's the thing, and for a roamer, for a mid laner, for the side of Team MNZ, so I would say objective-wise, they are doing out pretty well. But onto the team fights, like I've already said it out, I think they have the advantage onto the late game for the side of Team MNZ, unless and until Autobots doesn't get fed out onto those kills. Raren will be shot out. Like you have said, Ray, the kick can be back, or as well as it can be onto the front. Hybrid goes in. Julius is not able to do the job, and just like that, Toby is able to get one of the neutral objectives, just like.
Yep. Bottom lane, we're seeing Hayabusa defending the lane solo, but that's a turret down. But immediately, of course, it's traded off on the top lane as well. So both of the teams, turret-wise, I think they're doing kind of equal. No, actually, Autobots Esports, they have one turret left on the top. They're doing slightly better compared to Meta Ninja. But let's take a look at the itemization, Itami.
Yeah, and looking at the itemizations, it's completely looking out different. And, it kind of reminds me of the first game, but the result is yet to be decided out. So, this time, mid-game wise, Autobots Esports are the one who are leading out onto the neutral objectives as well as onto the goalies that they have, and surprisingly onto the fact, Toby has a lot of lead compared to Crisis, so it will be giving him a lot of advantage when it comes out onto the extended team fights that will be coming out later on. But the Lord has already been spawned, and Autobots Esports, they will be trying their best to zone out Julius before they get the Lord, and they have already started to contest it out, and there we go.
Yep. Lord right now.
Julius?
Okay, Julius wants to go in, but unfortunately you're a little bit too far away. Claude though, being sneaky on the bottom lane.
He will be able to get the S2 tower, and there we tower for the trade of Lord. It's only inhibitor remaining outside, so one thing is clear, Autobots, they need to end as soon as possible. They would not try to extend this game out. Far away is Luck is all alone. There's the kick.
Oh, the Hilda flickers out the moment the kick lands. This is the thing I tell you, Tommy. The Chow is a pure double-edged sword. Like, the moment he kicks you, just flicker away and he's kicking you out of your team. And that's just sad. Right now, Meta Ninja, they're suffering. I definitely believe that the Zushin needed something better. Right now, the mid lane, Raren just using that ultimate. He just used the shadow. That is unfortunate. He did not have it. Gets taken down. That's a shutdown right there. Leomord comes out on top. Meta Ninja responding as fast as they can. They're defending their lanes really well, but it's only been 10 minutes. So too early to judge. Meta Ninja still defending it as much as they can.
They do have the towers for this side too, but Autobots have the tower advantage, so they will be trying to keep up with that pace. But the problem is Julio! There's out away of the dragon, but there's the fight.
Yep. Crimson Beacon popping in. Hair's gonna be able to reach it. Oh, amazing duet on the back end. Is it enough though? Not enough damage. Here comes, of course, Luck bursting in, but Senju is able to win it out. The mage 1v1, but Hybrid is gonna be making sure he picks up the crumbs, but so does he get picked up as well. Here comes the Hayabusa, captures the kill. Skypier's triggered in. Braren goes back with the shadows. Slick and swift. At the same time, Korikyu finishes off the Hilda finally. That's 3-4-2. Autobots Esports, they lose more bodies that they could afford in this team fight. Here's an instant replay of what just happened.
Just like that, the extended team fight once again going side of team ABZ. It was a 3-4-2, but it get out extended for the side of team ABZ, and they will be the ones who are having the disadvantage onto this time. But still, they have the lead, but slightly it goes out for the side of team MNZ. But the question still remains, if they are able to contest out for the Lord, which will be coming out onto the second phase, then still Meta Ninja has the chance. And, tower advantage, when it comes out onto the tower advantage, they can do the splits when it comes out onto the bot lane as well, because it's only the inhibitor from the bot side, so they can be forcing it out from there. But the problem is, you have to take down the Hilda first, man. That Luck is an absolute nuisance onto that.
A 9-7 score, right? And Meta Ninja looks like the one actually taking back the control, Itami. And it's looking dicey for Autobots Esports. They're in a bit of a pickle situation. Oh, they're looking for Raden. But guess what? He had the good shadows. But like I've been mentioning, man, Chow, unfortunately, I just feel like unless the match demands it, he's not there, and this match is definitely not it.
Julius!
But Julius, he did not even get his horse. They denied the man his horse, and he falls back. And right now, 10-7 score. Oh, Crisis going for the back door, trying to go for it, but of course, Hybrid responds immediately. There's gonna be, of course, the Lord at the same time being taken. Let's take a look at it. Okay, Harris going for a little bit more damage. Oh, Julius falls in, and Remax takes the Lord. And with this, Autobots Esports with the objective secured, looks like they're going to be going gung-ho. They want to make it clear. They want to end the game. But at the same time, here is Crisis on the back end. He's surviving still. He's regenerating HP by life steal. And he's able to maybe change the things. Yes, he does. Crisis! He wins the team fight. despite the Lord. Doesn't really matter. Raden is next in the chopping board, but he has the shadows to make good use of it. He's just waiting to get his ultimate back, and he right now has it. But here comes Julius looking for the revenge. He's trying to get him down. Does he have the shadows? I think he does. Yep, he's being followed through. Is it possible? His shadows, it is not enough. Corey Cutie will get the kill. And with this, Crisis with the outplay has shifted the tides. Despite the efforts of Remex's AoE damage taking in the Lord, we have seen Meta Ninja still come out on top with the Lord.
Wow. I think it went out extended. You know, as soon as you got the Lord, if they would have been able to retreat it out, then maybe the results would have been different. And maybe Autobots would have been able to get at least a few of the tier towers. But once again, it is Team Meta Ninja who had the advantage thanks to the clutch of Crisis actually, as well as the synergy showing up from Corey Cutie. Both of the side laners were able to do the job, and looks like they will be extending the game out once again. And you know, the previous game was 21 or 23 minutes long, and it's already 16 minutes actually on to 15 minutes on to this game as well. So it is going to be the late game phase once again for both of the sides, and this time it is going to be the Evolved Lord most probably coming up. So the consequences might be quite different if Autobots are able to get it, but if Meta Ninja is able to get the Lord this time, you know, it is going to be quite tough of a defense because it's only the inhibitors remaining.
You're right, Itami. And with only the inhibitors remaining, except for Meta Ninja, they have one.
Oh, conceal.
Conceal play. Okay. It's not gonna be there. False engage. I think the Lord is where we'll most likely see the engage. 12-4-12 score. This is gonna be a long game as well, because guess what? Autobots Esports, they're playing for their competition slot. They're playing to stay at Accession League 2026. Meta Ninja, yes, they are also doing the same, but they can afford to lose. But Autobots Esports, they cannot. This lose means they're out of the competition, and they're doing their absolute best. But is the best enough? Will Meta Ninja still prevail and be the inevitable team to fight Godlike in tomorrow's the finals? Let's see.
That's the thing, and the Lord has been spawned, so ABZ might be the one trying to contest it out first. But oh, Rudius, he's very deep, man. He has the immortality, but with the Chow, of course, a double
flank.
Crisis trying to go in onto hybrid, but there is Rarin onto the bot. It is Team Meta Ninja actually trying to contest out the Lord first, but Rarin might be trying to contest it out.
What happened? Look, that was 3 people gets taken out.
Look at Rarin though. Look at Rarin.
Oh, Rarin.
He might be trying to
be Rambo, but that's 50% HP. That's not a green signal. You went in too early. He needed the vision from Luck. Unfortunately, they don't have it. There's the click finally connecting in. Remex did not even get a chance. Did not have the Purify. And no Purify means no black shoes. But Rudy is still going to be able to escape. There's going to be the kill and Raden gets punished immediately. And right now with 2 members down. Oh, here comes a blazing duet in the back lane, ladies and gentlemen. It's a full-on demolish. Only the Sora is left standing. And what can a Sora do? But Luck does come back. But both of these heroes does not have the strongest wave clear, but at least 2 is better than none. Both of them standing strong, but so much damage. Hybrid is melting inside his own base. The base is melting itself. Meta Ninja will come out to be inevitable. They will be the ones facing tomorrow at Godlike to be in the lower bracket finals to fight for the final spot at Accession League 2026. Congratulations for Meta Ninja to ultimately still win this competition.
Wow, man. And the consistency as well as, let's say, the sustainability definitely paid off. Crisis onto the Claude, man. This guy completely went all in. And did you notice the last engage from Corey Cutie with the, oh my god, I was about to mention it out. The curtain call was completely right on point, and he went out all in, and he was able to caught up onto two people. So that did make sure that they were not able to escape it out, and he will be getting the deserving MVP for this game. Damage dealt is not that much. The sustain was not also there onto the early game phases. He only had the Oracle as well as the brute force for the sustainability, but when it came out onto the engages, I think the curtain call did its work, and it was followed up by the Jushin with the Crimson Beacon as well as the Lantern Flare that completely came up and changed the complete scenario of the game. And they did make sure onto the Lord fights, they take down Luck first so that Rarin doesn't get the vision onto the Lord, and they get the neutral objective for the side, and that is what exactly happened. And they were able to secure it much, and they had the tower advantages, and just like that, Meta Ninja, showing the discipline and showing the improvement, will be taking on the series.
Congrats to them, and condolences to Autobots Esports. They couldn't really make it, but hey, it's fine. I hope I can see them again in more future. I hope this is not the last I see of them, because they're a very strong team, especially Toby, of course, Debbie's son, right?
Yep.
Yeah, and obviously Rarin, first son. She has many sons, but hey, looking forward to their performances in future tournaments. But congrats to Meta Ninja. This was another very long game. Last game 22 minutes, this one 18 minutes, and we get the head-to-head this time. You can clearly see that Toby actually dealt out so much more damage, 10k more. Had 6-7. What is that? 6-7 versus 6-9? Oh my goodness! Holy! This is the main thing!
Oh,
hey,
man.
yo! Hey, another
Wow.
6-7. Wow. That's why they
Wow.
lost, maybe.
Hmm.
They had too much 6-7 going on in their name. But hey, that is hilarious. What are the chances of that happening? 67% and 69% team fight? Wow. But hey, is it another 6-7? Let me see. I swear to God.
No,
Okay, it was
62.
92%. That is insane from Remex, honestly, to be present in every team fight. Yep, he had 11 KDA, only one kill shy away. Basically could have been 100%. I think that was a solo kill coming in from... Oh yeah, that was a solo kill on the bottom lane. So if it did not happen, that would have been 100%. Remex's involvement in the team fights was pretty insane. No more 6-7s, unfortunately. But yeah, I think this Chow pick was kind of fishy, but still they won it. So, but hey, I'm gonna be honest, Rudius, don't bring out the Chow that often. It is very risky.
Yeah, we were kind of doubting out the Chow pick.
And we were not wrong, by the way.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like with the Kalea or maybe the Kaja, the pick-off is completely guaranteed. And with the Chow, if it comes out, then it goes out perfect. Like the kill is almost guaranteed. But if it doesn't, then it backfires onto you. That's the problem. So the Chow, like we have already mentioned, it is a double-edged sword. So in order to pick it out, make sure you have the mobility kind of other teammates that will be able to make the follow-up once you kick him with the Way of the Dragon and you are able to bring it out onto your teammates. So if you kick it out somewhere else and your teammates tries to follow up, the enemies will be the one who capitalizing onto it. But speaking of all of that, it is going to be Crisis with the highest gold onto this game. Of course, with the Claude, Toby had the highest damage though, but still Luck was the sandbag onto this game. He took out most of the damage, but they were not able to seal it off for the side of Team ABZ. And of course, Rem with the Lilia. Like, I was anticipating if it is not the Jushin for him, it is definitely going to be Lilia, and it was the Lilia. It came out quite advantageous onto the team fights, but Julius had the Leo mode for his side. So in order to burst down the Leo mode, it is kind of because once he uses the Phantom Steed, he has a lot of mobility as well as the movement speed. So catching him off is kind of tough, but still the job is done pretty much. But for this game, it was not done for the side of Team Sports, and Meta Ninja will be taking the clean sweep, and we have already mentioned it out. Tomorrow will be the lower bracket finals. Godlike will be going up against this team, Meta Ninja, and it will be one of the teams that will be following Team Dakusena on to the finals. So who is it going to be? The answers will be given out tomorrow. So anything else you gotta add, Ray?
Nothing much, honestly. I just obviously you broke it down really well. I mean, you're the analyst for a reason, right? But yeah, congratulations to Team Meta Ninja for still sticking in the competition. Wishing you the best tomorrow. We'll be here, of course, to be the voice of the game. Myself, Ray, and of course Itami, we wish you a good night. Make sure you join in tomorrow, because tomorrow we have the lower bracket finals that will decide who will fight Team Dakusena in the grand finals of Accession League 2026. So make sure you're there. But for tonight, good night. We'll see you tomorrow.